say like a couple of lines like okay, yes and no and maybe and thanks or whatnot. He would say like a 50 different lines of posts.
Hmm.
And he would ask me shit like, oh, how much time there is left in Arc Raiders to do this event? And I would say 2 days. And he would say, okay, then I have to grind. And I'm saying like, man, you had like a month to do it and you're gonna do it in 2 days. And he would also like unlock the cosmetics for hunt in like 3 days or 4 days, like a whole season. He's
It's
like
really
a
beautiful.
he's like a no lifer, if it makes sense. So
It's
that's
beautiful.
like there is a reason they banned him from the channel. He's a bit trollish, and I say he's like either like a trans person or like a really like a nervous female gamer. He can't be like a straight up guy. He literally can't.
S.W.Frost is now live
Like
streaming Path of
he's
Exile Digital
the
Scammers
the
Counter
loon,
so far Arc
the
reset
guy that you
soon.
know. He's like less
Uh-huh.
gay than this guy.
Uh-huh.
Also, the fact that he never uses microphone in his gameplay, never, even when he streams Hunt, for example, he never uses microphone. He never talks to people when he plays.
Hmm.
Like
Interesting.
never. That's why I told you like you're the worst like women that I know, and he got offended by that, which is more proof. And I said I don't care. I said I don't want to fuck you, man. I just don't want to type when I speak to you. And he's like, he keeps typing and whatever. Do your own thing. He sent me like once an image of like a naked blonde girl with like a pussy sticking out, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And he's like, oh, sorry, I wrong chat, and I was like, is this him? Is he drunk? And then he like sent me like a nude or something, and he's like, no, that's like a girl that I want to like reverse image search, and I was like, okay, whatever,
I think you're sure.
maybe, who
You're
cares?
sure.
Yeah, I told him, who cares? It's like not that I wanna fuck some girl randomly over internet, whatever. Be here from Romania or whatever from.
Luminor. Welcome to my channel.
Like, have you ever had like to deal with like a neurotic girls over internet?
Neurotic?
Yeah. Like a psycho.
Yes, many times.
Yeah, don't tell me it's the girl that you're currently dealing with because she might be listening.
No, she's fine.
Yeah, she sounds fine.
She's fine.
I had a nurse that was hitting on me.
Nurse.
The problem is she's like 30 40 centimeters shorter than me, and she's heavier 40 kilos than me,
Mm-hmm.
and she's like a fucking like a bags of beans when you put 2 bags of beans on top of yourself. That's how it felt. And then I had to be polite and say I'm not really into the girls, like, she's not my
Bean
type.
girls.
She's not my type. I'm not gay.
Did you say that she looks like a bean?
I can send you her like image, I guess. Do you want to see it? She's
Sure, man.
she's basically a nurse. If you don't want to know, it's fine. Do you want to know?
Oh, yes, of course.
So, oh, this is a lie. Okay. Mm-hmm. When did she took this image? Let me send you this as a private message. There we go.
I can't see it.
You can't? You have
No,
to
you
be.
need to send me actual picture.
I did send you a picture.
Oh wait.
It's a
Yeah,
Facebook link.
How old is she?
She is, I'd like to say, 6 or 7 years younger than me. So she's in her like 30, 35 year old.
She doesn't look that old. She was flirting with you.
Maybe she put like image when she was younger because I don't know. Last time I checked, she was like a bit chubby. Is she lost some weight? I guess it's good for her.
Okay, interesting.
She's still how can I say, like, do you know a type of women that would order around everybody? The other
Nice.
women and the even
Boss.
men.
Welcome to my
Yeah, the
channel.
boss type women. She's the boss type women. I don't want to deal with men that are boss type. I don't want to deal with women,
Mm.
especially. I don't know what you think about it, but
No, it makes sense.
like, why would you want once in your life somebody to order you around? Like it. I know her brother, and she's like a you know, like a really kind guy, but he's not manly. So I guess
It's not bad.
he's not manly, you know, manly man. He's not like an alpha male. He's like, you know, a regular
Mhm.
like dude, and that's why his sister is actually like an alpha female,
Mm-hmm.
and she acts like that always. So if she gets interest in you, you have to do whatever she wants, basically. And I don't really want that.
Understandable.
That's why I guess run away. It's not like her physical look. It's fine. It's her personality. It's too demanding. So, you know why I asked you about the hunt?
Yeah, why?
Because it feels like Crytek ripped off Hunger, you know,
The balloons?
yeah, balloon mechanic. They ripped them off.
Uh,
It's fine,
I
you
don't
know.
know.
It's fine. Nobody, you know, nobody has like a, I guess, ownership on that. And from what I know about Crytek, they're gonna fuck it up. So they're gonna make it like
Probably.
no. They're gonna make it like one and done, you know, which is like stupid. You know, when they did like a spider lair with spiders,
Yep.
and I thought it was cool, and a lot of people didn't actually like the spiders, and I thought it was cool because that was something new, and like something they knew they added. Like they added like these random like ass spiders that will attack you across the map, and you have to watch for like new threat, and they would poison you. They have like little help. And I watched that rapist, that the stalker guy that's stalking me around. You know who I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I watched him getting killed by like 10 spiders because he keeps spamming
So
heavy
fun.
attack on spiders, and they keep, you know, attacking him because like you can probably kill all of them, but there is 10 fucking of them, and you are in the boss lair, and you know the lair that was at the time, and there is stone shit of them, and if you're not like really careful and play like bit careful, they can kill him. And he didn't know that, and I watched him a couple of times just straight up dying from like little spiders because he's too overly aggressive, brainless basically. Like as I say, I think Isaac is like golden boy when I compare him to Milan. So that's
Really?
why, yeah, trust me. Have you ever played with Milan?
No.
Are you sure? You were once.
Yes.
Did
I
you
never played with him.
did you try to make him play?
No.
It's a completely different experience. Like I know that you can play aggressive, but you cannot play as aggressive as him. But his aggression is like, oh, let's run into the boss lair and sit in a corner and wait. That's his aggression.
It's beautiful. He's shit at the game.
And if you stop him from entering boss lair or any, you know, close space, he's toasted. All his strats, you know, fall apart. If anywhere between the boss lair you manage to, you know, like put a stop to his like rampage, he doesn't know what to do. He's basically useless in any open area. He has like his consumable slot is like 4 injections all for himself, you know, the stun, the antidote, the regen shot, and the sticky grenade, or you know, this the what's it called, the concertina bomb. That's his consumable slots. And I watch him pick like a tool slot. He would get like a dynamite bundle or a grenade, and he would throw it in the water. And I asked why. He says like because he's either like looking for like heals, I guess, the regions or whatnot, you know.
Oh, he can't do that anymore.
Yeah, he cannot spam the toolboxes to find the random consumables. You just get like tools right back, and that's it.
Yep.
So how do you like that? That you actually have to like pick the consumable from the ground?
For me, it's good.
Like you have more control, I guess, when you get the heal resupply or the trap resupply.
That's a pretty good change.
So is there any skill that I missed here? There is one. What the fuck killed me? A woman with a spear.
My dearest Elswith, his voice grows clearer
She
by
raped
the
me.
day. I can feel his presence.
Okay.
He thirsts so deeply for this world. I know that we shall be rewarded.
Yeah, I hate this area. It's a cancer.
I am so proud.
They cast this like blood magic bullshit on the ground as area attacks,
You gave so much.
and you cannot see literally the projectiles they're spam.
Between he and I, you fell to and fro.
Like the normal enemies like kill you, whatever.
I am eternally yours, as we are.
So where is the thing? Hmm. Okay, whatever. Oh. Okay. So where do we go now?
It's like I'm gonna leave you.
Thanks. Thanks for playing with me. And sorry
Yes,
if I
but-
bothered
but
you
it
with
is.
my fat ex-girlfriends.
No,
And
you're
then-
fine.
There you go. You're lucky.
I'll
See
see
ya.
you later.
Yeah. There you go. Boom. Boom.
Tab? Oh my god.
Sir, do you hear me? Yeah.
Can't make a payment. It's over a $500 tab. Yeah, I ain't
$500?
doing shit. So she needs to leave on top of that. But obviously,
Y'all would like to get y'all's payment.
yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
gonna pay a $500 tab?
Yeah.
If you want to, you can love pay a tab.
Hey,
What's going on with you?
I'm doing okay.
You got an ID with you?
I
Uh-huh.
You see it?
Damn.
Okay.
And she's hot too. Like, imagine how fucking annoying you have to be to not have a guy there with you to pay your tab. Like, you know that she's already super fucking annoying. Think about that.
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
What's going on with you today?
Then
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing, I see that.
That says you might have been had a little too much today. A little too much. Yeah. So in the state of Florida, when you
It's
overdrink,
Florida.
they
Wow,
have
what a
to
surprise.
stop serving you. By law, they can't keep serving you. Otherwise, they can get in trouble because you can get sick.
closer to me.
Well, I don't want to get too close because I don't want your bag to fall.
Okay, closer to me.
You can't hear me?
I can't. Come closer.
If I don't come closer, okay, I have to stand here. All right. Listen. So you can't have any more alcoholic beverages, okay? But
Yeah.
you can have at this point is water. Get yourself back to to where you can get your faculties together.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Build up a tab.
Yeah.
All right.
I paid for it.
Did?
I have. You can ask him. I have. I paid for it.
They told me that you hadn't taken care of it.
Acknowledge
What?
them. Let's acknowledge them. Hey.
All right, hold on. I'll get them for you, okay?
No,
I'll go get him. Has she taken care of the tab yet?
No, she hasn't paid her tab.
Hasn't paid the tab. Okay.
Her debit card wasn't working.
Okay, because she has to call the bank or
Damn.
something to tell them because they think it's fraud. Okay.
Uh-huh.
But I offered her, she paid Apple Pay.
Apple
It
Pay?
would go right through, but she won't give me her phone to pay the Apple Pay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, so basically what's happened is they tried to use your card and it got declined because they think that it's fraud, the bank.
Oh,
So
it's
what
a
you
bank
have to
card.
do, which I don't know if you can do that now in the state that you're in, is contact the bank.
No,
It's not gonna work.
Don't tell
You
me.
have Apple Pay, they'll accept Apple Pay. So if you want to utilize that,
Just use
that would be
Apple
the thing
Pay.
to do is utilize your Apple Pay. So let's take care of the bill, and then let's see if we can get you.
well,
are
you
you saying
have my card and my license, so
I have your driver's license. I don't have your Apple Pay. You can't use Apple Pay with an ID. I need this.
sir, do you hear me?
I hear you, but do you hear what I'm saying?
I do.
What did I say?
You said that they're not allowing me to pay my card because you're saying
No, they're not. It's not them.
I
It's
know.
your bank. Your
Oh my God.
your financial institution.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
You have my card, sir.
no, I have your ID.
Yeah?
I don't have your card, and I can't use your card. I don't want your card.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, I would never give it to you.
Right.
Sir,
Then why would you say
are
you had
you
it?
here with me? Do you hear me?
What are you gonna do
Yes
about
or
your bill?
no? Do you hear me? Yes or
I
no?
hear you.
Okay. I'm wondering, what card should I give you? Can you check? if
I thought
gave
you
a
said you weren't
card?
going to give it.
Yeah,
Oh my
ID.
God.
Can I have it?
I need this ID because we have to go somewhere.
Yeah. We have to go. Uh-oh.
Should I pay with that card?
No, she had another one, but she jumped in the pool with it. No.
You have your card? What card are you gonna use?
My card.
Can you pay your-
Jumped in the pool with it. No.
You have your card?
Jesus Christ.
What card are you gonna use?
Oh,
Can you pay your
God.
tab out so we can go?
I thought that I gave her my card. Can she look for it?
Well, you said you had your card.
That's what I'm saying, sir.
Well, if you have your card, then there's no point in looking for it. You know where it's at.
Yeah, where is it?
All right. What are we doing about your bill?
I want to pay it.
Okay, we'll pay her your bill. So pay the bill.
Can you ask her if...
It's right here.
Can you ask
Can you
her?
ask her if I'm... If I have my check there? Because I thought I gave her my card. Do you mind if you ask her, sir?
She just told you she doesn't have the
Oh my
card.
God.
Do you mind if you ask her?
Okay, here's the deal. You gotta
Jesus.
pay your bill.
I don't mind.
Okay, well, take
I
care of
don't.
that.
Do you mind if you
I love how,
ask
by the way, it's like 3 p.m. It's probably like a Wednesday or something like this. And you're just out of your fucking mind at like the local Chili's, like outdoor bar.
her where's my card? Yes.
You go.
Yes.
Oh my
Do you
God.
mind if you look
Five.
for my
It's
card?
oh, it's
Are you
yeah, it's 5 p.m.
serious,
Okay, yeah,
officer?
there it is.
Are you
Yeah, 7.
serious?
Yep, 5 p.m.
Ask her. Where's my card?
I'm not
Are
gonna
you-
ask her that.
Yeah, you should.
No, like,
Before, yeah, you should. You should. Here.
do it.
Please calm down. Excuse me.
In about 2 seconds, you're gonna get.
No,
That-
I'm asking this officer. Excuse me, I'm asking this officer.
Uh-huh.
What?
Turn around.
Oh,
I can pay the bill.
Man. Man.
Put your hands behind your back. You're
Uh-huh.
under arrest. All right. You want to put your shoes on or no?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. I
Let
gave
me
you an
guess, this
opportunity, you don't wanna
flip-flops
listen,
again?
So now you're going.
Why is it that every single one of these hood rats that gets arrested loses their flip-flops? It's like whenever I see like a hood rat brawl, it's like you know, like in Diablo 3, whenever you would spawn into one of those areas and there'd be like 7 treasure goblins, and you cast like the biggest AoE shit on them possible, and then like all that loot pops out. Like you've got fucking weaves flying out, you got wigs going off, you got fake eyelashes on the ground, nails flying off, flip-flops everywhere. Like, oh my God.
Your name?
Come on.
Uh-huh.
No, we're not gonna do that.
I'm just putting my shoes on.
I could save her?
Yeah, no.
I don't know,
Come
bro.
on.
Think about why there's not a guy with her right now.
Stuff is in my hand.
No, my jacket. My jacket is like right back here. My jacket is just right back here. I'm not going against you, sir. My jacket is just here. Sir,
We're not going back over there. Let's go to the car and we'll find the jacket. If they find it, we'll go to the car. Come on.
So we were with her pretty much all day. There was a couple that was here that lived local. And they were basically preying on her all day.
And nothing I can do about that right this second.
What did she do to warrant going to jail?
You watch it?
I watched, but hold up.
You got two fatties over here trying to cause problems. Like, shut the fuck up, fatty. Oh my god.
My husband's a police officer.
So then if
my
they
husband's
approach
a police officer. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And so if they approach you and get in your face, then what do? Ask your husband, if a person approaches you and gets in your face, what does he do?
You're right. Okay.
I mean, I don't have a choice at that point. She already drew the line in the sand.
Hey, do you mind if I just put my cards right here? This is what I'm.
You want to put it in your bag?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
Okay, can I just put my cards?
Come on,
here?
go ahead. Let it go.
Hey, no,
You don't want to let it go? Okay, well, you hold on to it until we get to the car. At this point, you're in custody. Let me explain how this works. Once the handcuffs go on, you're in my custody. So at some point, you're going to either have to cooperate or you're not. You hurt your own
You
feelings.
hurt my feelings?
You got to learn to stop.
These hoes, man.
You had every opportunity to take care of your bill. You had every opportunity to listen. No, you didn't.
No.
And then you jumped in my face, and I don't understand why.
You see, remember I was talking about how like the way to deal with them is to treat them like a 7-year-old that doesn't know what it's doing wrong. Like, I mean, and this cop is just handling it perfectly. He is. He knows exactly how to handle them.
Sir.
What do you mean it's not personal? It's that when we have too much to drink, we make bad decisions, and then we don't listen.
Okay.
And unfortunately, you made a bad decision. And I didn't want you to do that. All right, now let go.
Card, that's the only way.
Let go. It's going to go here. No, there was other cards. I was holding on to that.
Why are you taking me out? I just...
Listen. You don't listen. I'm assuming you don't have anything.
I don't.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Get in the box. Get in the box. It's time to get in the box.
You gotta have a seat. Come on. There you go. All right. Listen. We're gonna do that. When we don't listen.
What is she doing here? Why is she here?
We gotta do what we gotta do. You know.
She told me that she has a flight today because she's blacked out. She's not going to remember this.
She's not going to remember.
She's going to have missed her flight. She can't get on a plane like this, no matter what happens.
They're not going to let her
What
in
are you like? Why are you involved? Who are you? What are you even doing here? Just go back to the buffet.
Airport like this.
Just get out of here. This isn't about you.
They'll be calling us in a minute.
He doesn't have any food in the car.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
You just gotta sober up. You don't have any ties to the community, so you gotta go to jail. Turn up the air so you can get yourself some air.
I can't breathe. This was 2022, so this hasn't fully DR'd.
There you go. Why can't you breathe? Don't stop panicking, and you'll be all right.
That's a bingo. We'll get the bingo after this one, okay?
About the bill. Are you guys pressing charges for the bill?
He's not going to charge. He's going to write it off on taxes.
Yeah.
He won't be able to write it off on taxes.
I
Uh-huh.
got all my hair in my face.
Take the hair out your face. All you have to do is move. All you got to do is move your head.
Help me, please.
Nope, don't get out.
I'm not.
All right. All right, so here's the deal. Why are you spitting all over the door? No, don't put your feet out. Remember what I told you. Keep your feet in. No, you don't. You need to keep your feet in. Keep your feet in. Listen.
Did she?
All right, here's.
Here's in my face.
It's not in your face. It's not in your face.
I need help.
All right, now you.
Now you fucked up. Oh,
Now you
shit.
get no air. You stay there. Nothing.
He just
I'm not
tossed her
doing
ass
shit
right
for
back
her.
in there.
You're gonna
That's the way I seen a dude do that with a tuna fish.
catch a lawsuit. You're gonna catch a lawsuit.
Then they'll release her, and then she catch a flight and take her ass on home.
He's not really on shit.
You
Don't
have too much.
Yeah.
You say stuff and do stuff. She angry for no reason.
Yeah.
Why am I here? Why am I here? It don't fucking matter. I'm gonna scream.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. Why the fuck am I here?
Oh
What
my
the
God.
fuck am I doing? What am I doing that's wrong? You're a loser. He's a loser. She's a loser.
Stop. You can breathe just fine. You're talking. No. I am not doing any. I'm not falling for that again. Yeah, I know.
I can't breathe. Help me.
No.
I can't
All that
breathe.
spitting you doing?
I can't breathe. I
Ugh.
cannot breathe.
Who does this?
Please, I have anxiety. I can't breathe.
All right. There you go.
I can't breathe. Please help me.
Now you try.
This is adult daycare, bro. It is adult daycare. This is crazy. What is wrong with these people? Oh my God.
to spit at me?
Yeah, I'm not spitting on you.
Yeah,
Oh my
we charge
God,
battery
she's
for
Floyd
that. You wanna
maxing?
spit on me?
I can't breathe. I don't give a
She's Floyd
You take me
maxing?
with you. I don't care. I can't breathe.
No.
I can't breathe. Help me.
I appreciate it.
Wake up.
Because you.
I can't breathe.
There you go.
I can't breathe.
Good luck with that.
I can't breathe.
Oh my God.
You got the AC on full blast.
Uh-huh.
All right.
He just leaves her in the fucking car, bro. Like, oh my God. I just that is insane. The cop doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, she can vote. I know. Give me a minute. I gotta take a piss. That is crazy. He just leaves her in the car. Give me a minute. All right, I'm back. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Ah. All right. Even prisoners get AC in Europe? Yeah, no, that's right. That's the way it is. See, in America, even if you're going to jail, you get AC.
Get this stand out here.
I can't breathe.
You finished spitting all over the place?
I can't.
Okay.
You
She's Floyd maxing.
turn on this air on me.
I turned all the air on for you. It's
Yeah.
been on.
I can't breathe. Please help me. I can't breathe.
All that
Uh-huh.
screaming, you breathing just fine.
I can't breathe. You a bitch ass. Take me to your station.
I'm gonna take you to the jail.
I can't breathe. Do your job. I can't breathe. Take me to your station. Breathe. Breathe.
Oh, it's gonna be a bingo. It's gonna be a bingo, bro. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my.
Why the f is you putting the heat on me?
There's no heat.
Turn up. Stop.
It's air.
You ain't shit.
You ain't shit.
You ain't shit.
There's no heat. It's all air. I got it at 64 degrees.
64?
That's okay. It's okay. You ain't nothing. Your mama a pig. Your granny a pig.
You know what? I'm about had it with that.
You know what? I've had it with that. All right. Okay. You want to bring my grandma into this? Okay. All right. You asked for it.
I about had it with that.
Yeah.
That's what you gonna do? Okay, no
Get the
problem.
cattle prod.
We got something for that too.
I don't care.
I don't care. Uh-huh. That's right.
Not dealing with this. I need gloves. Put gloves on. It's gonna be a problem. She's a spitter. She's spitting.
I love how, by the way, he knows that the body cam is going to go viral. So he's just narrating the whole thing for everybody. It's like he knows. Oh my god.
between the cracks, trying to get it
It's
on my
explaining
arm.
it.
You should see the interior of my car, the back of the car now. Wonderful, delightful
Wow.
individual we're dealing with. She can't breathe, but she
Every
got enough
police officer is a streamer now.
time to scream at the top of her lungs. Then she's been trying to kick out both
That's
glasses,
crazy.
but the cage is, you know, she ain't gonna let you get to there without a fight. She got up in my face and was like, "Oh, I took the fighting stance, don't want to fight." I'm like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Come on."
Dance of death and vanity, foul and grotesque. Casimir is free of poisonous influence at last.
Don't do that. And she didn't want to listen, so don't give me a choice. Everybody was there watching.
Body
They
counts
said, "Oh,
backfire for the
damn."
left. They
I
sure
was telling
did.
her, "No, don't do it. Don't do it." She did it.
All right.
All right.
Do you need me to search her too? Is that what's going on?
She got close.
Oh. All right. I want to make sure that your cuffs are double locked, okay?
There you go. Since you want to do all that,
All right. I'm up.
God, bitch. Just bagged her, bro, like a dog, yeah.
Make sure your cuffs aren't.
Oh my god.
Because of all that spitting? No, man. If you didn't do this, that would be on your wrist.
Yep, now you got the bag on your head. Now you really can't
right in
breathe.
your face. You can step out. You can step out.
I got you. I'm not gonna let you fall. You let me know. I got you. I got you. I'm not gonna let you fall.
Yeah, plenty of air.
I'm not gonna let you fall.
She wanted to use the restroom, but I guess that ain't gonna happen now.
Check your cuffs, okay?
Take the handcuffs off.
I want to make sure they're all right. I can set one fat finger in there. This one I'm gonna fix. I want to fix this one.
I need a fresh, please.
Give me.
You can put it back on me.
Yeah, I know.
I just need a fresh breath of air.
Okay, let me do this first, okay? Let me fix this because it's really tight on your wrist, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Hold on 1 second,
She
okay?
in the bag. Look at the bag on her head,
Hold on
bro.
1 second. I'm trying to loosen it. Okay. All right, now I'm gonna lock it so it
Why'd
does
you have
not
to
get
do
tighter
this?
on
I
you,
just
okay?
need a fresh breath of
Okay, I'll
air.
get you that, but let me lock it so it doesn't get tighter on you. Hold on 1 second. I want to lock it so it doesn't
You
get
got
tighter
bagged
on
and
you.
tagged, yeah.
I need a fresh breath of
I
air.
will, honey.
You
Let
can
me
put
lock
this
it.
bag back on me.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that was not tightening on your wrist, okay? And this one, let me make sure it doesn't tighten on your wrist. I'll give you a fresh breath. But I understand this. If you spit on me, I'm going to slam you into
I'm
the car.
not gonna spit on you.
Okay?
I promise I won't spit on you. I just need a fresh breath of air.
Good. You're breathing. I'm going to take it all the way off. Breathe. Honey, you're getting all this.
I can't breathe.
Yeah.
You can breathe. Because you're talking.
I had the windows rolled down.
Hold on, let me
Never
look at
got
that.
screaming.
Breathe.
No, you can breathe because you're talking and screaming.
Oh
and this
my
is
God.
allowing you to breathe. And I have this down from.
Just push it up a little.
You're all fine.
Why she?
That's it,
I don't
honey.
know why she did that either.
Slow breath. In slow, out slow. In slow, out slow. Okay, slow that down. Use this one, please.
Push up a little, please.
It's not
Something
sweet.
going up any further.
Okay, that's
best friend. It's actually at your eyeballs. So if your eyeballs are the one that's taking oxygen, then you got problems. Slow. You go real slow.
The eyeballs taking in oxygen.
Yeah, cheese. You got plenty of air. We're going to blow the windows down. Okay? Do slow. Go very slow. Okay? That's about your eyeball. That's good. Okay? Cheese. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. All right. Come on.
Typical spoiled Latina behavior. I'm a subject
The
matter
sooner you
expert.
get back in the car, the sooner I can get you out of the jail. You can be out of the car.
I have a friend that decided to marry an angel, a stripper named Angel. She wasn't an angel. She was not. And, you know, that altered the direction of his life in a profound way.
Out of the handcuffs and
Really
that off
did.
your head.
Yep, absolutely.
All that will happen. You
How
just
long
got to
until the
slide in
divorce?
there so I can get you
It's about like a
transported.
year.
Can we get in there the
Something
quicker
like
you
that.
get done with all this, okay? So go slow.
But it seems like you guys are like procrastinating. I just want to go to the station.
I'm filling out the paperwork. I'm trying to fill out the paperwork to transport you, and
Yeah.
you keep doing all this
So that
extra
was
stuff.
before.
That wasn't before. You've been doing it the whole time.
No, sir, that was before.
Okay. Well, let him sit in there now. You scoot back.
Did he marry her
and you're
before
gonna
he
sit
shipped
calmly?
out to the military?
Done.
Can you please help me?
Yep, he joined the Marines.
You have air.
I know.
Yep.
Well, then I
Yeah,
don't know how to give you more air because I'm not
How did you know?
Okay. But the windows are down.
Please help me.
Swear to God.
I did help.
Please.
I did already. So, you're by doing this, we're
Classic.
slowing down the process.
Charlie Ball.
So,
Explains a lot, yeah.
I can't get back in the car until you get back in the car. I got but 2 more things to fill out, and I can get you transported.
it doesn't matter, man. We have to see this get to follow.
Please help
That's
me.
what they used to do, right? Is like you would go to the crusade to remove all your sins, and then at the end of the crusade you'd get paid, and then you'd spend all your money on hookers, and then you'd have more sins, so you have to go to the next crusade to get rid of the sins, and then you take the money after the crusade to spend on hookers. Now you have to go to the crusade again.
If you sit in the car,
You know, like,
you have fresh breath of air. The door's
it's
wide
just the
open.
way it is.
I don't.
Please,
Yeah.
please help me.
I do.
I will sit here. Please help me.
Huh?
I did already from your face.
I need a
And
spit.
it did it slow.
Okay, can I spit? I need a spit.
Not me. I am gonna slam you. Understand that.
I won't spit on you.
Go. Got it? Okay, done? Got it?
I just need to breathe. Hold on a second.
Okay,
I love how he moves out of line of sight.
Shit right there.
okay, go ahead. Straight down. Go ahead. I got you.
Oh.
Roll over, okay?
Gets out of line of
All right, now
sight.
you're gonna finish paperwork. Watch your toe, sweetheart. It's gonna hit your toe. All right.
All
See
right.
how much more. I just got a little bit left. I just got to put in the witness and the victim, which is look at back of my car. It is ruined. So you suffer from claustrophobia. That's what this is.
Oh, but I can't breathe.
There we go. Let's go. Let's get out of here. You're about to get all the air you're going to be able to get. Trust me.
I need to clean up inside my mouth.
Let's go.
I can't breathe. Please.
You put yourself to hyperventilate.
Animal transport, yeah.
Please. Help me. Help me, please. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Jesus.
I can't breathe.
Jesus.
Breathe. Can't breathe. No, I God, Jesus Christ. Help me. No.
God.
Help. Help. I can't breathe.
Oh my God.
Please help.
You finished?
No,
You finished?
I can't breathe.
All right, here we go.
Here we
I'm
go.
helping you now. Look at all the air you're about to get. What are you doing?
What do you?
You really trying to take that off with your kneecap? It's not gonna work.
She's trying to take off the spit mask.
Oh my goodness.
Help me. I can't breathe.
Oh my god.
Hello! Freeze!
Oh my god.
We need one of these cops to stream on Twitch, 10 gifted, and I'll pepper spray him. Yeah.
Off the chain.
Hey, where the f*** we going?
Do that again, and I'm gonna have
Where are we going?
Where are we going? Where's the cop? You're going to Dairy Queen.
So you peed in the damn car?
I sure did.
Konačno je počela padati kiša, s 2 dana sekanja. Bravo mater, ja mislim da je kako.
Oh well.
Go ahead.
Oh well, he knows he doesn't have to clean it.
Put the thing on me.
Put the bag on her.
Why you just don't behave? I mean, really, it's unnecessary. Well, I mean, that's you. That's what you want to do.
That's
All right, this will be the end of the video because we have to turn video because we're inside the facility.
He actually, bro, like. He actually knows.
Unfortunately.
That's insane. Do you really
She was charged with the second-degree misdemeanor of disorderly intoxication. After posting bail, a judge found probable cause to justify the arrest and an arraignment date was set. However, just a few weeks later, the state's attorney office officially decided not to pursue the case, and her charges were dropped. Her cash bond that she put up for bail was returned.
Back out into the wild. Oh, there it is. I know. Isn't it so annoying? The cop was narrating. Yeah, dude, like this cop knew it. Who's the genius serving this intoxicated individual? I know, bro. Like, that is insane. And like, the thing is, what I think is so fucking funny about this is that all of the stuff that happened, like it's never, you never had to have it happen. None of this ever had to happen. But it happened anyway. Oh, wait, yo. Real quick. Where is it? All right. All right, we're gonna do it. I didn't do anything. Okay, all right. So I didn't do anything. Don't touch me. Crying. I'll sue. Resist arrest. No, she didn't really resist arrest. Makes the simple situation worse. Kicks the backseat of the cop car. Refuses to exit. I'm pregnant. Throws items. Bitch. Repeats things. I'm gonna call my lawyer. I don't give a fuck. Cuffs are too tight. Arresting me for no reason. Ignoring the cops. Okay, that one, I don't know how, but we did not actually get a bingo. We almost got a bingo, but we did not get a bingo with that one, which is crazy. I'm surprised. I'm really genuinely surprised. Didn't she resist arrest? Nah, not really. Not really, bro. Like, she didn't.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Interstellar. Now, Interstellar is one of Christopher Nolan's most ambitious movies, and though it didn't quite hit the mark with the public upon its release, I think over the years it's gained a massive following. And yes, every time I bring up how the public thought this movie was good but not great, people look at me with a bit of shock. But that 73% on Rotten Tomatoes kind of sums up where things were. But I think the film's a masterpiece and one of the most operatic, ambitious films released in the last 20 years. It's Nolan's Odyssey before the Odyssey, and pretty much his 2001, which Nolan references quite a lot. Throughout this video, we're going to be breaking it all down and talking about the hidden details, Easter eggs, and also the true meaning of the movie and its ending. If you enjoy it, please hit the thumbs up and make sure you subscribe, as we're going to be going through a lot of the director's other work.
It's necessary.
Now, the movie is actually the brainchild of Kip Thorne. He's a Nobel Prize-winning physicist and one of the leading experts on black holes. He actually served as scientific advisor on Robert Zemeckis' Contact in the late 90s and started discussing ideas for a new film with producer Linda Obst. This would be another science fiction story grounded in real theoretical physics that explored the ideas of relativity, black holes, and wormholes. They created an 8-page treatment that attracted the interest of Steven Spielberg, with him initially signing on to direct. He then hired Jonathan Nolan to pen the screenplay, who spent years researching relativity and then developing the script. Progress then stalled, with Spielberg leaving the project, and then Nolan's bro Chris jumped on in 2012. Having just made the Dark Knight trilogy and Inception, it seemed like a match made in heaven, and that takes us to the film itself. The opening logos play out in sepia tone, which is evocative of old movies and historical footage. This instantly gives the movie a feeling of authenticity, and this realistic tone is something that carries on throughout, to a certain point at least. But Nolan's messing with time from the off, and we later learn that this is people from after the events of the film speaking about Earth. So the sepia tone adds the idea this is an old historical event we're witnessing, and placing it at the beginning reinforces the film's time loop structure and reframes the entire film as memory. We then open on the title card over the top of Murph's bookcase. This of course plays a pivotal part in the film, as it makes up the structure of the Tesseract through which Coop can send the gravitational data back to Murph. It's adorned with books and toy spaceships, which is significant as it symbolizes the connection between Cooper and his daughter. This is also the first hint that the pair share an interest. Because of this, the bookshelf has a heightened importance, as not only does it show the love between the two, but it's also the vehicle through which the two communicate.
Love is the one thing we're capable of perceiving that transcends dimensions of time and space.
We'll talk about that more later on, but it's an incredibly strong opening image that perfectly sums up the film's core theme. Dust also lines the shelves, with it slowly falling, evoking the slow apocalyptic collapse of Earth's ecosystem. Dust is also a visual shorthand for the passage of time. In film, if someone blows dust off something, then you immediately know it's been there for a while, and it plays nicely into the feeling that the Earth's getting older and humanity has left this place untouched. So in the title sequence alone, we're getting the idea that humanity has grown beyond Earth. There's also some Easter eggs on the shelves too. The books include Time's Arrow by Martin Amis, which is a story told in reverse where cause and effect are flipped. This is basically the structure of Nolan's first movie Memento, and it's also relevant here as well as it reflects the bootstrap paradox at the heart of the film. Now for those that don't know, this describes a causal loop where there's no clear origin of information. Like if I went back in time with a plot summary for Interstellar and gave it to Nolan, he would then make the film that inspired me to go back in the first place. When you look at time linearly, the idea came from nowhere, but if time existed at all points simultaneously, as it does for the fifth dimensional beings, then it was always there. In the movie, it's also suggested that they are humanity's future. So we have a bootstrap paradox where they create the wormhole and tesseract, which allows Cooper to retrieve the gravitational data from the black hole, send it back to the humans so they can then become these fifth dimensional beings and create the wormhole and tesseract. There is no beginning and end. It always just was. This also evokes the time dilation experienced by the characters and the isolation felt by Romilly, who stays on the Endurance with TOS when the rest go to Miller's planet. Now, time dilation is basically how time is experienced differently depending on gravity or speed. The faster you move, the slower time passes for you compared to someone who is still. The effect is negligible for the most part, but if you were to be moving near the speed of light, a few hours for you could be a few years for someone else. Similarly, the stronger the gravity, the slower time moves for you. This is the most relevant version of relativity shown by the film, and this is due to the effects of the black hole Gargantua, which has an immense gravitational pull. That's why when Coop, Brand, and Kay spend a few hours on Miller's planet, which closely orbits the black hole, 24 years pass from Romilly's point of view, and Earth's perspective as well. You can also tell from Christopher Nolan's movies in general that he's absolutely obsessed with time. It's laced throughout a lot of his work, from more obvious examples like Memento or Tenet, down to more subtle things like his non-chronological storytelling. Inception had time melding as well as we dive deeper into the dream, and both Batman Begins and The Prestige used flashbacks throughout. Dunkirk also had different periods of time being shown to us, and in Interstellar, time is almost like a force fighting against the protagonists. At its core, Interstellar has always been about a father sacrificing the time he has with his children in order to do his work. I'm sure that this is something that a lot of people can relate to, and you often have to choose work over being with your kids. Everyone, I'm sure, has a story of their parent missing some big moments from their life, but it was probably because they were doing things for us. But time is something you just can't get back, and it leads to one of the most devastating scenes in the film. On the shelf is also Winter's Tale by Mark Halperin, which is about crossing into another world and returning with knowledge, which represents the black hole. There's also Moham by Ted Morgan, which is a biography of writer W. Somerset Maugham. His story, The Razor's Edge, is about abandoning ordinary life in search of a deeper truth. Finally, we have Outlander by Diana Gabaldon, and this is a time travel story driven by personal connection, which links back to the theme of love, space, and space-time. We then transition into an interview with the older Murph that we see towards the end. We obviously don't know that this is her yet, but I love how the film's reframed on repeat viewings. With all the non-linear storytelling, time dilation, and bootstrapping, you don't truly experience a movie until you see it for a second time. It's a lot like Tenet, and every time you watch it, you pick up on more of these details. As we move across a seemingly infinite stretch of cornfield, she then says,
"Well, my dad was a farmer, like everybody else back then."
The documentary was actually inspired by the Ken Burns documentary The Dust Bowl, with the talking heads actually being taken from that. So these people are the actual survivors of that event, talking about their experience in the 30s. The Dust Bowl was an event that was a severe ecological disaster that hit America during the 1930s. During it, a combination of drought, overfarming, and soil degradation left huge amounts of dry topsoil exposed. Strong winds then carried this into massive dust storms that devastated the farmland and destroyed the crops. It was so bad it even caused many to abandon their homes. Millions of acres of land became unusable, and the event was a defining hardship during the Great Depression. Paired with this are images of Coop's father-in-law Donald, who's played by John Lithgow. We see him cleaning up layers of dust from in and around the house, and this is basically us getting introduced to the blight. Blights are diseases that affect plants, and this usually causes browning and death. In real life, they usually just target specific plant species, and they've been seen in stuff like the Irish potato famine and the extinction of the gross Mitchell banana, which was apparently amazing and tasted way better than the modern Cavendish banana, but even that faces potential extinction from a similar blight. However, the disease present in Interstellar doesn't just affect one plant, it claims all edible plants except for corn.
Wheat 7 years ago, okra this year, Now there's just corn. Well, with like the potatoes in Ireland and the wheat in the Dust Bowl, the corn will die.
Plants are, of course, the bedrock of the entire food chain, as even carnivores rely on herbivores for food. The livestock industry requires plants to feed sources of meat, so such a powerful blight as this means the death of all life on Earth. Plants are also responsible for oxygen through photosynthesis, so without them, there wouldn't even be breathable air.
As it thrives, our air gets less and less oxygen. The last people to starve will be the first to suffocate.
Now, in this opening scene, we see just how much Nolan loves to do things practically. Like even on Tenet, he crashed a real plane just for a scene. This was also the case with Interstellar as well, and rather than using CGI for these fields here, he actually had 500 acres of corn planted for the film. Thrifty as ever though, Nolan then sold this once the movie was completed and made a tidy profit, which he used for the budget. Murph then mentions in the documentary how Cooper didn't start as a farmer, and we then cut to the character flying. You might also notice that older Murph's played by Ellen Burstyn, who you probably recognise from such classes as The Exorcist and Requiem for a Dream. Who we're here to talk about though is of course Matthew McConaughey, and Interstellar is the culmination of what I consider the McConaughey sons. But yeah, this is a term that was used in the 2010s to refer to a resurgence of his career. Now for those who don't remember kids, McConaughey was kind of a joke in the noughties. Starring in a bunch of rom-coms, he was typecast as a charismatic, shirtless himbo that female leads could lust over, and that was basically the extent of the actor's depth. In 2009 though, he said enough is enough, stopped accepting these roles, and took a 2-year break from acting. He kind of faded from the public consciousness after this, and by the time he returned to the big screen in 2011, the roles he was playing were noticeably different. Films like The Lincoln Lawyer and Killer Joe gave him much more to work with, and it's at this point he was solidified as being a respected dramatic actor. In 2014, he then won an Oscar for his performance in The Dallas Buyers Club, which was no doubt influenced by his cameo in The Wolf of Wall Street and the incredible performance as Russ Cole in True Detective. By the end of that year, he was then the lead in a Christopher Nolan sci-fi blockbuster, which was unimaginable just a few years prior. Things did then kind of trail off a bit, and he did stuff like The Dark Tower, but this film is what made his legacy. Anyway, he's on a test flight of the Ranger shuttle, which is the craft that we see throughout the movie. While astronauts typically launch rockets to escape the atmosphere, the Ranger is a shuttle designed to launch from planetary surfaces and exit atmospheres without the use of a rocket. Traditionally, the rocket part was a one-time use and would then be discarded during launch. However, since the release of the film, NASA and private companies like SpaceX have made reusable rockets a practical reality, and it's a massive part of modern space programs. The Ranger in the movie though is actually much closer to the kind of ships that we see in stuff like Star Wars. So the movie does omit the details on this for the most part to avoid crossing into space fantasy territory. The shots of Cooper flying the Ranger are also identically framed to those later in the movie when entering the black hole, which adds to the cyclical nature of the movie. However, that's potentially not the only connection to the movie's climax here. As Cooper's flying, there's an issue with the flight computer, manual controls disabled, and the Ranger ends up crashing. This is why Cooper retired from NASA and became a humble corn farmer instead. Also explains why he has a distrust of robots in the movie. As we learn later on though, the crash wasn't either of their faults, and it's blamed on some sort of gravitational anomaly.
We started detecting gravitational anomalies almost 50 years ago. In fact, I believe you encountered one yourself.
I crashed something. Tripped my fly-by-wire.
A little theory time here, but if we start putting the pieces together, we can actually guess what caused the crash. We know that it occurred 10 to 15 years before the main events of the film, which is right around the time that the Lazarus mission launched. Named after the biblical figure Lazarus, he was raised from the dead by Jesus. This plays into the idea that an intervention by some higher power staved off someone from death. This mission sent astronauts like Miller, Edmonds, and Mann through Saturn's wormhole to scout out planets on the other side and find a new home for the human race. Based upon the fact that the Ranger was later used in the Endurance mission, we can assume that it was also used in Lazarus. If this is the case, then it's likely that Cooper's test flight was part of the Lazarus build-up, and due to his position in NASA, he may have been sent on Lazarus.
This is the mission that you were trained for.
However, this never happened because the Ranger crashed due to a gravitational anomaly, and he then left NASA. If he went on the mission, he wouldn't have been around for the Endurance, and thus the gravitational data would have never made it back to Earth. So, with all that said, and the fact it's a gravitational anomaly, I think that the higher beings caused the crash. We know from their involvement throughout the story that they're able to influence both time and gravity. So perhaps they are responsible for the gravitational anomaly in the past that could set the stage for Cooper's later expedition with the Endurance. This would be much like Lazarus, and their intervention stopped the death of the species. Just labeling the crash cause as a gravitational anomaly with no further explanation seems like a massive coincidence when we're also dealing with fifth dimensional beings characterized by their ability to interact with time and gravity. So I think it's a likely possible explanation. Either way, this crash sequence turns out to be just a nightmare, and Cooper wakes up to find Murph at his door, having woken her up while dreaming. The first line of dialogue she says is also,
"I thought you were the ghost."
Now this is some incredibly on the nose foreshadowing by Nolan, because the ghost is actually Cooper himself inside the Tesseract. Nolan often likes to spoil his movies early on, and we pointed out in our Prestige video that he spoiled the twist in the film's opening shots, and that's going on here. But in hindsight, we know Cooper tries to change the events and prevent himself from leaving before realizing that this was the plan all along, and that he was supposed to send the black hole's gravitational data. It's just another example of how efficient this script is, as just 2 minutes into the movie, we're setting up most of the major elements. It helps the idea that nothing we see is chance, and that the movie's climax is inevitable and already occurring at the beginning. This video is sponsored by Mint Mobile. Switch to Mint and get 3, 6, or 12 months of premium wireless for just $15 a month. Now this deal is for all my US viewers, and it's going to get you incredible 5G coverage across the good old US of A. Yeehaw! But what does Mint Mobile actually do and include? Well, I appreciate you asking. Mint Mobile is a...
Ow! Ovaj je bio skoro po slučajima, sad se izvuka, sad je okej. Ovaj.
A to ni, Yellow Pug.
Ne znam šta će ovaj Đuro reći. Da mu dam pare, šta? Ja.
Oko je 10 sati skoro. Sreći.
Cantare, volare, cantare,
Premium wireless carrier offering no contract plans. Mint gives you unlimited talk and text, free calls to Mexico, Canada, and me over in the good old US of VK. Yippee-hee! They operate on the nation's largest 5G network, and you can get a number of plans that work for you. You can get a 6GB plan, one for 17GB, 23GB, or an unlimited plan per month. Customize it so it works for you, and so you're not paying extra for things you don't need. Plans can last as little as 3 months and beyond, and it's all for just $15 a month. But Paul, switching sounds like such a hassle. Well, you're wrong, mate, and let me explain why before you unsubscribe. You can switch 100% online and don't need to visit a store. You can get an eSIM activation in minutes. You can even keep your own number so you'll not have to text people telling them things have changed. Simple, straightforward, and with a 96% customer satisfaction rating, you cannot go wrong. But what if I don't like them, Paul? What do you mean you don't like them? What if I don't? You will, but even if you don't, there's a 7-day unconditional money-back guarantee on all plans, so you'll have an entire week to make up your mind. Well, Paul, that sounds great. You are the best friend I've ever had. I know, mate, and all you need to do is click my link in the description or scan the QR code and switch to Mint Mobile today. Get a 3, 6, or 12-month premium wireless plan for $15 a month by just clicking that link in the description. Definitely go check them out and make sure you grab that discount by clicking my link in the description and paying just $15 a month for a premium wireless plan. Thank you. The family then gathers for breakfast and we see Timothy Chalamet as Coop's son Tom. You might have forgotten he's in the film, and I think that's totally fair, as Coop also seems to forget that he has a son altogether. But this was relatively early in Chalamet's career and his biggest role up to that point, so we'll forgive Nolan for not giving him a bigger role. Apparently, as well, the two even clashed a little on set when it came to Tom's portrayal in the video message scene. Chalamet was apparently making choices that Nolan wasn't a fan of, and in a 2026 screening of the film, Nolan was interviewed by the actor himself, and the director recalled that he was playing Tom with a much darker edge than he initially was after.
When you were filming the messages, from home, there was a particular thing that you were doing, you were hitting quite a dark tone in relation to Murph and having Murph crash the car. And it felt too much, I didn't particularly like it. And I told you about it. And you just went ahead and did whatever the fuck you wanted and carried on.
However, Nolan later admitted that the bitterness he was trying to bring to the role ended up perfectly aligning with Casey Affleck's older version of the character.
Actually, to be honest, the edge you were giving it is what Casey was then putting into the right part of the performance.
We'll talk about Tom as a character later, but I just find this to be a really interesting example of Chalamet having chops, even at this early stage of his career. Anyway, Murph then asks Coop to fix a model that was broken by her ghost. This is the Apollo lunar module that was used by Apollo 11 to land on the moon's surface in 1969. Its inclusion links to a later scene where Murph's teacher hand-waves the moon landing as a hoax, which we'll discuss more in just a bit. Outside, we then see the neighbours are having to burn their crops, and Donald tries to push Coop towards chatting up the single teacher. He says it's his duty to repopulate the Earth, and it's lines like this that play upon why he's so understanding that Coop goes to space. They then leave for school, which is when the tyre pops. Tom blames it on Murph, and father of the air Coop makes him repair it alone so he can spend time with his favourite child instead. It's here that she asks him why she was named after Murphy's Law. This is the old adage, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. This was coined by American aerospace engineer Edward A. Murphy Jr., who after a rocket sled mishap said something along the lines of, if there are 2 or more ways of doing something and one of those results in a catastrophe, then someone will do it that way. It later entered the public consciousness with the publication of Arthur Bloch's 1977 book Murphy's Law and Other Reasons Why Things Go Wrong. There's a bunch of regional variations of this, like Sod's Law in the UK, but Nolan likely picked this version because of Murphy's role as an aerospace engineer. It also ties in the themes of causality and also inevitability. Cooper asserts that it simply means anything that can happen will, and that sounded fine to him and his late wife. Now, while Cooper is actively wrong here about Murphy's Law, and clearly didn't read the Wikipedia article like I did, reframing it this way makes it less pessimistic and much more hopeful. Due to the Blight, Murph is also supposed to be part of the final generation of humans.
And your daughter's generation will be the last to survive on Earth.
So in a sense, she's an embodiment of Murphy's Law's pessimism. However, as we know, Murph and Cooper's love for her is key to humanity's survival. She ends up representing the optimism of enacting positive change, however unlikely it may seem. But then interrupted by a drone flying overhead. This is a defunct, solar-powered military drone that's been flying autonomously for 10 years. We discover later on that the drone is from India, and this is hinted to us when Cooper's hacking it. In a split-second shot, we can see some text pop on screen, and this is in Hindi. It's another sign of civilization's decline, and the infrastructure that once controlled drones like this is gone, and we now have these leftovers of a more advanced era. Even the tire popping and that being the spare as well shows that everything is on its way out. Now, in the first draft of the script, the drone was actually supposed to be what Coop sent back with the equation on how to handle the gravity problem. However, this was later changed to what we get in the final film. The drone is still a remnant of that, and though it doesn't really serve much of a purpose, it indicates strange things are drawn towards the farm and Cooper. Cooper then says the solar cell could power their farm, so they chase it. As the crops are practical as well, it was actually a pretty dangerous stunt to drive the truck through without any visibility. The stunt driver had to rely entirely on radio instructions from a helicopter flying above, and as someone who crashed his car on his driveway while moving it because the windscreen was clouded up, I can get how this is quite precarious. And yes, I am an idiot. It cost me a lot to get that fixed as well. But we then get a moment where Tom nearly drives off a cliff until Coop notices and tells him to stop, even though he could see it. Now maybe I am reading too deeply into this, but I feel like this actually says a lot about Tom's character. He's clearly the least favourite child, and he follows his father's instructions to the word in a desperate effort for his approval. When Cooper leaves for space, he tells Tom to look after the farm, and we see that he does this without question for decades, even to the point that it destroys his kid's lungs. He clings to his father's expectations while Murph questions authority and pursues discovery. She's a lot more like Cooper, which is also probably why he likes her more. This is also probably why Tom's continually mean to her throughout the movie's opening, as he clearly resents her because she's the favourite. Anyway, Coop manages to reprogram the drone, and together they landed in a field. If we look at character metaphors in this moment, I think the drone is actually a symbol of Cooper. It's a highly advanced piece of technology capable of flight that's stripped for parts and then repurposed for farming. Cooper's a pilot in a world without need for him, and they're both relics of a civilization that believed in progress.
This thing needs to learn how to adapt, Murph. Like the rest of us.
They're unsure why it flew so low as well, and this is explained by some sort of gravitational anomaly. This is likely Coop himself interacting with the bookshelf while in the Tesseract, and this explains why the vehicles later move towards the farm. They then arrive at school, and we get a shot of Murph's notebook, which we will discuss shortly. Coop then has a meeting with the school, where he's told that Tom will make an excellent farmer. He asks about university, but apparently they only take the best of the best of the best, sir, and Tom's scores are too low. This also adds to the general bleak feeling of the world and lack of hope for the future. Coop then asks where his taxpayer money goes since there's no army anymore, and the head simply says,
"Well, it doesn't go to the university."
Now this is a subtle bit of setup to the NASA reveal later in the film. With everything on Earth being so bad, investment in space exploration would be seen as being deeply unpopular, so NASA's continuation has just been made secret. They then move on to Murph, who's in trouble for bringing books about the moon landing to school,
explaining how the Apollo missions were fake to bankrupt the Soviet Union.
Here we learn that the government spread this narrative to dissuade interest in space exploration and promote more grounded pursuits like farming. In the wake of the Blight, they need to pour all their resources into food production, and it's a lot easier to convince people to farm if they believe there's no other alternative.
And if we don't want a repeat of the excess and wastefulness of the 20th century, then we need to teach our kids about this planet.
We also learn about how Coop's wife died.
And one of those useless machines they used to make was called an MRI. And if we had any of those left, the doctors would have been able to find the cyst in my wife's brain.
We learn that in this pursuit of anti-intellectualism, that life-saving medical technology has fallen by the wayside. It's tragic because her death will almost certainly never occur in our current world, but the degradation of society's made it so. After Coop gets Murph suspended, he then returns to the car and gets radioed about some faulty combine harvesters. These also appear to be automated, so while technology's gotten worse in some areas, it hasn't gotten worse in the world of good old trusty farming. This shows that people are investing in this industry heavily while leaving the others to rot. Something's messing with their compass though. Due to Earth's electromagnetic field, compasses will point north unless there's a greater source of electromagnetism nearby. The combine's pointing towards the house, so Cooper and Murph go to investigate, and this is when they hear a book being flung off the shelf. And yet, as we know, this is Ghost Coop trying to get Murph's attention. She then pulls out a notebook and says she's been trying to decode a message in the bookshelf which has been converted into Morse code. Cooper's having none of this ghostly nonsense though, and he heads back outside to reset the combine. He then sits down with Donald and they discuss the state of the world and how it used to be.
6 billion people. Just try to imagine that.
The world reached this global population around the year 2000, and we can piece together that the present day is roughly 2070.
We started detecting gravitational anomalies almost 50 years ago.
At the baseball game, Donald then says that back in his day they had proper players, and Cooper responds with,
"Yeah, well, in my day, people were too busy fighting over food to even play baseball."
So we can piece together that the Blight led to a resource war, which then greatly reduced the global population. They're no longer investing in the military though, so the war was either won or people just stopped fighting. Now this is expanded upon later as well.
I heard they shut you down, sir, for refusing to drop bombs from the stratosphere on the starving people.
So after this era of war, the planet's been left devastated to the point that people no longer have the luxury of looking up and must instead focus on immediate survival.
Well, we used to look up in the sky and wonder at our place in the stars. Now we just look down and worry about our place in the dirt.
Playing the game is also the world-famous New York Yankees, who we see a sign for at 1729. The Yankees are of course used to filling up stadiums these days, and as someone who grew up with their fitted caps but never even watched them play, I think I can attest to how far their reach was. Shows how far the team's fallen from grace though, but this baseball game nicely juxtaposes things towards the end. On the ship, we also see a game playing out, but they aim up and hit the sky in a sort of more optimistic way. That also helps to highlight the gravity on the vessel. Donald then says,
"Popcorn at a ball game is unnatural. I want a hot dog."
Shoutouts to our editor Jaden, who also pointed out that this could be a nod to Lithgow's character's conversation in 2010 where they mention hot dogs and the Yankees.
I love a hot dog.
The Astrodome. Good hot dogs.
Astrodome. They grow good hot dogs indoors. Yankee Stadium. September. Hot dogs have been boiling since the opening day in April. That's a hot dog.
Jaden also pointed out how the Yankees retire numbers after a player leaves, but we see 6 is still in play. This belonged to Joe Torre, whose number was retired in 2014, which is after the film had wrapped, hence why it's here, and they probably wouldn't have thought about the number being retired. Now speaking of caps and clothes, we've just launched our new heavy spoilers embroidered cap on the merch store below. This has our brand new logo and is one of the nicest bits of clothing I think we've ever put out. We also have our Interstellar inspired shirt as well, which combines Coop's suit with the Tesseract at the end. At the store, there's lots of different stuff, along with stuff for Obsession, the X-Men, Avengers Doomsday, tons of things, and there's lots of big discounts that all help videos like this get made. But the baseball game's then interrupted by a dust storm, which shows how the Blight has impeded every single moment of life. Even the few brief moments of enjoyment. Driving home, they then all apply masks, which is something people commonly did during the Dust Bowl. Once they get home, they realize Murph's left her window open, and we see that the dust is falling in a strange pattern. And I'm gonna stop talking about this because yeah, you know it's Ghost Coop, you get it. But he finally stops dismissing it and begins to investigate. Discovering that it's gravity, he then throws a coin down and it lands on the patches of dust. Using Murph's notebook, he's also able to determine that it's not Morse code, but it is in fact binary, which reveals some coordinates. Coop then loads up his car and heads out. He tells Murph to stay home, but quickly discovers she's stowed away under a blanket. He finds it funny at the time, but I'm sure if Tom did it, he'd be in big trouble. They then finally arrive at a fence where Cooper tries to use some bolt cutters to gain entry. However, he's quickly caught and taken inside. This is where we meet Taz. Early on when making the movie, they considered a more traditional humanoid android design, but I love the fact they chose to go this direction instead. The large rectangular design also somewhat resembles the monoliths from 2001, and they're made up of smaller cuboids that grant a surprising amount of motion. Apart from certain moments, they're also completely practical and were puppeted by Bill Irwin, who also provided the voice. Filming with them must have been an absolute nightmare though, especially on Miller's planet, because they weighed around 200 pounds, and in the water it would have been fucking horrendous. But this really adds to the authenticity of the machine. It feels tactile and also gives the actors something real to play off. And another of the many 2001 similarities is an AI that has a voice based on HAL. Like HAL, the machine's journey into space with the crew, but luckily they don't turn evil and try and kill them all. Yay! Taz is also called this as well because it's an anagram of star. We also meet Case on the Endurance, and the other one's called Kip, which is actually named after Kip Thorne himself. On the front of Taz, we can also see dots next to his name, and this is actually in Braille to help blind people read it. Other 2001 references happen when we see the truck transition in the spaceship as Cooper's driving away. 2001 is famous for its smash cut from a bone to a ship, and this allows us to immediately fill in the blanks of what's happened in between. There's also Cooper seeing messages from his children on TV, which also happens in 2001. In that, the character is getting one from his daughter on her birthday, which he missed out on to continue his work in space. Much like how Cooper missed out on his kids as well. Taz then interrogates Cooper as to how he found the facility, but he's only concerned with Murph's safety. He also says,
"You still think you're a Marine, pal? Marines don't exist anymore."
So, we learn that like a lot of other technology in the film, Taz is repurposed. We also see some of Cooper's hesitance to trust machines after his crash.
They're old and their control units are unpredictable.
It's at this point that we then meet Dr. Brand, who's played by Anne Hathaway. She's the daughter of Michael Caine's character Brand as well, and as both are called Brand, I'm gonna call him Professor Brand and her simply Brand. But if I mess it up, just use the context clues, mate. Hathaway sports a very short haircut throughout the movie, and though this is a slick look, it's actually done for practical reasons. In Zero Gravity, long hair obviously flops about, which could be a nightmare for people moving through space, and in terms of making a film, you'd have to render that in CGI so it looked like it was moving free on its own, and that would cost a fucking shitload. She then introduces herself, and Coop mentions knowing her father from his days at NASA. She then takes him to Murph, and it's here we meet the professor. They're in a boardroom with a bunch of suits including Doyle, and they want to know how they found their way to the facility. They then perk up at the mention of gravity. It's at this point that they then reveal they're NASA and have gone underground to continue their work in secret. They also have a convenient sliding wall panel that reveals the workshop, which hints to how this place has everything connected to it and is basically filled with boardrooms to greenhouses to everything in between. So this is the ship. It's here that they then bring up bombing people, which shows how the government tried to weaponize NASA. In the past, they were all about human development, but things got so bleak they were then asked to exterminate. They refused to though because it clashed with their ideology, and the government eventually realized that they were needed to secure the future of the human race. However, as mentioned, they had to do this secretly because space exploration had become an unpopular use of public funding. Like, it's very hard to justify when people are struggling to put food on their plate. This is an idea that we see today as well, and many people are of the opinion that we should be addressing issues on our own planet before we set our sights on others. But it's not that simple. Much of the technology developed by organizations like NASA eventually trickled down into everyday use. Satellite communication in general, that's a massive one which the world would be completely different without. There's also stuff like water purifiers, cordless power tools, and even freeze-dried food. So through this, Interstellar argues that exploration and survival are not opposing ideas, it's how we progress as a society. Professor Brand then explains the plan.
We're not meant to save the world. We're meant to leave it.
It's here that they then talk about the plans, and interestingly, the names of the missions actually foreshadow Plan A and B. Lazarus represents Plan B, as humanity on Earth will die out and be revived elsewhere, just like Lazarus. However, Endurance relates to the continuation of humanity as a whole with Plan A. Professor Brand then starts to divulge the plan, but won't fully do it until he agrees to pilot the Ranger in Endurance. Coop's obviously apprehensive due to Murph, and maybe even Tom if he gives a shit. But Brand says that this is how he saves them and that he was chosen.
But something sent you here. They chose you.
Now this is where we really start getting into the bootstrap paradox, because an active choice was never really made. He was always the person who sent the gravitational data to Earth, and the fifth dimensional beings just made sure that the causal loop carried out exactly as it always had. When Cooper asks who chose him, we then cut to Romley explaining the wormhole and the bulk beings. They started detecting gravitational anomalies 50 years ago, with the most significant of them being a distortion of space-time near Saturn. As we learn, this is the wormhole that the Endurance crew will use to travel to another galaxy. They then explain that it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon, and that the wormhole was placed there with 12 potentially habitable worlds in reach. These were then scouted during the Lazarus missions, and we get a close-up of some of the astronauts, but conveniently pull back when Dr. Man is mentioned. This is of course to preserve the reveal later on that he's played by Matt Damon, but he's a really interesting character who will go into more detail when he shows up. Anyway, 12, is a number on clocks, so with a movie being about time, might be connected to that. But these 12 worlds aren't in the same solar system, so the Lazarus scouts set up beacons to annually transmit data back to Earth. They then left it running and went into cryo-freeze to be rescued if the world showed promise, or abandoned if not. Now it's here that we learn the most promising system contained 3 scouted worlds orbiting the Gargantua black hole. So it's not really a solar system in the traditional sense, but the black hole accretion disk effectively acts as the sun to provide the planets with light and warmth. An accretion disk is made up of gas, dust and debris, and basically everything that gets pulled into a black hole. On its way into it, it spirals around and then forms a flat disk, and as the material collides, compresses and accelerates, it heats up enormously, causing the disk to emit light and radiation. So, while the black hole itself is characterized by the absence of light, the system as a whole forms one of the brightest possible objects in the universe. However, as we see in the film, the disk itself doesn't appear flat and kind of wraps around the black hole. This is due to the gravitational effects on light. The gravitational forces generated by the black hole are so great that the light from the backside of the accretion disk curves around and then reaches the viewer. Interestingly, the black hole created for the movie also helped further real-world research on black holes. Kip Thorne wanted Gargantua to be as realistic as possible, so he supplied the VFX team with real equations describing how light would behave in such an environment. They built rendering software to simulate and visualize it, and the result is what we see in the movie spat out in IMAX. Overall, there was a 32,000 core render farm that worked at 20 core hours per frame. In layman's terms, this means that each frame featuring it took roughly 100 hours to render. The end result was so accurate though that it actually brought forth real scientific insight, and so far 3 papers have been published on the information gained from it. This wouldn't have been available in Einstein's day, but rendering it this way allowed scientists to study a representation of it inside a computer. Overall, the data created by the team was detailed enough to contribute to scientific papers of gravitational lensing. The first real image of a black hole was captured by the Event Horizon Telescope in 2019, and while at first glance it doesn't seem to match it, it's actually remarkably similar.
Okay, now let's look. This is the image in the movie Interstellar. This is the actual image that was actually made by the radio astronomers. They're not quite the same. I've had a number of people email me say, gee, you really got it right. We didn't get it right at all. There's no crossbar here. And it's brighter on one side, and we're not brighter on one side there. So what's going on? Well, here is one way to understand what's going on. Oliver James, my friend at Double Negative, made this little movie to explain one way this could happen. So the camera for the movie Interstellar is near the plane of the disc, and so that's what it looks like in Interstellar. But we're going to move the camera up to the North Pole and see what happens. It's pretty obvious. You lose the crossbar. And then you blur things out because the radio astronomers don't have very good angular resolution.
Most form when extremely massive stars collapse at the end of their life cycle and at its centers the singularity, where matter is compressed to an infinitely dense point. Hence the gravity. Gargantua, however, is a supermassive black hole. As the name would suggest, these are much larger than your typical black hole and form over billions of years through the accumulation of matter and mergers with other black holes. Because of their size, the singularity is much deeper as well, and hence the pull near the event horizon is less violent, which allows the planets to orbit without immediately getting sucked in. The brands then take Coop and explain that the entire NASA facility is a centrifuge. Centrifugal forces push objects outwards when something's rotating, and the effect is something we can witness when whenever you look at a washing machine. If your washing's ever running, mate, go run to it, pause the video, run to it, and watch how the clothes spin around and stick to the sides, which creates a hole in the center. That's gravity in a centrifuge. Beyond that, it also gives away that the facility is actually designed to be a giant rotating space station. In space, there's obviously no normal gravity, but if a structure rotates fast enough, objects inside get pushed outwards towards the wall, which creates artificial gravity. We see this in practice later in the movie when we get to Cooper Station. The problem, however, is launching such large stations filled with people from Earth in the first place. This would require an infeasible amount of propulsion, and that's why Cooper needs to send the gravitational data to Earth. If they can manipulate gravity itself, then there's no need to launch in a traditional sense. What they don't know, though, is that Cooper's supposed to enter Gargantua and retrieve this data and send it back, so the entire plan is based upon the premise that Professor Brand is somehow able to solve Earth's gravity problems. And that's why it's just Plan A. However, we of course learn that Brand never intended for this plan to work. He solved his equations years ago and came to the conclusion it was impossible. Which, they say, the equation couldn't reconcile relativity with quantum mechanics. Now this is a real problem in physics, where our understanding of the universe is divided between two theories. General relativity explains how the universe works at large scales, while quantum mechanics explains it at a small scale with atoms and particles. Both work extremely well on their own, but physicists have thus far failed to combine them into a unified theory, and gravity has never successfully been integrated into quantum mechanics. And while the theory of gravity is incomplete, it's not possible to manipulate it. Now this is where black holes become important. They contain immense amounts of mass compressed into an incredibly small region of space, making them the best place to study the overlap between relativity and quantum mechanics. If we were to somehow be able to read the data inside of one, we could potentially create this unifying theory. The issue, of course, is that's impossible, and information from a black hole can simply not escape. Unless you're in a movie with like bulk beings and tesseracts. But Brand doesn't know he's in that movie. The ship is then loaded with human embryos that are to be thawed out in birth as the next generation of humans on whatever homeworld they find. The film never really interrogates this, but Plan B offers up an interesting philosophical question, which is why the birth of a new generation of humans elsewhere becomes more important than the cost of everyone back home. You're not saving humanity because it technically starts again elsewhere. Humanity, as we know, will die out. He's not securing the survival of the species, just its biological continuity. The only people from Earth who will remain are the Endurance crew, who will act as shepherds to the new generation. Conveniently, Brand's daughter is one of them as well, so we have an interesting comparison between him and Cooper. He then lies to him and says the way to save Murph is to leave on this mission, while simultaneously securing his own daughter's survival by sending her too. Cooper and Murph then return home, where she locks herself in her room, upset that Coop's chosen to go on the mission. That night, Donald then tells him that Tom will be alright, but he has to make things right with Murph.
Tom will be alright, but you gotta make things right with Murph. Without making promises you don't know you can keep.
Returning safely is highly unlikely, especially with what we know about the Professor's ulterior motives, but Cooper promises anyway.
I love you forever, and I'm coming back.
Now, while it seems naive or even cruel of him to make the promise, I think, again, it points to the theme of love's transcendence. Against all odds, Cooper does return to Murph at the end because his love for her is more powerful than space and time. It guides him throughout all the movie, and humanity wouldn't have survived without it. And poor Tom, who no one gives a shit about. He also mentions that his late wife said when his kids were born,
Not your parent, you're the ghost of your children's future.
Beyond the obvious foreshadowing of Coop being her ghost, I also think this ties in the previous point. Parents spend their lives preparing their children for a time they won't see. Every decision they make is based upon the person they hope their child will become, and that their love outlasts them. It's significant that this comes from Cooper's wife as well, as even in death, her love for him and their children is still impacting the present. Murph then tells him she's deciphered the ghost's message, and it just says stay. With this, of course, being what Cooper also says inside the Tesseract.
Stay. It says stay, Dad.
He then presents her the watch that he'll later use to convey the gravitational data. He explains time dilation and says that once he returns, they'll then compare their watches.
By the time I get back, we might even be the same age.
which is interesting as a scientific fact, I will admit that, but read the room, mate. Due to the time dilation on Miller's planet, this is exactly what happens, with Murph being the age Cooper left at. Now this is a nice bit of foreshadowing for that, but I think it also presents Cooper and Murph as equals. While he's the one who goes to Gargantua, she translates the data and leads humanity into the stars, so I think this helps to add to the idea that they both saved humanity. Now if you've been following the channel, you'll know that I've really gotten into watches lately, and I love spotting timepieces in movies. I actually picked up the one from the film for this video, with this being the Hamilton Field Cocky Murph, with it obviously being named after Murph. During filming, this was actually a prop that they made just to be used in the movie. They then spent the next 7 years actually making it, with it finally coming out in 2019. The second hand actually has Eureka written in Morse code, which is a nod to the famous line from the movie when Murph uses it to crack the problem with gravity. When collecting watches, I always picked up the first Omega in space, which is more like the type of thing that they'd actually use on a NASA mission. The Hamilton is automatic, meaning that it's self-winding, which goes off the motion of your body. However, in space, there's no gravity, so the winding mechanism just wouldn't work. So, the first Omega requires you to manually wind it, meaning that it always works, even in space. However, if this was the case with a Hamilton, then we wouldn't get it ticking to give the Morse code that helps. The first Omega in space, though, is designed specifically for space, and it even has shatterproof glass, so if it smashes, you've not got loads of glass floating around the capsule. Hashtag watch facts. Also, watches being related to time, and also being the method that they use to transmit the messages with, just ties into it really nicely, and is one of the nicest watches I've seen in a movie. But my favourite is still the one from the Men in Black, discounting the James Bond ones of course, but you don't care, and as he leaves the room, Ghost Coop throws a book from the shelf, but he just goes anyway. Outside, he then says his goodbyes to Tom, which are hilariously brief in comparison to the emotional conversation that he's just had with Murph. No watches for you, Tom, just years of manual labour. He then drives away and checks under the blanket, clearly desperate that she's been a stowaway again, and it's just such a subtle thing that shows how heartbroken that he is. We then hear the ignition countdown as the Endurance crew launch into space, and I love the way Nolan pairs Coop leaving his family with leaving Earth altogether. As they launch, Toz says,
"Everybody good? Plenty of slaves for my robot colony?"
Which of course doesn't help with Cooper's mistrust of machines after his crash. Dolan explains that he was programmed with a humor setting to fit in with his military unit and boost morale. Cooper asks what the setting is though, and Toz responds,
"That's 100%. Let's bring it on down to 75, please."
Now this is a running gag throughout the movie, and it helps build the bromance between the pair. Coop starts with distrust, but once they return from Gargantua, they only have each other. The percentages also sets up Coop's sacrifice for Brand at the end. He opens up to her about leaving his kids and relates it to her father, but she just shuts him down. He then says they need to learn how to talk, and she says,
"I'm allowed to."
Coop then asks Toz his honesty parameter, which is 90%.
90%. Absolute honesty isn't always the most diplomatic, nor the safest form of communication with emotional beings.
So Cooper and Brand agree to 90% honesty. This comes back around in the final act when Cooper detaches to shed the extra weight and escape Gargantua's pull.
You told me we had enough resources for both of us.
We agreed, Amelia. 90%.
It's a nice callback, but also highlights how humans lie throughout the movie for what they see as the greater good. Professor Brand lies about Plan A, Man lies about his world being habitable, and finally Cooper in the climax. What's interesting though is that Cooper's lie is the only one that comes at his own expense instead of someone else's. The Professor dooms humanity to die on Earth, Man dooms the Endurance crew.
Whatever.
of you look.
Another day's water. Stay inside.
To die in space, but Cooper sacrifices himself to save Brand. Anyway, we watch as the Ranger leaves Earth's atmosphere and approaches the Endurance. I really love how Nolan plays these moments silently, as there's of course no sound in space. Sound is a result of vibrations passing through materials like air, water or solid matter, but with space being a vacuum, there's nothing for sound to pass through. At this point, we also see the Endurance itself is shaped like a clock face, which links in with the themes of time. We can see that it has a circular design with compartments going around it, and in total there are 12 of them. So just like a clock, we then have the docking procedures, which sets up the sequence later in the movie. Everybody waits nervously for it to complete, which signals to the audience that it could go disastrously wrong, and thus it builds up tension when Man later attempts it. They then board and we meet Case, who's another robot that was presumably left after the assembly of the Endurance. Stations and spacecraft are too big to launch in a single piece, so they've constructed this by launching individual modules and combining them in orbit. This is actually how the International Space Station was built, with its various components being launched and assembled over the course of 13 years. They then make the Endurance spin, which again creates a centrifuge, and this creates the artificial gravity.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
In the film, they then say they're simulating 1G, which is the equivalent of Earth's gravity, but in reality, the Endurance is way too small to be comfortable long term. With a radius of around 36 meters, a person's feet would be noticeably further from the center than their head, and they'd also be experiencing slightly different speeds. This creates a gradient where the gravitational pull isn't consistent throughout your body. It's only a difference of 2-ish meters or so, but that's more than enough to create dizziness and imbalance. But to be fair to the movie, we do see Romley experiencing nausea, which they treat with Dramamine. This can be used to prevent motion sickness. However, they should all be feeling this constantly throughout the entire movie, every time they're in space, kind of like being seasick. They then check in with Professor Bran, and as they set course for Saturn, he reads an extract of Dylan Thomas's poem, "Do not go gentle into that good night."
Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Now Dylan wrote this for his father, urging him to fight against death instead of passively accepting it, which is essentially the same as this mission. Instead of accepting the blight and the end of humanity, the crew is fighting death in the hopes that the species can live on. And beyond that, it also just links into the father motif that we have throughout. As they prepare for the long nap, Cooper and Bran then go over the potential worlds and the Lazarus astronauts scouting them. These are Miller, Edmonds, and Mann. When discussing Edmonds, Bran does seem cagey, and she tells Cooper that the astronauts were selected because they had no families or attachments. However, as we learn throughout the film, Bran and Edmonds were in fact in love, which is what pulls her towards her planet over the others. But he didn't really have much trouble ditching you, did he? But yeah, personal relationships, they're often seen to cloud one's judgment, but as we've mentioned, the film's central theme is in opposition to this notion. Edmund's planet is actually the only one that's habitable, and this is where Bran establishes the colony with the embryos. The continuation of the species is characterized by her love for him and Cooper's love for Murph. So it's very, very important, and love is this thing that will guide you the right way, according to the film. But don't be a simp. But when discussing Mann, she says,
Dr. Mann, well, he's remarkable. He's the best of us.
We'll go over him in more detail when we get to him. But the name Man is not such a subtle piece of subtext. While he doesn't turn out to be the best of humanity, he is profoundly human and reflects how selflessness and heroism are often abandoned in matters of survival. We also get man versus nature on one planet, and then man versus man on another. The rest of the crew then go down for the long nap, which is the movie's version of cryosleep. The chambers are these big baths full of water, and people have theorized is they induce a form of hypothermia to slow down their metabolism and stop rapid aging. So basically, they can be unconscious and reserve energy for long stretches of time. Never been clarified how they work in the movie because, yeah, the technology is pure sci-fi, and at the moment, it doesn't exist in the real world. As far as we know as well, there's no way to slow down these processes or freeze someone and safely restore them to normal. Scientists have managed to induce temporary torpor or hibernation in animals and even humans to a limited extent, but nothing comparable to the years that we get in the movie. But considering we're 70 years in the future, they possibly could have figured it out, as it would definitely be a necessity for long-haul space flights. Before Cooper goes down, he also goes over the flight path with TOS.
8 months to Mars, counter-orbital slingshot around, 14 months to Saturn. Nothing has changed on that.
An orbital slingshot is a gravity assist maneuver in which a spacecraft falls into a planet or moon's gravitational field and then is flung back out into space. It harnesses the speed of their solar orbit and can save a ton of time and fuel. The distance between planets is always changing due to their orbit, but for context, Mars is around 225 million kilometers from the Sun, while Saturn is 1.4 billion kilometers. So by doing this maneuver, they're able to get there faster. This is also a technique that they've actually used in real life as well, and it's how the Apollo 13 mission was able to return home after a catastrophic mission failure. Having clocked Brand's weird reaction earlier, he then questions TOS about her and Edmonds, but the machine refuses to answer, saying he also has a discretion setting. Cooper then goes to record a message for his kids, and we cut back to Earth. Professor Brand returns Coop's truck and then delivers the messages, but Murph refuses to engage, still feeling hurt. He says if they record messages for Coop, he can take them back, and offers to take Murph under his wing. 2 years then pass, and back in space, the Endurance passes Saturn. I love the way that Nolan composes these shots as well, with the spacecraft being a tiny white dot completely dwarfed by the gas giant. It really takes advantage of the IMAX format and is one of the best representation of scale in all of sci-fi. Also, yeah, cannot recommend the 4K Blu-ray high enough, and if you've got an OLED, all this stuff looks absolutely outstanding. On board, the crew then awaken and Coop begins checking his video messages. Tom seems to be thriving, and we learn he started an advanced agricultural class a year early. Coop doesn't give a fuck though, and is waiting for the main event Murph. How about when the message starts, Donald sits down and explains she still doesn't want to talk. The crew then explain the wormholes, and we get a moment where Coop stops spinning so they can look at it. This is the first time we see it, and it looks spherical. Now, a wormhole is essentially a shortcut through space-time. Whereas it would normally take however long to cross space, these tunnels allow for immediate travel from one point to another. Though they're common in sci-fi, Einstein's theory of general relativity actually suggests they're possible, but we've never actually observed one. But the wormhole in the movie was created by the bulk beings, who are far more advanced than we are, so they get away with not explaining it. It's also depicted as a sphere as opposed to a flat hole. Kip Thorne and the VFX team calculated that its gravity would bend light from every direction and appear as a floating sphere, distorting the image of space beyond it. Similar to the gravitational lensing discussion earlier. You see, kids, we view things in 3 dimensions and below, but this kind of merges that and takes things beyond. The sequence of them passing through is absolutely incredible, and while many movies depict a wormhole as a tunnel of spiraling smoke and light, here we literally see space bend around the Endurance. Brand notices a distortion inside the ship and assumes it's the bulk beings themselves. However, we later learn that this is actually Cooper. As they exit, we also don't see them pass through a boundary or emerge from a hole. The bent space around them just simply flattens back to normal, which is such a good effect. Crew then gather to discuss which planet to go to first. All 3 planets are pinging their thumbs up, but Edmund's planet stopped 3 years ago. The irony is, of course, that Edmund's planet is the only habitable one of the 3, but because it stopped pinging, they're quite cautious to go there. It's not really spoon-fed to what happened to him either, but we can infer from a shot later that his habitat was destroyed by a rock slide where he was likely in hibernation. This probably destroyed the device emitting the thumbs up, and yeah, this is why it stopped pinging, from what I can gather. But that leaves the other 2, the closest of which is Miller's. The problem is that that's also the closest to Gargantua, and they then explain the time dilation.
Every hour we spend on that planet will be 7 years back on Earth.
Now this is where we get into I think, what many people consider the biggest leap in logic in the film. When the crew gets down there, they discover Miller had only recently landed, and if every hour on the planet is 7 years, then the Lazarus mission was 10 years prior to the events of the movie. Somehow, despite recognizing the time dilation, the Endurance crew don't come to the conclusion that her thumbs up isn't trustworthy, as she's only had the time to send one. I think though it's one of those situations where you have to think about what makes a good movie. Danny might have just forgotten about the Iron Fleet and that. The crew might have just not thought about time dilation. Them figuring out this in real time makes it way more dramatic than having them just be like, ah, she's on a bad timey-wimey planet, mate. Best not go there. As they leave, we also hear the line,
"The literal heart of darkness."
Now, in case you don't know, the story Heart of Darkness was a book by Joseph Conrad that told the journey down a river in the Congo. This was then adapted into Apocalypse Now, which is of course one of the greatest films of all time. In it, the crew traveled to different points down a river in which they encountered different facets of humanity. Eventually, this ends with man versus man, and I think this line here is to play upon the fact that this film goes on a similar journey. Romley and Tarzan stay on the Endurance while the rest take the Ranger down to Miller's planet. We haven't even mentioned the music yet, but as you probably know, the film was scored by Hans Zimmer and it's some of his best work. The track that plays during the scene is titled Mountains, and it has a steady ticking sound throughout to evoke the feeling of time dilation. Reddit user Bacon Archer actually did the maths and calculated the length of time that each of these ticks represents back on Earth. There's a tick every 1 1/4 seconds, so combined with the rate of time dilation and the total length the crew were there for, they were able to determine that each tick is equal to a day passing on Earth. I won't go over it in detail, but I'll throw their working out on screen, so if you're interested, then definitely pause and have a cheeky look. It's absolutely crazy work from Zimmer though, and I have no idea how you'd even go about writing a song with that premise. But we of course associate the sound of ticking with the passing of time, and to just incorporate that into the music is really, really creative. It adds to the tension and urgency that's going on in the scene, while Doyle and Brand slowly make their way out the Ranger and towards the beacon. And you're sat there shouting like, hurry up, hurry up! The ship is only 200 meters away, but the knee-deep water and gravity makes it quite an ordeal. You also notice the mountains in the distance, which as we know are actually waves. Here on Earth, the tides are caused by the moon's gravitational pull, but that's a tiny force compared to Gargantua. So the waves are much larger. It pushes and pulls the vast majority of the planet's water, which is why the ocean's so shallow. The waves have also eroded the surface to be smooth, which is why there's no land masses and the floor seems flat. You can also totally understand why someone would land here, see it's like chilling in a pool, and then decide that it's safe for human life. The pair then arrive at the beacon's location, but there's no sign of Miller or her pod. Case uncovers some of the wreckage, and then Brand sees some more in the distance. She heads over to retrieve the data, and this is when Cooper realizes the mountain's on waves. He notices they're moving away, and goes to look in the opposite direction where the next wave is quickly approaching. Brand then inexplicably still wants to retrieve the data despite the world clearly being unviable. But I think the stress is clearly just getting to her here, and she's pushing on with the mission, because that's the one thing keeping her mind in order. It's kind of like how you practice things over and over, so when shit hits the fan, you at least have something that can keep your composure. Like firemen practice fire drills and go into fake burning buildings just to get used to the feeling that they're gonna have to go through with that. Kaysen shifts into something that almost resembles a wheel, and it's easy to see why these robots were made for combat. Like if one of these was rolling towards you on a battlefield at high speed, you'd absolutely shit yourself. Concerned with their safety, Doyle waits until Case has her to head back, and because of this, he's unable to make it inside the Ranger before the wave hits. The Ranger is then carried up by the wave and over to the other side, which then floods the engine. They then need to wait for this to clear out, and ultimately it's a mistake that ends up costing them decades. It's crazy how fast things fell apart as well, but I think this speaks to how inexperienced the crew are. Due to the decades of funding cuts and the secrecy of NASA, they're not exactly swimming in options. Earth's best astronauts left on the Lazarus mission, and NASA just had to make do with what they had left.
You're the best pilot we ever had.
I barely left the stratosphere.
This team never left the simulator. We need a pilot, and this is the mission that you were trained for.
Oh, without even knowing it?
As they wait for the engines to dry out, Hoover then scrambles to make back lost time.
There's a possibility. I do know some clever way we can maybe, I don't know, jump in a black hole. Came back for years. Don't shake your head.
which shows that that's all Cooper really gives a shit about. Brandon explains that it's not possible and that you can only travel to the future as there's no known way to travel to the past under the framework of general relativity. There's also no time to discuss the science either, as the next wave's about to hit. The engine isn't empty yet, but they have to go now to avoid being stuck on the planet even longer. They then load the cabin oxygen through the main thrusters to ignite despite the water. They take off just in time, escape the wave, and then escape the planet. We then get what people think is the final shot of Doyle's body floating lifelessly in the water, which emphasizes the cost of the excursion. However, whenever I've watched this, I've also wondered if this is actually Miller, who died just an hour before they arrived. Either way, it highlights the cost of this mission, which is further emphasized when they meet back up with the Romilly. We learn that from his perspective, they've been gone 23 years, 4 months and 8 days, though he wasn't keeping track. But that means they were only on the planet for a little over 3 hours. Romilly is a little bit older, a little bit grayer, and this is because he's had a few stretches in hibernation. Eventually though, he just lost hope and even started to think that they wouldn't return. He then asks about Doyle, but we don't really dwell on his death. Romilly has likely already grieved the entire crew and is probably shocked they've returned. Rand is clearly torn up though, but the bigger impact comes from Cooper watching back his messages. McConaughey's performance in the scene is absolutely incredible, and he switches between joy and pride in Tom's developments to then grieving the lost years. It's basically a speedrun of the things he's missed out, and the range of emotions is absolutely brilliant. We're also introduced to the older version of Tom here, who's played by Casey Affleck. In the videos, he says he's had a son called Jesse, but he wanted to call him Coop. Later in the movie, we learn that Cooper Station was named after Murph, and that Cooper is also their surname, so Tom wanted to call his son Coop Cooper. It's probably for the best that his wife talked him out of it, but she did say maybe next time, which we will get to later. Years then pass, and we learn that Donald's died, and that they buried him on the property next to Jesse, which is an absolute gut punch. We can infer from the later scenes with his second child and Murph's reaction that this was due to some sort of respiratory illness caused by the dust. Goes a long way to explain why Tom's become so bitter late in life, and I think while Murph embodies the hope in humanity's future, Tom represents those who are ground down by a dying world, and he is the type of person that Professor Brand sacrifices. When Murph later returns to the farmhouse and meets Coop Cooper, he's having similar breathing issues, and she offers to have a doctor come down, but Tom just refuses. He's experienced profound loss and stopped believing that things can get better. Even the messages he sends to his dad seem more and more hopeless. Now, a bit of a personal tangent, but I haven't actually seen my dad for about 5 years now, and even though he lives locally, we've just always just drifted apart. He always messages me around Christmas though, asking to meet up, but there'll then be several excuses and stuff getting in the way. Even when I did a big thing at the Metro Centre, he was texting saying he was coming, and I remember sitting down doing the panels and looking about in the crowd trying to spot him, and he never showed up. It was really, really gutting, and I've kind of just hit the point now where I've accepted that he's not in my life or my kid's life, and yeah, eventually you just stop giving a shit. It's a dark and personal way to take the video, I know, but watching this scene now, I saw myself not only in Cooper because I've got kids and I've missed out on parts of their life because of work, but I also saw myself in Tom because he's angry that his dad hasn't been there for him. To him, Cooper isn't coming back, and he says he needs to let him go before then ending the message. Zimmer's scoring cuts out the moment the video ends, and Coop's left in silence, which emphasizes this loss. In just a couple of minutes, Coop's basically seen the joys of what his son's been going through, to then being told that he doesn't want him in his life, and it's absolutely devastating. We're then introduced to the older Murph, who's played by Jessica Chastain, who's clearly harboring a pinch of resentment towards her father.
You son of a bitch.
It's a rude thing to say about her grandmother as well, but she says she never sent any messages because she was angry at him for leaving. And when he went dark, she decided to live with that decision. The reason she's recording one now though is because it's her birthday. Congratulations, but she's finally the same age as Cooper, and he promised he'd be back by now. This sequence also falls directly at the midpoint of the movie and is without a doubt the low point. It's been about 10 or so minutes of sadness since Doyle died, and it's all been building towards this crescendo. It then forces Cooper and the audience to sit with the consequences of Miller's planet. Donald has died, his grandson was born and died young, and his 10-year-old daughter is now a fully grown woman. Time dilation's always been one of those really interesting concepts to think about, but here Nolan makes you feel the actual emotional weight of it. Adding on to our earlier point about them now being equals, we then shift to Murph's perspective. She ends her message and finds Professor Brand behind her, and we learn that she's now a fully fledged member of NASA. Brand then says,
I'm not sure.
spark during the current crisis. It will do nothing for them if the beast is successful. We should be more honest with her. I will follow my orders to the letter. Do not doubt my loyalty. Deception is our life. But I still believe Kulamak's forces will not attempt to steal back his divine spark during the current crisis. It will do nothing for them if the beast is successfully removed. We should be more honest with our allies.
What I'm more afraid of? Them never coming back or coming back to find we've failed.
Now this seems self-explanatory on the surface, but when we remember that he knows Plan A will fail, the meaning starts to shift. The Endurance crew not returning could mean they've died, but it could also mean that Plan B has succeeded and Professor Brand has successfully enabled humanity's future, which is the best result for him. So if they were to return, it would mean Plan B wasn't viable, and the end of the species rests solely on his shoulders for not making Plan A work. Michael Caine's performance is also excellent here as well, because when Murph says,
"And let's succeed,"
you can see in his eyes and the way he looks away that he knows that they won't. You might have spotted that he's been doing this throughout the movie, and it's so subtle that you'd never notice it on a first watch, but once you know he's lying, you can't not see it. Every time Plan A comes up, Professor Brand just seems to avoid eye contact. They then get back to work on the equation, and Murph begins to realize that they're not properly factoring in time and that they've been trying to solve it without changing their underlying assumptions about it. The movie is intentionally fuzzy on this, but she's basically getting at the fact that just because we experience time linearly, that doesn't mean it does at a fundamental level. She's wondering if their starting assumptions are preventing new solutions from emerging. Brand knows this as well, as he's already done the maths and has come to the conclusion that it can't be done. He's likely maintained this narrow view of the problem to prevent others from coming to that as well, so he again disengages and leaves the sender's daughter a message. Back at the Endurance, we then hear it, and he talks about how interstellar travel should be thought of.
We must confront the reality of interstellar travel. We must reach far beyond our own lifespans. We must think not as individuals, but as a species.
This is why he does what he does. He stopped considering the individual impact of Earth's doom and instead is prioritizing the continuation of the species. It's understandable why he thinks this way as well, as the distance to travel between objects in space could easily outlast an individual's life. Organizations like NASA, they make plans to be carried out over decades and multiple generations. They need to think as a species and not individual people. However, the movie rejects the premise that they are disconnected. Humanity is saved not by utilitarian plan to preserve the human genome, but by one man's love for his daughter. It's basically saying that for the species to survive, we must care for one another. Cooper explains that TARS kept the Endurance at a safe distance from Miller's planet in Gargantua, but that significantly depleted their fuel over the 23 years they were gone. Because of this, the two remaining planets, you can't go to both of them, and they basically only have the fuel to investigate one of them. Now the issue is that Edmund's data is more promising, but the character stopped transmitting. Man though, he's still giving the thumbs up, just like you. Brandon says that they need to go with Edmund's data, but Cooper argues that if man really is the best of the best of the best, sir, then they should trust his ping over Edmund's. Now I think this highlights the danger in following certain pillars of society who've been propped up as being the ones to offer salvation. All humans are flawed, all humans have issues, and putting your faith in someone blindly can often lead you to a path of ruin. Romley wants to take it to a vote though, but before they do, Cooper reveals Brand's love for Edmonds. So there is some bias influencing her choice. She argues though that love should be considered. Cooper fires back though and says that its meaning is to promote stuff like social utility and child rearing. Now this is also a theory in real biology where people think that love and care for one another is an evolutionary trait. Like, babies are pretty shit. Not my sons, if you're watching this, you are wonderful. But babies are usually like completely helpless and they take years to mature. If you compare us to something like a horse, as soon as that's born, it's like up on its legs running about, whereas we just lie about and shit ourselves. Because of that though, it's theorized that as a species we've developed strong attachments to our children to make sure that we take care of them. Similar to this, we've also evolved to form relationships with people who aren't directly related to us. This allows for the collective survival of the species though, and the sharing of resources, knowledge and mutual protection. However, Brand argues that it can't just be about survival.
Social bonding, child rearing.
We love people who have died. Where's the social utility in that?
Which is largely true. From an evolutionary perspective, continuing to love someone after they've died just doesn't provide an obvious benefit. You could say that this is just an unfortunate byproduct of our attachment system though, but the film suggests that just because we can't perceive the benefit of it doesn't mean we should dismiss it. She then drops a line about love transcending time and space, which we've talked about at length. Now I know a lot of the audience found this to be overly cheesy, but it's basically the key to understanding the movie's thematic perspective. Cooper's not having any of this love nonsense though, and instructs Tars to chart a course for Dr. Mann. Back on Earth, we then see Murph visiting Tom at the farm. They're burning crops, and this is likely to stop the blight. Farmers regularly do this when an area of farmland becomes infected, as it stops the disease from spreading to the healthy crops. He then says,
"We're gonna lose about a third again. Next year,
So it's clear that the blight is becoming increasingly competent at killing corn. The fires are also getting closer to the house as well. Whereas they initially started off in the distance at the neighbours, they've now started to surround the property. We also learn that he's going to work at Nelson's farm next year to make it up, but when Murph asks what happened to him, he just walks away. Clearly highlights that death is closing in, and this is likely a fate that awaits Tom. Funnily enough, he's also wearing a cap that has Casey written on it, with Casey Affleck, of course, playing the character. This is also where we get the scene of Cooper we mentioned earlier. It's kind of funny how quickly he says dust after coughing as well, but yeah, this all goes to show how hopeless things are looking on Earth and how vital the Endurance mission is. We then get an outside shot of the farmhouse and can see the dust clouds closing in the background. This visually mirrors the waves on Miller's planet and plays in the idea of approaching Dune. After this, we then meet Topher Grace's Getty. As we learn, he is a NASA medical doctor, and he informs Murph that Professor Brand's on his deathbed.
I lied, Murph. I lied to you. There was no need for you to come back. I'm sorry. I wish I could make it back.
Now, bit difficult to understand, and the sound mixing is a common criticism of Nolan's work, but I still think it's a great performance by Kane. He asks for her forgiveness, confessing that Plan A was a lie, and there was no need for the Endurance crew to come back. She asks if Cooper knew, but Brand instead quotes a Dylan Thomas poem before dying. As always, he's evading the truth and evading the question, but I think this line just works on a number of levels. On one hand, he's obviously talking to himself and repeating the words he said to the astronauts. The poem is also about fighting death, and he defiantly says it as he passes away. However, it also speaks to what we said earlier about his philosophy. Instead of focusing on the personal stakes of his lie to Cooper, he prioritizes the fight for humanity, so they don't go gentle into that good night. He may feel guilty, but the way that the character sees it, it ultimately doesn't matter as much as the mission. Murph then records a message to inform Brand of her father's death, but before she ends the call, she questions if they knew. As the message plays out, we then pan over to the Endurance window and see the Ranger has already left for Man's planet.
You knew. This was all a sham.
Now, it's not clear why yet, but the music definitely points to something being wrong with Man, especially when coupled with Murph discussing the Professor's lie and asking if they left her there to die, which is exactly what Man does with the crew. It may be a reach as well, but I do think on a second viewing that there is some possible foreshadowing there. However, at first viewing, you kind of just take it as her now being complicit in the lie as well, and she obviously doesn't blow the lid to the rest of the humans. Anyway, the Ranger descends through the clouds and then bumps into one, revealing that it's actually frozen solid. Bit weird that, mate. Are we sure this planet's okay?
There's nothing here.
There's a further red flag as they go to land, and we see there's a solid sheet of ice overhead. But to be fair, the planet is beautiful, and some of my favourite shots from the movie happen as they land here. Coming across Man, we then get the Matt Damon jump scare.
Surprise!
Now, his appearance in the movie was kept secret during the production, and audiences were genuinely shocked when he appeared on screen. And it's also very good meta casting. Damon is one of Hollywood's most beloved actors, and he frequently plays sympathetic or heroic roles. We've also spent the last hour hearing about how Man is the best of the best of the best, sir. So when Damon appears, it immediately lends him credibility, and he gains the audience's trust, which you wouldn't really get if you cast like Mads Mikkelsen or Javier Bardem or something. He then cries into Coop's arms and then explains how hopeless that he was.
The last time I went to sleep, I didn't even set a waking date. You have literally raised me from the dead.
He then talks about the other Lazarus astronauts.
Afraid you're it, sir.
So far, surely.
I think stuff like this helps to paint him as being sympathetic in hindsight, as his positive ping, though it was a lie, doesn't seem to have been done with the intention of abandoning the others. Cooper says in the present situation, there's very little chance of rescuing anyone else though, and you can see this way on Man as he begins to realize the cost of his lie. Bran also asks about his world, and you can basically see the gears turning in his head as he decides to go all in. I actually think had he just admitted things, that the crew would have eventually forgiven him and probably just taken him along. Kinda like Eugene in The Walking Dead. But right from the off, he's clearly thinking about himself and his needs rather than the mission. Hell, even his first line is a personal one.
Pray you never learn just how good it can be to see another face.
He is not asking how Earth is or any shit like that. He then gives it to her, and as we learn, the days and nights are 67 hours long each, with it taking 134 hours to complete a single rotation. It's incredibly cold as well, the air isn't breathable, and it just seems like an overall nightmare planet to live on. And mate, are you sure this is the good planet? It's like when your pals book a restaurant that they're always raving about and you turn up in the place that looks like a crack den. Like when your mate says, oh, I've got a really good breakdown or something to watch. Do you want to watch it? And you go, yeah, put it on. And the host pops up and it's fucking Ryan Airy. But Man, guessing their reaction, tells them his pod's actually on one of the frozen clouds and that deep below the surface, there's breathable air and organics. This too turns out to be a lie, and the planet is actually just layers of ice with no true surface.
No.
I actually think this is a nice bit of symbolism for Man himself. They arrive expecting humanity's savior, but once they dig beneath the surface, they discover he's a deeply flawed man. We also see the lifeless robot Kip. Tars asks what happened to him, and Man explains he degraded and was decommissioned. Tars offers to take a look at him, but Man then refuses.
No, he needs a human touch.
This is because he contains the true readings of the planet and is actually rigged to explode if anyone other than Man accesses the data, which happens shortly with Romilly. Case then forwards Murph's message to Tars, and it's at this point they learn the truth. She questions if Cooper knew when he left her to die, but Bran assures him she didn't know, and Man reveals he did. He says the professor couldn't reconcile the relativity with quantum mechanics, and that Plan B was always his intention. Man went along with it because he had a chance of surviving, and as we see, he's happy to doom others as long as he makes it out. They then ask why he didn't tell anyone, and Man explains that people wouldn't work together to build stations or go on missions if they knew their loved ones wouldn't survive.
Evolution has yet to transcend that simple barrier. We can care deeply, selflessly, about those we know, but that empathy rarely extends beyond our line of sight.
This is the counter-argument to what Bran said earlier, and there is truth to what he's saying. There's countless studies showing how people find it easier to identify with an individual rather than a large anonymous population. It's also why Man was able to send the false ping, as he was just dealing with the concept of a rescuer rather than a specific person that he knew. Even when leaving Cooper to die, he turns off his radio, limiting his line of sight and the empathy he feels for him. Just as Man left Earth to try and go and find a future, he leaves Cooper to die for the exact same reason.
We are the future.
Back on Earth, we then see Murph and Getty driving to the farmhouse. There's a dust storm blowing and everyone in town is packing up and leaving. Getty then questions what they're hoping to find, and Murph says
survival.
It's similar to the Lazarus astronauts who set out across space with no knowledge of what they'd find. He then questions if they deserve to know the truth and whether Murph continuing to hide the fact makes her no different from the professor. She says that while he gave up, she's still fighting. She believes there could be answers in her home, and thinking of the ghost and how it can manipulate gravity, she does wonder if there's something to learn back there. We then cut to her younger self looking at the bookshelf and can see The Stand by Stephen King. This is a book about humanity after the apocalypse coming together and the aftermath of the ruin of the world. We also have Moby Dick, which is about someone obsessed with something, ultimately dying and trying to finally conquer this. Having learned the mission was a sham, Cooper is then preparing to journey home. Romilly then tells them they should have one more crack at the black hole.
Talk to me.
He explains that Gargantua is an older spinning black hole which are supermassive and formed only hundreds of millions of years after the Big Bang. Due to their size, the gravitational effects don't necessarily become lethal until you're deep inside and close to the black hole, which is why Cooper isn't immediately spaghettified once he crosses the event horizon. Romley suggests that if they send TARS inside, he may have a chance to glimpse the singularity and somehow transmit the quantum data before it's destroyed. They still don't have any way of receiving the data once he's inside, but it's basically their only shot to save the people on Earth. Right now though, they need to equip TARS with one of Kip's old components. Man is cagey about this though, and he says it'll disturb his archival functions. He obviously doesn't want this as well because they'll find out the truth and set off the explosive. Nonetheless though, he agrees to maintain the life for now. Meanwhile, Cooper and Man go to scout sites for a research base and colony habitats. Man says Cooper will need a long-range transmitter radio and asks if he's charged it. He plays it off like it's necessary for the scouting expedition, but he's actually checking to see if Cooper has any means of contacting the crew once he's left him for dead. This is why he later disables it before trying to kill him. Cooper also plans to take the Endurance home, but Man knows the planet is inhabitable and he'll be left stranded if Cooper leaves. So murdering him is the only way of preventing this and charting his way to Edmund's actually habitable planet. We then cross-cut between them walking, Romley and TARS with Kip, and Murph returning to the farmhouse with Getty. The frequency of the cuts slowly raises the tension as we understand something bad's about to happen. At the farmhouse, Murph then checks out her room while Getty checks everyone's coughs. Tom returns home and then punches the good doctor, I am a surgeon, refusing to leave his mother, grandmother and son, who are all buried on the property. Now there's probably a few things going on with Tom, but the movie never really interrogates them. We do know that he excelled in a world that was adverse to science though, so he might even have some reservations about it. Science also took his family from him. Cooper went to space to never return, and Murph joined up with NASA. He eventually did form his own family though, but he lost his first son. So, when a scientist suddenly comes to take his new family away, he wants to protect them the only way he's ever known how, which is by staying at the farm. Tom is basically unwilling to leave things behind because this is all he's ever known, and he's lost so much he doesn't want to lose what he has left. Murph then begs him to let his family go, and he says,
We'll go live underground with you. Pray that Daddy comes to save us.
So I think it's safe to assume that this is all wrapped up in Cooper leaving them. Tom waited years for his return, and when it didn't happen, he gave up hope that things could get better. Murph then says that Cooper abandoned them, but she hasn't.
Dad's not coming back. He never was coming back. It's up to me.
The tragedy is that while this is happening, Cooper is literally fighting for his life to return to them. Man takes him out over a cliff face to look over the landscape and then confesses, and he says,
When I left Earth, I thought I was prepared to die. The truth is, I never really considered the possibility that my planet wasn't the one. Nothing worked out the way it was supposed to.
The guy was propped up as a hero and the best of the best of the best his entire life. So naturally, he gained what you'd call main character syndrome.
It's remarkable shock to man.
Due to the nature of the mission, he might even believe that he was the chosen one that would save the species, and never thought that things could go badly.
Dr. Mann, well, he's remarkable. He's the best of us. He inspired 11 people to follow him on the loneliest journey in human history.
He then talks about humanity's survival instincts and how he pushed to survive even when things seem hopeless. This speaks to not only him, but also why Coop keeps pushing through to get back to the ship.
What does research tell us is the last thing you're gonna see before you die? Your children. Their faces. At the moment of death, your mind's gonna push a little bit harder to survive. For them.
He then unplugs Cooper's radio and pushes him over the edge. Cooper manages to hold on though, and we watch as Man awkwardly climbs down to kick him off.
Welcome to my channel.
The two then tumble onto a nearby plateau, and Man explains his reasoning.
I knew the day that I arrived here, this place had nothing. And I resisted the temptation for years. But I knew that if I just pressed that button, somebody would come and save me.
You fucking coward.
It's absolutely morally wrong, but I think it's impossible for us to say for certain that we wouldn't do the same thing in those circumstances. And that is why Man's name is so fitting.
Yes.
They then fight, and it ends with Man puncturing Coop's helmet.
Dr. Man, there's a 50-50 chance you're gonna kill yourself.
Those are the best odds I've had in years.
which is a darkly comedic line.
Stop it!
As he leaves, he then recites Thomas's poem, and it's paired with Murph driving away from the farmhouse. She sees trucks of people being evacuated from the area, which inspires her to turn around and go back. It's a great moment because while Man uses it to justify leaving someone to die, Murph decides to save lives. Man claims to be saving the species, but it's this moment that leads to her doing just that. We then get a quick cut of some kids on the back of a truck, and the girl here is actually Christopher Nolan's real-life daughter Flora. Nolan very much had to spend time away from his own daughter in order to make a career in Hollywood, and I think having her brought out to this set is very much in making it so the pair can spend some time together, especially in a film that's about a father wanting to spend time with their daughter. She then heads back to the farm and starts a crop fire to get Tom away from the house. Murph and Getty then get Tom's family into a car. Before leaving, Murph returns to her childhood bedroom and finds the watch Cooper gave her in a box of her old stuff. Man also promises to be there for Cooper in his final moments, but he can't witness or hear him die, so he just turns away and puts his radio on mute. This means that when Cooper reconnects his transmitter though, that he has no way of knowing he's contacted the rest of the crew. But I think Man's inability to sit with the consequences here also reflects how he turned his back on Earth, fully aware that Professor Brand was just stalling for time. Meanwhile, Romley and Tars are still working on accessing Kip's archives, which triggers the self-destruct. It's during this that Man learns Cooper's alive, with them taking to the stars to try and get to the Endurance. It's a bit confusing as well if you've not been keeping track, but the Endurance actually had 2 landers on the planet. What Man leaves in is presumably the one Cooper and co. took down initially to the planet, and they're currently in the one that Case was taking back and forth with supplies for the new colony. We then learn that Tars has disabled the auto-docking procedure, so if Man tries to dock, he'll have to do it manually. Or manually. Nice. He manages to make contact, but docks imperfectly and then ignores the warning from the automated system and heads into it, which ultimately leads to his death. And Man isn't bad. But Man does this because he's driven by survival instincts, which have once more forced him to act against logic. Even with the planet he knew his lie would probably eventually get unearthed, but did it anyway because he was driven by desperation. That's the same thing here as well, and he does this because it's the only option he thinks he has. Brand then patches into the Endurance PA system, and Man tries to get her on side with an inspiring speech.
This is not about my life or Cooper's life. This is about all mankind. There is a moment.
Because Man didn't dock correctly, the cabin isn't airtight, so when he opens the hatch, the air from inside the Endurance blasts out into space. The blast causes the Endurance to then spin, and we get a moment of pure cinema with the docking scene.
What are you doing?
Docking.
Perhaps one of the best sequences Nolan's ever put to film, and it's definitely a high point of the movie. Like, even doing the script for this, I just moved the laptop to the side, sat and watched this without taking notes, and then rewound it and wrote up my thoughts for this bit that I am now reading. But everything comes together, from the camera work to Zimmer's score, the special effects, and it just speaks for itself.
It's not possible.
No, it's necessary.
We then analyze the Endurance's spin, which is 68 RPM. Earlier in the film, it's mentioned that the centrifuge spins at 5.6 RPM to simulate Earth's gravity. So when the Ranger matches that, the G-force is massive. This is why Brand passes out, but as a trained pilot, Cooper stays conscious. Tars also has an automated docking procedure, so the only struggle here is resisting the G-force and getting the Ranger in position. That's why they're able to successfully dock when Man couldn't. They then ease up the thrusters, reduce the spin, and move out of orbit, which takes them into Gargantua's pull.
Okay. And for our next trick.
It's so eerie as they make their way onto the Endurance and see the hole leading straight out into space. Those few millimeters of metal Romley mentioned earlier have failed, and there's nothing separating them from the outside. Taking stock, the embryos are intact. They face the reality that they've burnt a lot of fuel. It's no longer possible for Cooper to get back to Earth, but they don't really dwell on this. However, I think it massively informs Cooper's sacrifice. To him, Plan B was never the goal, and once Plan A and his return to Earth fall apart, then there's simply nothing left for him. What he can do, though, is help Brand make it to Edmund's planet. There's also the previous line.
Is there any possibility, I don't know, some clever way we can maybe, I don't know, jump in a black hole, gain back the years?
Which may still be playing on his mind. We then get quick shots of him looking at the black hole, and this could very well be that if he's to return to Earth, Gargantua may be his only shot. We then let the Endurance be pulled towards it so they can perform a slingshot to launch it through space. Now, due to the immense gravitational pull, this isn't as easy as the one around Mars, so they'll have to let go of some weight and just...
Meow.
Lega și tu, el e prașe.
Just the right time. This is one of the landers containing TARS who'll hopefully be able to transmit the quantum data, and the remaining ranger with Cooper. There's also the mention of Newton's third law, which states that in order to go somewhere, you have to leave somewhere behind. I think this also applies to Cooper, who had to leave his family on Earth to push humanity forward. Anyway, they lower down towards the accretion disk, and again, the visuals are insane. The scale of the black hole is emphasized against the endurance, and we see the light wrapping around the back. We then see the escape thrusters being fired, and we get a split-second shot of their names. They are LMAO-1 and LMAO-2. And I was laughing my ass off during this because, hey, maybe Nolan did that as a cheeky little joke.
Every day I'm shuffling.
The Ranger and Lander then detach, which leaves Bran and Case to make their way to Edmund's planet. The black hole sequence then begins once more, and it's absolutely incredible while also being very reminiscent of 2001's ending. Cooper then passes the event horizon and is enveloped in darkness until he eventually comes across a cloud of sparks and dust, which are likely accelerated matter that has also made its way into the black hole, potentially even from Tars's lander. The gravity then increases dramatically and starts to pull the Ranger and Cooper apart. Now this is likely the beginning of spaghettification. The closer an object gets to the singularity, the stronger gravity becomes. Eventually, the front of the object experiences a larger pull than the back, which causes it to distort and stretch in the direction of the singularity like a long piece of spaghetti. Hence spaghettification. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o, that kind of thing. The effect is stronger in a smaller black hole though, because there's a lesser relative distance to the singularity. However, as we've discussed, Gargantua is a supermassive black hole, so the event horizon is much further away. This is why Cooper's also able to survive for a time inside. The Ranger is failing though, and he's forced to eject. The sound cuts out, and we're then left with his breath vibrating due to the effects of gravity. In the distance, we also see a large spherical structure, which we initially think is the singularity. However, this is of course the Tesseract. He's eventually able to cling onto something and stop falling, but realistically, his arm should be torn off. But I will admit, we're far beyond the point of realism at this point. The design of the Tesseract is absolutely inspired though, and it's a 3D grid-like structure made of smaller compartments that stretch throughout time, which allows Murph's bedroom to be stretched across infinity. It's a 3D representation of a fifth dimensional space, constructed so Cooper can experience time the way the bulk beings do. He can move backwards and forwards through it, making time its own dimension that one can navigate. He punches the wall, pushing a book off the shelf, and then sees Murph. On the ground is her lunar lander model, broken by the ghost at the start of the movie, which then leads to her taking it to the breakfast table, which sets off this chain of events. And whew, I remember the audience seeing this at the cinema, and yeah, everybody I think was in absolute awe at this moment. It was completely unexpected, and yet was also the only thing that it could have been. Cooper doesn't quite understand what's happening yet though, and he cries in despair. He's trying to prevent his previous self from leaving in the first place, and he knocks the books off the shelf to create the word stay. However, Murph is unable to convince him, and the past doesn't change. This is when Tars manages to get through to him on the radio and reveals that he was able to record the quantum data within the black hole, but he has no way of transmitting it. Cooper then has his light bulb moment and reveals that the bulk beings didn't bring them here, they just constructed the means, but it was Cooper who brought himself. Tars then gives him the NASA coordinates in binary, and he relays a message that he and Murph followed earlier in the movie. He then realizes that his connection to Murph is the key, and if he can somehow communicate the data, then she can save humanity. He then settles on the watch as a symbol of their love and codes the data into the second hand using Morse. We then cross-cut with the adult Murph looking over her things and realizing that Cooper was her ghost. She takes the watch and notices the message just as Tom returns, and she runs outside and hugs him and says that Cooper is gonna save them, which is true. But surely he also thinks she's gone mental, she's burning the farm and shit. Back at NASA, she then transcribes the code, wiping Brand's equation from the blackboard and writing out a new one with the quantum data. This symbolizes a clean slate, free of Brand's lie, and an actual path forward for humanity. She then finds Getty and throws her paper down the NASA centrifuge, shouting Eureka.
It's traditional.
Now this comes from the story of Archimedes. He was an ancient Greek scholar who was tasked with determining if the king's crown was pure gold or not. While bathing, he noticed that the water level rose when he entered the tub and realized that he could measure an object's volume through water displacement and compare that to its weight to determine density. He then ran through the streets shouting Eureka, which means I've discovered it in ancient Greek. Now it may or may not have actually happened, but over time it's become short.
Naprijed ti znaš šta? Stani. Možeš, mogu. Pazi. Samo ne biti da vratiš ovo posle unutra.
Ne moraš to, on je samo najbolj.
Znaš napolje? Molim.
For scientific breakthroughs. Murph then kisses Getty, which did seem kind of random, but I think it's demonstrating the themes of love and connection, without which this breakthrough wouldn't be possible. It's also an expression of freedom for Murph, who spent her life dedicated to a seemingly hopeless future. Now that future is possible, she can look forward beyond saving humanity. Having completed their mission, the Tesseract begins to close, and Cooper realizes that the bulk beings aren't some alien race, but humanity in the future. The causal loop then completes with humanity being saved by their future selves, who can now live on to repeat the process. As it closes, Cooper finds himself back in the wormhole, where he makes contact with Brand before being spat out next to Saturn. We then see the lights of his ship approaching him, and he wakes up in a hospital bed. The doctor tells him that he's now 124 years old, with it being 91 years since the Endurance crew left Earth. He's on Cooper Station, which is a huge centrifuge orbiting Saturn. It's named after Murph, and the doctor informs him she'll be visiting the station in a couple of weeks. She's remained incredibly headstrong and insisted on visiting despite being too old for space travel. Instead of lamenting her age in the lost years, though, Cooper smiles, proud of his daughter and just happy that he can see her again after all was previously lost. And who's Tom again? Her generation was destined to die horribly on Earth though, so just the notion that she got to live a full life is more than enough for the character. He's then shown around the station where he sees the new Ranger ships in development. We also see a commemorative statue dedicated to the Lazarus and Endurance crews, which say, "For the brave men and women who gave their lives so we could begin again." He also quotes the Thomas poem, which has reoccurred throughout the movie. The guy then informs Coop that he wrote a paper about his life on Earth in high school before taking him to a recreation of the farmhouse. This high school line, though not really played up much, it does show how the mentality in schools changed, as it used to be like, "Oh mate, we didn't land on the moon, it was fake, and the Earth is flat." Around the property, we then see that Ken's documentary start and get the additional talking head with Murph. Inside, the first thing Cooper does is brush his hand across the table, which is kind
Ano, nisam baš kao Nenad da se isključim ono od svih. Šta ima Kecman? Sad moram da pravim novu instanciju, jebeš ti ovo. Nema veze, neko je bio saranj.
O, pozdrav.
Bravo.
Azmungol što je bez polis.
A, to je body cam sa nekog policajca. Da je uhapsio neku pijenu ribu, brate, znači, kakav pošao program.
Ali baš jeste, gledao sam šta im radi ta policija, rekli, idi bre u kurac.
Ne.
I mi se nešto žalimo ovdje.
On je bio vrlo korektan prema njoj, nego ona je bila pijena. Ne, moraš pogledati sve da bi shvatio kontekst. Ako pogledaš samo deo, ispašće da razumeš da je neko loš. Ne, on je, kažem, budući da se sve snima, znaš, morao je da bude ono maksimalno korektan, a ono je bilo ono, brate, I na kraju je oslobođena svih optužbi, znaš, pustili se, zato što je bila pijena kao zemlja.
Kaže, napravila račun $500, šta trebaš da popiješ za $500?
Nije bio toliki problem do nje, koliko razumeš, oni su je služili, znaš, do one tačke do kada je možda već trebalo da prestanu da služe.
Da. A znaš kako, ko ima, pošto je to open bar, kako vidim, znaš, on je kao kružni, jebi ga, navratno tu ima 2, možda i 3 konobara, pa sad svaki je, ono, doprine u tome i onda baš nemaš uvid u sve to. Možda, mislim, kako mi izgledalo, ono, možda nije tako. Pošto vidim da je baš ono velik bar, jebi ga, ono.
Mislim da je vjerojatno problem nastao kada ona vjerojatno ili nije mogla da plati ili nije imala da plati, nešto od toga.
Pa evo gledam sad na početku ovih što je pozvao policiju, kaže, znaš, ono, da napravila tap koji ono ne može da plati, to ono $500 i...
A odbija doda, ako se ne varam.
Da.
Znači moraš da je fizički odstraniš.
Ima više konobara, ima više ko barmena, to jest.
Da, nudio sam ti bio jedne pesnice ako hoćeš da probaš. To ti u suštini hammer build sa tim pesnicama, s tim što skupljaš killove od bossova da upgradeš damage.
Aha, da, vidim sad.
Imam...
Nešto sumnjam da bi mi to funkcionalisalo na ovom liku.
Pa retroaktivno se dodaje damage, ako se dobro sećam. Mislim da igra...
Da, ubiješ, ali moraš da ubiješ ove main bossovi, valjda, kampanj bossovi.
Pa jesi li...
U ostalom, čekaj bre, to znači samo neću dobiti one bossove iz kampanje, ali jel se računaju ovi...
Ne znam, probaj pa mi reci, probam. Jer na kampanji, na globalnom mapi se boriš protiv duplikata bossova, kako ti objasnim.
Pa to, jedino ti da se računaju. Jel, valjda je pisalo unikatni.
Pa to jeste unikatni boss. Tamo, njegov kopi.
Ali da, ti unikatni se generalno ne responuju, tako da, ali ovdje ih nađeš.
Ne, nađeš ti njega. Ne možeš da ga farmaš na isto mesto, ali ima ga. Pa, kako se zove ona Viper? Ona ženska iz onog bal kampanje. Kad igraš gradske mape, konstantno ona boss. Ja već sam pošizao posle 4. 5. puta. I to treba da igraš da bi u suštini završio te, da bi uzeo Atlas poene, razumeš, na tim kao poljima.
Da.
Ma, rekao, jebeš ovo. Glupo smišljeno.
A isto, znaš kao isto dosadan, bre, oni što trebaš sa onim harpunima da ga gađaš. Što imaš na mehaniku.
A ne, on je lako.
Pa ne znam, meni nešto on ume da bude, ono...
Mislim, ne znam šta je tačno problem, ali meni je lako iskreno. Jel ovaj kvest zabagovan u aktu 4?
Čini mi se da jeste, zato što vidim da nisi dobio chargere da staviš.
Restartao sam zonu 2-3 puta. To sam mislio da li možda sam jednom poginuo od nečega bio. I onda sam kontao možda ako sam poginuo uništio sam neki trigger, znaš. I evo viš sad sam došao, znači full sam mapu resetovao, nisam nijedan poginuo, došao sam od toga, ništa. Nikakav interakta, nema to.
Da. Znači to deluje na taj neki unikatni da ne bi mogu kao da se upotrebaš da dobiš mnogo više tih stvari, no...
Ali ne mogu ništa
svojim... Pa ti to novi lik?
A?
Ti to novi lik?
Da, on je martial artist. Mislim, jedini razlog zašto sam ga uzeo je zato što imam opciju na Ascendancy da uzmem... Imam Martial Master i imam Way of the Mountain. Way of the Mountain, ne, koji je beš? Je Way of the Mountain, imaš menjati način na koji ti radi oružje, dobro sećam. Way of the Stone Fist. Gloves you equip have their base stat transform. U suštini, ove pesnice koje rade physical, čist physical, pretvara ih u fire pandan koji je mnogo jači, ali fire damage onda nemam više bleed build koji ja koristim u suštini. Primjer, ja njima pogodim ih sa jednom ovom kuglom i onda oni izbleeduju i također poison ih odvere. Bukvalno ih konstantno suši. Pap, mrtvi. A ako bijem bossa, onda samo zamenim levi desni klik miša. Običan Mace Strike radi gomilu toga kog se zove stun onaj build up radi. Radim 700% stun build up. Znači ona dva bossa u interludu kad imaš dva ona kao džina. Znači stanirao sam bio jednog, izubio ga, stanirao drugog, počeo da bijem njega. Obojice su bili na low, uradim onaj cooling strike na jednom, udarim drugog, i tamo kad treba da se nabafuje, znaš, ubijem i njega. Ubio sam obojicu u roku od 2 sekunde. I to nije nešto posebno burst damage, jednostavno mogu da stun lokujem bossa da uradim svoj kombo koji ja hoću. Bum. I kao martial artist možda uzmeš tattoo slot. Imaš tattoo slot za rune posebno.
Oooo!
Da, viš. To ti kao tetovaže na telu.
Da, skroz cool.
Vidiš, nemam ja puno runa, imam 4 rune možda više. 4 rune imam. A resist mi je...
Da, ali imaš ove unikove.
Koji unikove? Pa ovo ti ne bi unik u igri.
Ne jeste, nego gledam vrlo što ne možeš da staviš ove slotove, nego trebaš nešto to beše preko corruptiona da dobiješ slotove, se tako dobijaju ti extra slotove?
Ne, za armor ti treba jedan corrupt da bi dobio jedan slot. Ne znam da li možda se uništi, mislim da sam čak uradio corruption.
Pa čim imaš dva, pa jeste, piše imaš corruption, znači nisi bili, onda si imao sreće pa si dobio nešto drugo.
Pojma nemam šta sam dobio, to je ono što najviše volim kod
corruptiona.
To obožavam.
Ja bih volio
ne piše ti ni, recimo stat koji je corruptovan, a da, ne, bilo koja boja, ne piše. Mislim, znam da piše unpredictable, ne moram svaki put da gatam šta se desilo, razumeš. Ako item se ne uništi, pa da ispišeš šta je bilo, bar.
Pa to, znaš kako, ono, slikaš telefonom i onda upoređuješ, vidiš šta si dobio, da si, ono... Pa znam za to, kažem, ono, volio bi da je malo to transparentnije.
A Days stat mi je ono, over the top. Imam chance to Days 85%. Days ti smanjuje, zapravo ti smanjuje taj threshold za Days last 8 seconds, Days enemy will take 50% more stun build-up. Meni je stun build-up 700%. I lightning isto, lightning mi je 433%. I isto imam na ovaj Shattering Days imam 12% extra physical as, to jest physical as cold bonus i ovdje imam 12% physical as lightning. Na sad physical što imam od toga se abstrakuje 12% i dodaje mi kao elemental. Tu i još 8, znači to je po 20% cold i 20% physicala na sav. 20% elementalne štete kao bonus na sav physical koji radi. A sav damage koji radi na ono bukvalno na levi klik miša ono. To jest kad udara samo ono pesnicama mi je zapravo ono physical.
Ja, što su ti ovo polje ovako nešto žuto i okruženi?
Pa jesi kad uzeo čitavo polje? Ili si uzeo samo pola?
Ja mislim sam uzimao celo polje.
Isto imaš tajne na
A, stavio si ove bre.
Da?
Ove kako se zovu, iz Deliriuma, one bočice bre.
Stavio jesam na ovo. Gledaj. Stavio sam za ovo.
Pa da, zbog toga ti imaju te bojice, da.
Stavio sam Crystal Immunity. I imun sam na vatrnu zemlju. Ništa ti nije toliko sjebano kao kad ti imaš fire patches. Cold te usporava ili zaledi ako si dovoljno neoprezan, ali ne radi direktnu štetu. Lightning...
Da, ali ono u slovi...
Je, ali ne radi štetu. Fire ubija. Skida ti fire resistance i radi ti fire dot. To je problem.
A sve zabrano neki svoj način.
Ne, ovo je najgore. Ovo je najgore. Uglavnom izbjegavaš, iz leda nekako izađeš iz lightninga. Lightning ti ne radi lightning damage, samo ti radi šok. To ti kao smanjuje resistance na
Da, i da budeš stvarati da te šokera i...
Da, ali...
Rastati taj build-up.
Kao što sam rekao, ne radi direktno ništa, direktno. Ako te niko ne interaktuje od mobova, ništa se ne desiti ni sa ledom, ni sa... Ako nema nijedan neprijatelj oko tebe, lightning i cold nisu problem. Ako nema niko oko tebe, a imaš mnogo fire patchova, ubit će te sama mapa. Mapa će te ubiti. Igrao sam mape, razumiješ, imao sam 1000 puta imao onih kako se zove mape sa modifierima Fireground. To je najzebanije. Znači Noki. Znači nema šalice.
A imao si ovaj maximal resist ili?
Pa skoro da jesam kad sam ušao na ovu mapu.
Hammer of God.
Hammer of God je zapravo dobar. Budući da mi je... Ne, ali zavisi kako gradiš build. Pošto uglavnom radim physical, kad lupim Hammer of Gods, pa ima tendenciju da pobije sve oko mene, znaš.
Još možda ga staviš da bude sestra, ali ta će da imaš 4 sekunde cooldown.
Pa da, ali radi na glory, znaš. Nemaš ti nakucat glory za 1 sekundu, 2. Ja još to nisam vidio. Ne radi tako, razumeš, glory.
Da.
Vidi duh. Mada, čudan duh.
Jel radi Glory još nešto?
Ima foru da prokuješ sa Glorijem skillove kod ovoga, kako se zove, nesretnika, kod Monka, ako uzmeš specijalizaciju onaj kako se zove sledbenik onoga Fist of Cthulhu ili kako se zove onaj njihov.
Dobro, ali možeš da uzmeš bre i onaj banere, mislim da je...
Arkon kad aktiviraš kod toga sledbenika Cthulhua, Arkon ti troši isto glory poene, znaš. Arkon forma ti je mnogo jača. To ti je buff, to je jako dobar buff.
Jer baneri, ja mislim da ti ima jedan koji ti radi glory, ti daje.
Pokušao sam da uzmem 2 konkretno prstena koje rade lifesteal, mogu ti reći da nijedan ne može se kači s ovim Thief Tormentom. Jedini ti je debuff to što taj prsten ti, u suštini kao onaj iz Dark Soulsa, znaš. Ne možeš da imaš ni jedan drugi prsten pored njega, ali ti ne treba. Daje ti 25 lifesteala sa svakim piše napadom. Uglavnom, ako boss ne veže...
Pa nemam pojma, meni je to više early game na početku, ono da se možda levelom...
Probao sam ja drugi prsten koji radi baš lifesteal.
Ali šta sa svim ostalim statistikama?
Šta, na ovaj prsten?
Da, i ti prsten, brate, ti daje 6 do 7 statistika možda ti da.
30% rarity, 11% elemental damage. 11% elemental damage...
Ove curose mi je malo, ono,
Ma, nepotrebno, to je zato što je Emerald ring. Zato ima ugrađen taj accuracy. To ti suštini ne treba.
Dobro, mana per hit, hlav per hit, resist.
I imam ja bolje prstene, ali ne mogu toliko brzo s njima da recoverujem health.
Da, zato što dobiješ ono od prilike 5 do 6% recoverija, a ovi ti da imate 25, ono.
Mislim, smešna je količina HP koju vraćaš sa lifestealom.
Da.
A lifesteal je bukvalno, piše 7%, to nije 7%, to je možda 5
do
10%.
Pa 7% ti je maksimalna vrednost već.
Da, imam ja prsten koji ima, ali mogu da ti pokažem. Uopšte to nije tako kao što piše. 7% of physical damage as life. A ja imam par hiljada physical damage, razumeš? I opet, to nije 70 HP-a, znaš? Nije.
A ne, od damage-a. Znači, ako udariš 100, vratit ćeš 7.
Ma neću udariti 100, razumeš?
O dobro, ali kako kažem to...
May Strike radi 1000, koliko radi? 1340 fizika, koliko ti je 7% toga? 140, 14 je 1%, 140, ne, 1 puta 7, 80 i nešto HP bi trebalo da vrati podarca, jače. Ma kakvi? Ja nisam vidio to taj health nazad.
Oko 200 ti to?
Ma ne vraća. Ćeš da ga stavim da vidiš. Ne vraća. Ili je nešto zabagovano.
Ali što možda nisi udario 1400 na GBG, oni imaju svoje armore, pa dok prođeš to kroz armor, onda da imaš...
Jeste, dok ne primi 5 damage boss. A kako da?
Pa da. I jebi ga, onda ti to ispadne možda manje. Ako udariš jebi ga pola, brate, dopićeš u 100.
Ovo radi fiksno koliko piše. To je sasvim dovoljno. Mi je smiješno kad staviš da ti Aciri ovaj portal, znaš, onda čuješ ponekad iz portala kako priča s tobom. Par puta sam bio, what? Bukvalno priča s tobom portal, znaš.
Da, to ti novi portal neki.
Pa to ti je bilo kad je bilo, čini mi se, u prošloj sezoni. Ja nisam koristio nešto puno. Ili ona Season of Val kad je bilo ono. Val Temple kad su bacili. Tad si mogu da uzmiš, ja mislim. Možda je bio drop za... I šta je sad ovdje? Neko baca munje, on tam neki neprijatelj koji je skriven negdje za zida.
Možda je jedan od onih obeliska za...
Ne, neko od ovih neprijatelja iza zida je baca spell. Tako je uvijek.
Ono što bi mnogo, brate, često bacali, o tome se radi.
A samo stoji iza i spamuje to. Imaš takvih neprijatelja. Ali ovo su najluđe isto čizme koje sam ikad vidio. Ove, koje radi decompose. Raspadne leš i leš napravi nekakav poison cloud.
Aha.
I stavio sam na njega kao kugu. Kad ih udari efekat poisona, ili eksplodire u onu crvenu maglu, od onoga kako se zove efekta ovoga Herald of Blood, ili ovako
Da, to ti physical.
Da. Ili naprave oblak ovako, znači ima dve varijante, eksplodiraju u oblaku krvi, ili napravi se oblak otrova. Jedno od ta dva bude uvijek. A skoro nikad ne, ovo ti je family friendly inače, kako se zove, build. Zato što, ja bih ga razvio FPS boosterom, zato što obično ne ostaju lešavi posle mene, znaš.
Da,
ne, ozbiljno.
Pa koristim isto, ja koristim Herald of Blood, baš zbog toga. Čini mi se su ga poboljšali. Nije ranije nešto toliko, da.
Pa,
I još ako si stavio, na primjer, Poison i Bleed još na njega. Jes, ja? To.
Oba. Imaš i ova spiritualna zvona isto kao martial artist, koja kad udariš mislim da radi heavy stun build-up. A svaki par sekundi se generiše svuda oko tebe. I ovo Bobo ima dobru auru. Pa ništa posebno, daj mi 40% physical damage kao bonus. Ili to ili haste, ali mislim da je čak ekstra physical aura jača nego haste. Sad ne znam da li mogu da imaš teoretski obe aure, znaš.
Pa ono sa 2 miliona možda.
Ja viš, to je bila jedna mala buba koja je stala tu skroz desno, off screen, sve debilo, skroz desno.
Da.
I dok je ne ubiš ne možeš da uzmeš nagradu da vize ovdje, još ništa uzmeš.
Pa naravno zašto nisi ih ubio sve.
A da, zašto se ona sponovala tamo negdje u pičku maternu i stoji i spamuje, znači neki otpad. Viš, obično neprijatelji se u ovo pretvore, viš. Ništa. Šta je sad? Tami novčić, ili tako nešto?
Pa da, treba ti neka... Ali trebaš da ubiš nekog da bi ti to bio.
Koga? Nekog neprijatelju hranu?
Da. I onda dobiješ, ovdje imaš 3 ta mjesta da ih postaviš.
2?
Mislim da je 3. Levo, desno i gore.
Gore?
Da. Pošto ide kao u krst, da kažem tako.
Ne sjećam se da je gore. Viš.
Evo tako.
A oba. Oba. Oh. Wow. Da je 28 na strength, 40 na dexterity, 16 na intelligence. Damn. I 50% mana regen, pričam u amuletu. Vrlo neinteresantno. Ovo je slabiji. Ovo je slabiji. Po meni je slabiji. Ne znači mi baš puno, 25% više armora i 38% više i vežano. To je... Evo se. Ako osuđen sam zato što su ovakve čizme takve kakve su, daju samo 10% increase movement speed, ali većinu neprijatelja mogu da izmanevrišem. I u suštini imam onaj teleport strike, onaj killing palm, koji me uglavnom, kad je neka veća borba, znaš da možeš se teleportiš na zvonce?
Ne.
Ne, nisam ja znao, ti sam probao. Pošto zvonca generiše svuda okolo, znaš, možeš da uradiš killing palm na zvono, koje je recimo malo dalje. Čekaj, nije ovdje onaj shrine. Viš svaki par sekundi se generiše zvonce iš odeš hop i blinkuješ se na njega. To ti je movement skill.
Aha, ali ovog puta eksplodira, nije da ga ono...
Ne, nije. Pa, mislim, piše tačno šta radi.
Da. To nije loše, da ih dobiješ ovako više od jednog.
Piše ti da zvonce... Moment, samo treba da držim ovo. Svo glupo radim. Da tu kliknem. I shockwave. Shockwave radius 2,3 metra. Nearby enemy causes heavy stun enemies that are prime for stun. Dešavalo se da boss bude staniran po boga mi dobre 3 sekunde. Boss. Znaš, da mogu da uzem ili health potion, ili da se malo bolje pomerim, ili da moj minion se resummona i onda razumeš da ga bijem. A dosta često se spomne zvonca pored bossa, na primjer. Sad koliko je teško pogoditi to što kaže da je prime for stun, uglavnom je prime for stun. To je samo da ga udaram ovim buzdoanom na 10 klik miša i već je prime za stun.
Kako brzo bossa stanuješ?
Bilo koji boss. Pa imam nodove za stun build-up.
Aha, to se uzim. A jel si imao nodove da produžiš stun duration?
Verovatno ima, ali to je kod Warriora.
Pa to je kod Warriora, zbog toga.
Da, nisam ja tu.
Ako ideš na jebi ga toliki build-up, onda to je da ti drži
To je daleko. To je druga strana drveta, ti si dexterity, to je strength, strength je na drugu stranu.
Zbog toga ja nisam siguran koliko se isplati, vrati, jebi ga, ono. Zove minione, pogotovo ako im radiš taj break, ono.
Pa uglavnom...
Fire resist, 20 topa.
Pa možeš 30 dobiti.
Dobro, 20 je okej. A dole ti je... imaš i lightning damage, dobro. Imaš resist. Dobro, to opet fire deluje, ono, crveno deluje najbolje. Speed, ne... Critical damage, aha, 30 rarity. Jebate, ovo nije loše, ovo ti nije loše. 30-20.
Jest. Imaš i ovaj. Koliki su mu rolovi?
Ne znam, ali misle ti žuti najjači.
Ne, gledam ovaj. Ima dupli roll, ne? Nema. Ima jedan old elemental. Ovo je nekako smeći solid.
Da, ali ja kažem, mislim da ti žuti, znači imaš 30 i 20 jebote vrednosti na njemu, i plus light, da, žuti definitivno.
Pa i gleda si bolje prstenje, da budem iskren. Ja imam bolje prstenje od ovoga što je ponudila, to je to. Svašta su tu nešto rešao, da me sad pitaš šta sam uradio, znači 3-4 skilla su interaktovali, znaš, i samo tako ne stanu. A i drago mi je da tako rade, pošto je u kasnije kad igram mape, razumeš, dešavalo se da me neprijatelji, razumeš, koji su onako rapidno spone, na primjer u Delerijima, razumeš, da me overwhelmuju, ne mogu da ih dovoljno brzo pobijem, razumeš. A ovo što konkretno igram zapravo mi odgovara i veće grupe neprijatelja. Što veća grupa, to lakše radi, ljudi. Jedni drugi ubijaju.
Da, da su jedni drugi, ono.
U Ark Raiderima sam radio trajala 1 dan, veriš. To je sve ono što sam odvojio. I ostao mi onaj hot shot, onaj rank. Zato što sam odbio da se rankujem do zadnjeg dana. Jer nisam teo da igram ono nedelju dana svaki dan da ono samo pred sebe se takmičim, razumiješ. No da se igram samo 1 dan i radio sam sve challenge-a po jednom i to je bilo to. Kad sam radio zadnji challenge, bilo je još sat vremena do kraja, razumeš, sezona.
Si ga krafirao.
Pa naravno, to sam uradio maksimalno lukavo.
Da, slučajno, nisam hteo.
Sa 17.000 poena sam, razumeš, zadržao ranku, inače, prošli put sam ono bio tryhardo, znači prošli sam trebao da napičem 30-40.000 poena, razumeš, da bi ostao, sad sam sa 17.000, razumeš, bio negdje na pola tabeli i više. Komedija. Mislim, nije savršen taj sistem. Također, ljudi su pitali da li je moguće da dobijemo kao drugačiji ranking za ljude koji igraju challenge solo i ljude koji igraju duo i trio. Ako bi bilo moguće ikad. Jer onaj koji igra sa timom uvijek može da skoro više, mnogo više. Naravno što gdje imaš onaj izazove tipa pobi, ne znam, leteće neprijatelje. I onda uzmu, jedan lik stane na jedan deo mape, a dvojica odu gore, u vrh mape gdje ih ima više sponova. A ovaj što je sam skida svoje sponove, razumiješ, i samo cepe. Imam i ovaj debuff, kad mu polovim armor par puta, znaš? Kad mu polovim armor par puta, mogu do 4 puta po 5% physical damage da mu sjebem, znaš? Kao sad. Onda uzmem i skočim da mu konzumujem armor sa ovim, Sunderom, i skinemo još 5% i mrtav. Duša nije toliko izdržao, ako duže traje fajtovi to vredi, ali pošto sam ga sjebao, ništa. Treba da mu polovim armor sa ovim Molten Blastom i kad mu polovim armor, onda konzumujem sa ovim, kako zove, Sunderom. I kažem tako 4 staka i trajno do kraja fajta ima minus 20% physical resistance. To ti je Uruk Smelting. Do 20% imaš increased physical damage na tog neprijatelja. To ako je duži fight ili ako je tvrđi boss.
Mene je Neša naučio.
Tebe, dobro da čujem.
Skineš taj gem i staviš ga samo kad biješ bossa, a do tada koristiš drugi gem u tom sortu.
Dobro te Neša naučio. Jer ti je naučio da nosiš blink sa sobom, jer ti to rekao. Ako ti to nije rekao, onda te je loše učio, jer ti to rekao. Pošto smo ja i on igrali zajedno jednu mapu i bio je glitch i nismo mogli da se pomerimo. Bukvalno izađeš iz rifta toga i zaglavljen si. I šta uradiš? dati spirit gem. Napraviš si spirit gem, ali da bude mali level relativno. Napraviš blink, recimo level 10. I ekvipuješ ga tu, ubaciš ga u slot i opališ jedan blink i pomeriš se. I da možeš da vratiš skill koji si koristio ovdje. Aha, to nije rekao?
Ne.
Pa treba ti kažem, to ću ti ja reći. Pošto ti on nije.
Nešto dobro našao.
On je napravio više karaktera iz toj sezoni, znaš?
A, vidio sam.
To je traži od mene da ga boostujem. Nisam ga boostao, ali sam... A i čak i prebrzo igrao, znaš? To sam ja provalio. Ako prođeš kroz kampanju previše brzo na malom levelu, dođeš do endgame i moraš da igraš mape i rizikuješ da te ubiju na nekim mapama, da gubiš experience, a mogu si da ga zaradiš.
Da, ali...
Garantovano si mogu da ga zaradiš.
Ima on dosta opreme za sve to, tako da to...
Ne, oprema ti ne vredi ako... Ima on opreme, ali znaš šta je problem? Level requirement je problem. On je meni rekao, treba mi 85. level da build možda radiš, što znači da je moj pojedini komadi opreme imaju level requirement jako veliki, da bi uopšte mogu da ih ekvipuje, da bi radili to što on želi, da bi imali interakciju.
Da, ali lakše dobiješ experience sa mapama nego ovako kao kroz kampanju.
Ne, zapravo ne. Da, ako te neko gura. Da, ako, to sve što si rekao, ako ima neko da te gura. Zavisi kakav ti je build. Ako ideš na neki endgame build koji traži predmete koji su ono jako visoki level da bi radili, dolaziš u tu situaciju da ti treba DPS da bi igrao mape, a ne možeš da ih igraš jer ti build ne radi do te tačke, razumeš, za koji ti je gear. Da. Gdje je meni onaj... Ja si imam amulet. Evo. Imao sam amulet. Ovaj sam teo da ekvipam. Čak sam teo da ga kraftujem. Ovako. Pušti ga, nek spava. Ima on svoje mačje pravo. Sad ga budiš.
Sam se probudio.
Budi spreman za mačje poslovice. Kakav mitraljez, vidio? Si vidio?
What the fuck? Ne.
Čovjek ima samostar mitraljez. Sa radenikom.
Je to unik? Mislim, nemam pojma.
Verovatno jest, imam ja par unikova, znaš.
Aha.
To je verovatno... Ovaj ili ovaj? Možda ovaj.
Taj donji, da.
Imaš 5 unikatnih samostrela, imam 3 od 5.
Ta tri prva imam, koji ti, a... Mislim, dobio sam.
Si siguran da, mislim, nije mi problem, samo uzim pa probaj. Mace skillove možeš da ekvipuješ sa ovim rukavicama.
Plus 1 armor per strength.
Plus 5% unarmed damage per 5 strength. Ako napraviš ono strength build, da kažemo only, možda imaš, mislim da je neko računa koliko možeš maksimalni strength.
Da mi se svako sekundu sve na telefon.
Yes. bolje jest. Samo mi treba... Da nemaš ove delirium bočice lebati. Da. Kažem, da nemaš možda delirium... Da?
Aha, šta, delirium, šta?
Za to. Boce.
Tebi trebaju?
Da.
Slab sam ove sezone s tim, ali sad ću ući u igru pa ću ti kažem tačno šta imam u deliriumu.
Treba mi da napišem taj pasiv na...
Na amulet.
Da. Isolation i suffering. Mislim, mnogo su mi jače statistike, razumeš, kad samo zamenim tu jednu stvar. Ali...
Tebi su bili tamo crni delovi, mislim da... Liquid Envy, Ire, Greed, Paranoja
Ne, imaš da uradiš...
i Guilt.
Imaš da uradiš filter za to.
Pa kažem ti šta je, ono, držim ih na isto mjesto, tako da...
Znači, isolation nemaš, jel tako? Nemaš skup jako. Probaj da pogledaš koliko se trguju.
Ne, kažem ti Envy, Greed, Ire, Paranoja i Guilt.
Ček, zašto ja mogu sad da startujem mapu, bez da sam završio kampanju? I kao što sam mislio, meni se progres prenosi između... Samo što više nemam pristup Atlas 3, znaš?
Nego?
Ali mogu da odigram mapu ako hoće. Znaš? Više ako dođemo ovdje. Kao neću to pokrećem, vidim da može. Ne znam da li je glitch ili nije glitch. Vidim da može. Definitivno, da se to uradi. Stajem maček. Imaš stres od ovoga parnog lajka što radi ispred kuće. 100 mi se trese ako bereš. Treba buzo ovaj, si uzeo bio 3 pojena. 6 pojena.
Ne.
Da li ti treba?
Pa nemam pojma, mislim da mogu da završim.
Evo, ajde, ja imam dobre buffove za ovo. Imam, ako nešto daju imam po 80% imam reduction on, znaš? Damage. Po 80% imam.
Jel treba da uđem tu s tobom ili kako to funkcioniš?
Pa, prvo se teleportuješ na mene, znaš da možeš to.
Da, znam, nego pitam.
Čekaj da ti otvorim portal.
Ne trebaš, evo kao uradim, evo, kod tebi sam.
Viš, sad ja uzim, bacim novčić. Starta. Kada ovdje možda uđeš, ili tako?
Da, evo, pred tebe sam čovječ.
Ne, unutra.
Aha.
Jel' tako? Već sam pustao bio kolegu s posla, znaš? Čuvaj sad. Imam 2300 honora, znaš?
Ja 3300.
Pa da, imaš buffove od mene. Imaš kao na svoj health bonus, a imam ja relikve dobre. Baš dobro. Samo te bune ove eksplozije, ova moja buba baca to, znaš. Tako da, nemoj da begaš okolo. Kao što vidiš, ide okolo i baca ove žute eksplozije.
Treba malo se navikneš na to.
Vidi koliko ovih relikvi ima. Dum. I sve pobjeno. Šta mislim da smo završili trial pre kraja, znaš? Nego što isteklo vreme.
Pokaži ti ono, mi mislim da imamo damage.
Ne, nije ovdje damage u pitanju. Ovdje ti uglavnom problem da se neke stvari prožive. To ono što sam ja... Zlatni ključ sam dobio.
Pa to si izabrao da dobiješ.
Ne, mislim da nije, ovo je prvi. Ovo je prvi bukvalno.
Aha, prvi ti na random.
Da, mislim da je random. Ovo delo je bezbolno. U suštini radim dosta debuffova, znaš.
Brate, meni 11 sekundi i dalje stoji gore.
Šta za timer?
Da.
Ne, to je prošlo već. Možda glitch.
Definitivno glitch. Da se sad mu glitchuje.
Čekaj, da nisam vidio escape. Wow. Znači, moram uzeti debuff. Monster have 50% increase maximum life. Ili to ili da gubimo vodu non stop. Dire. Ti boriš ovdje uopšte, ja samo trčim, znaš?
Da.
Moram da zatvorim vrata, mogu se početi dolaziti od gore. Vidio sam te, otvori slobodno.
Idu, žuti.
Samo da znaš, razlog zašto imam dobre relikvije, zato što sam bukvalno par puta ovo igre očistio sam sve i jedan čup sam očistio. Završim mapu i onda se vratim u Rikovac i otvaram ćupove. mogu ti reći da određeni, kako se zove, čupovi daju one, kako zove, daju one tapestri, one relikvije, jako moćne. Evo ti, na primjer, ne znam šta ti imaš, pogledaj. Možda pogledaš ova dva dole na podu. Oj.
Gledam. Ono, Resistance, to je super, Chris Moving Speed, pa fantastično je drugo.
Ne, meni je već pun inventar toga, slobodno uzmem.
Ajde uzem pa.
Zbog tih Tetris varijanti, znaš kada ono startuješ pa treba da složiš nešto što liči na, znaš. Da mi je, imali ću pola tuda. Ovo, vidim. Cool. Otvorio si, ja? Inače, smanjili su koliko zamke radi. Sjećaš da je pre bilo da uletiš u to i da ti uništi health koliko brzo skida ta vatra dot.
Kako me tripuju ove tvoje stvari?
Nemaš trenutno neprijatelje koji to bacaju, znaš. Imaš neprijatelje s fireballima da duše, ali... Ovo je završeno, samo ćeš da isklikaš na... Gauntlet trial, escape trial... Escape trial... Gauntlet trial, možda gauntlet trial i odemo do merchanta gore. Merchant zna da ponudi dobar dobre buffove. Imaš, ne znam, mislim da imaš ono da radiš veći damage. Pa neki mač ili nož da borio se. Predelo po guzici.
Otvori,
Vidim.
Ne.
Da, može i tuda.
Ne, može.
Ne da može, ne.
Otvoreno je.
Prošao.
Jel tvoj crveno?
Da ne zazireš od toga, šta?
Ma ne znam bre šta je, bo ti su...
Ma ne, nemaš boss neprijatelj koji baci to ovdje, znaš šta? Nije lit. Gdje je merchant? Gore. Ajmo kod njega. Opet ga on tamo. Gledao sam onaj kad zove Rax, onaj streamer.
Aha.
Par puta sam gledao isto live i vi isto pita ga chat. Pitao sam ja za neku interakciju između dva skilla nekog. Probao je da mi da odgovor, sad ne usetim da li mi je bio odgovor dovoljan, ali da li za određeni kombo nekih skillova ili miniona, nešto tako. Znam da je, pošto on ulazi malo veću dubiozu u to, i znači da ja nemam svoje mišljenje o tome, nego više igra, pa vratno razumeš ono, više razmišlja o tome. Da je previše jak penal, razumeš, kad ti igra ono omami, kad ono udariš, kad se zatrčiš i kad udariš sprint i kad se zatrčiš i samo te neprijatelji obale, znaš, imam te kasape, razumeš, na podu. I previše neprijatelji imaju taj, razumeš, imaju onu lip animaciju, znaš, da bukvalno skoči na tebe, razumeš, sa tipa
Da, ne
pola
možeš
metra.
skoro ništa da uradiš.
Ne, nikakve reakcije nema s tvoje strane. Ovoga sam inače zarobio, znaš, neprijatelj. Ima haste auru, ti treba mob sa haste auru, mogu ti ga dati. Zapravo, mislim da su account bound, ne mogu i da otiću. Nažalost, tako radi.
Bilo blizu.
Znaš da uvijek nosim te, kako se zove, za capture pistol.
Da. Rekao si mi to da uvijek imaš makar ono jedan ili tako nešto.
Da, makar low level, ovo je baš bio low level. Zato što ovaj beast, na primjer, ima... Šta ima? Ima haste auru, piše all damage ignite.
Jel ovdje svako sebi uzima ili...
Kako misliš? Kod njega? Pa nisam siguran, sad ćemo da vidimo. Ne bi da se healamo.
842, ovdje piše, sad ne znam da li...
Da, 842, next time... Možda Silver Chalice.
A vidi, ovo je kao fail safe.
Daje ti minor boon i major boon.
Next time you below 20, restore all life, shield and 50% honora.
To je to, ostalo nećemo.
Da, to je ono fail safe, baš ako se desi sranje.
Da si ti uzeo još?
Nisi mi ništa uzeo.
Uzeo sam ja, vidiš?
A ti su za minor boon?
Uzeo sam oba. Vidiš, imali smo dovoljno para za oba.
Aha, dobro.
A šta drugo uzmeš?
Pa tad kažem, nisu nešto bili baš.
Koji healuje ovdje?
Welcome to my channel.
Honor restore, KP obično. Ali dolazi sa debuffovima, nekad vođu čiste, ono.
Escape trial. Meni ne smeta ovaj Hourglass trial, ovo. Od svih ovih debuffova je najbezaznaniji. Pretpostavljam da taj karakter ne ide na evasion.
Dobro se pretpostavio.
Pa ni meni nešto evasion ne radi puno.
No super.
Više armor, običan. Običan armor, gospođo. To je neki boss pauk, šta?
Da.
Nisam primetio, previše brzo pao. A što još?
Ima ih malih rangera, sad sam ih pamo, mu jeben što stoji u ćošku.
Samo parci. I ovoga smo ubili, no?
Da, to je to.
vode. Nice. Evo viš sad, gledaj, viš koliki stan. Pola? Poli stan! Heavy stan. Gle.
Jo.
Ovo bi nikakav problem, verujem. Iako je boss imao 50% inkrizovan health, se sećaš?
Da, ali ne, obično ne želiš.
Pa da, ali nema...
Mislim, imamo mi...
Nema razlike. Ovo što sam na kraju, znači, to se na procenat skida. Opa, gold rail chest, idemo.
Aha.
Znaš da ima jedan tab samo za ove džulove. Toliko se rasipa. Nego bio mi pun kurac da ostavljam džulove okolo, znaš. Moram sam da kupim, šta je sad to?
Imaš ovo da uzmeš 25% honora više, da je u maksimum. Kod njega.
Purchase site, znaš što je još bolje?
Što?
Flooding River.
Aha.
50% more sacred waterfront. Saješ da si na healujemo nekako, jel da?
Hoćemo, mada ne znam kako si ti, ja sam izgubio možda 300 honora u ranu. Manje 300.
Otprilike. Ajde sad nas pitaš šta? Možda large water fountain. Definitivno ne escape travel. Znaš? Definitivno to ne.
Sad ću posle nije ven.
Ne, bio onaj debuff da radi 40% manje damage-a, to je ne falo.
Je.
Da, ove zamke su sad onako dosta napredne, da kažemo tako. Rološko sto, znaš? Mogu te reći su sad zamke dosta softcore koliko su pre bile hardcore, znaš? Pre. Pazi, neprijatelj bacio neke prateće kuglice. Gledaj da se rolaš kad udariš. Bilo šta kad udariš, gledaj da se rolaš od toga. Viš i dalje ne sjuri neka lobanja.
Vidi, dalje to stoji tu. Evo ga, lever.
Opet lever. Ej!
To mislim se možemo gore.
Ako se dobro sećam, ako prođe bar jedan od nas dvojice napred, ovaj drugi možda prođe za njim, jel da? Naprimjer, ako ja aktiviram ovo, ti protrčiš gore. Viš gore, i to je to.
Da, treba complete, to je to.
I to je to. I sad ako hoćeš, udari sprint. Sad kad nemaš zamki, sad možeš da pogledaš da li... To ti je ono opcijno, ako misliš da smo negdje zaboravili jedno od onih žutih vazica. Ti ne moraš da se zamalaš ako nećeš, ali možeš naći vode isto.
Sad će bude pun kurac u toj prostoriji. Ma dobro, imamo 2 healova, imamo ovdje par prostorija.
Ti već gledaš knjigu što ima, jel?
Da. Znači imamo red smoke, ili red
500 vode sam mu daš. Ajoj.
Meni ne piše ništa za vodu.
Aha, samo ja mogu da kliknem, znači... Možda Chalice Trail da odradimo. Awards a pledge which can be accepted to change the trial parameters.
Da, flickio vidite red smoke i sad ja ne mogu da vidim šta je
Ma,
red smoke.
znam.
Jel to ono kad se smanjuje?
Room types are unknown on trial map.
Aaaa.
Svejedno.
A daj, brate, ali naravno će nam dati samo ove sada.
Da. Vidi. Život da limun, napravi limunadu. Vidi quiver. Neko me gađe, jebat ću mu majku. Molim. Gađe me neko kroz zidove, neka strelica mi juri, znaš.
Da li mi učitala mapa sve i onda...
Par puta je bilo da me neki nevidljivi neprijatelj gađe sa nekom magijom, znaš. Si gledao to? Na travu. Moraš da izbjegavaš u nekoj maloj sobi, razumeš, neke mobove koji bacaju neke imaginarne spelove, razumeš, ono. Ne znaš šta ti gađe. To je to. Red skipper. Fulmination. To je to. I? God. Dobro, uzet ću. A ne vidim samo koji je tip izazova, znaš.
Pa ne možeš znaš ništa šta je, sad ti sve...
Ne, vidiš nagradu, ali ne vidiš šta je...
Koji će tip sobe misliš da bude?
Da.
Pa ne znam, više sad na ta vrata na onore i to.
Ne.
Možemo malo se izviti, ne?
Mogu da vidim šta je nagrada, razumeš, za sobu, ili da li koji je buff i debuff, ali ne mogu da vidim koji je tip trala, a meni ne smeta što ne vidim koji je tip trala, znaš. Dobro. Doris tak. Znaš da je zadnji? Si našao? Jednom sam se bio vrtao uda kao manijak, znaš, u krug.
Što je to zvršeno? Beši.
Mene si blokirati, bukvalno pravi fizičku
Da, znam, zato sam ga i stavio tu.
Opa, dobili smo Scrying Crystal. Dobili smo 2 buffa, pogledaj buffove, gore.
Vidi. Ciljim što za 20% manje damage.
A ovo za Shine the Great Star Zone and Burden you... Ne. Daj na ključ.
Nego nisam primijetio da nam je ono oporavljen.
Jest, često presondno da sam dobio. Toliko delimo zajedno, ja prepostavljam, ili tako?
Da.
Često presta.
Pa ne znam, ja imam... Pa da, vada. Mislim, meni maksimum 4163.
Koliko sad imaš 3000 nešto?
3700.
A dobro. Znaš taj specijal, kad ubiju neprijatelja sa ovim Cooling Strike-om, dobijem Living Lightning buff. To su ti oni Lightning minioni koji idu oko tebe i automatski prate neprijatelji biju. Ušao, ima dosta health. To stoji.
Ko?
Yes. Magnificent. Da uzmemo Dark Pit. Trap deal 100% increase damage.
Bronzan ključ ovdje god.
Vidim.
To ili?
Jest.
A to?
Kaže remove spiked shell. Monster health. To je ono da imaju buff on health. I to je skino i dodaje sad šta?
Monster have increased life, 50%, monster have speed cannot.
To je skinuo.
Aha, to su skinuti.
To je skinuo. Ne možeš da ih usporavaš. Preživit ću. No, definitivno ne. Opet, a?
Ja.
Opet sexy time.
Ne vez, možda mi skine ovaj jebeni vreme debuff. A jeste, sad više gurovih rangera. I ovih malih ratenkal bajtera. Evo ti ne vidiš.
No, sam viš da te nešto skida HP. Ono ti glođi. Jest. Aha. Otišao sam levo.
A isto, na istu stranu smo krenuli.
Nažalost, to mi je nekako logično. Znaš, sad bi to mi da se tu podelimo, ali...
Nemo se to.
Ne, možemo da izađemo dalje, ako nećeš da gubimo... Ne želiš da gubiš ono.
Upravo.
Boss. Boss. To su ona dva gede. Pazi se njih, znaš da mogu da te ubijem. Mislim, ubiješ ih i čekaš jedno 10 sekundi, ne ideš kad sredini arene, znaš. Trebali smo da ubijemo ih taktički, znaš, samo ono bijemo još jedno.
Da.
Nisi trebao da radiš, nisi trebao tako brzo gubiš. Nema veze, ali ono, sad bješ to dalje od njega. Ovo me ubilo prošli put bilo, znaš?
Aha.
Više ovo što puca random. Ovo ja ne radim, ni moj minion, to se dešava kad taj boss umre.
Jesi ti ja čizma?
Nemam pojma šta ti ispalo, evo ti pogledaj ovo.
Čizma, ali nisam ih ono... Čekaj šta, ovo sam slučajno pokupio? Pa sam kliknuo najvratnije. Imam i ovaj bov sam isto kao kliknuo zato što je žuta, ako hoćeš.
Pa ja to identifikujem i vidim da li vredi išta. To je tako obično ide kod mene. Mislim, ne čak ni da se proda, nego da li vredi da se uopšte stavi sandu.
Kuva ili nešto,
a? Da. Neki relikvi su i smeći. Završi.
Ono nam je dao stash, super, ček.
Da ti je dao?
Stash.
Čega stash?
O, pristup stashu imam. Nisi vidio?
Ne.
A ti ga stash ne tamo.
Pa ne, to je uvijek tu. A?
Možeš put mi.
Ne, uvijek je. Ne, nisi ga vidio, uvijek je tu.
Ništa sve ostalo što sam pokupio stavit ću...
Samo zbog gemova se isplati, samo znaš. Ne znam za ostale stvari, ovdje ti garantovano padi gema. Samo radi gema bi joj radio. 24% increase damage against enemies with fully broken armor. Wow.
Increase effect of your non-unique relics. Merchant price reduced 50%. Honor restore. A? Znači prvo dva možda, šta misliš to?
Čekaj da vidim. Gdje je taj merchant?
Evo ga mu porti.
Možeš da uzmeš ovo, gledaj. Gledaj koliko sahra košta. Viš? Se uzmeš. I to ti je to. Sve.
Da, su uzeo relikt.
I dobili smo, piše ti Active Major Boon. Gain a random minor boon when you venerate a market shrine. Viš koliko boonova imamo, ovdje.
Da.
Ima više boonova nego debuffova. Ti nisi uzeo dole jednu relik. Ne. Relikvija u pitanju je 14% on resist. Zvo. Kažu dobro je kad igraš onaj Tetris pa razmišljaš šta bi mogo da staviš u slot.
Da.
Ja kažem generalno gledam uvijek da uzmem veći taj honor resistance da mi taj manji cheat damage ne radi
Gdje si ti izašao odavde?
Kliknu se na vrat. Kako sam gore, pa ne znam gdje se nastavlja, znaš. Je to to?
Možda ovdje dole, evo su vrata.
Ne znam.
Ja ne mogu ništa dole.
To je to je, odeš dalje. Teleport na mene.
Aha.
Treba se vratiš u glavnu sobu, pa onda iz glavne sobe odeš gore. Otvori se sljedeći. Možeš napred.
Ne, da bi na tebe, znači kliknuo sam tamo na onaj portal i...
Ne, vrati se u sobu gdje je onaj džini. To ti je ona startna soba i odatle ideš opet napred.
Zatvoreno mi je napred.
Znaš kako to može? Gledaj sad ovo. Leave trial. Trial progress will be saved and you can return later. Gledaj sad. I sad se teleportuj nazad u glavnu sobu. Jesi tu, jesi? Gledaj sad ovo. To sam već radio. Čekaj, si ti kliknuo ovo ili ja?
Mislim, viš kako ne mogu da kliknuo.
Zabagovao se. Snimio nam je progres, razumiješ, možemo da nastavimo. Ali daj da se teleportujemo nazad, na primjer, u Ordure Karavan, ajde.
Who goes there? The fat. Who goes there? Browse as long as you like. I'll unburden you. Goodbye.
Sad bi vjerojatno treba da napravim novu instancu te zone, znaš.
Ako napraviš novu, onda...
Nestaće onaj, to misliš? Ajde, ne, sad vidim.
O, da.
Da je to... Ne, sve ne, oni napravi sam novu instancu, znaš. Hop, da, odi vam. Kod mene. Ono stačka tebe da dođeš.
Usu?
Ne znam šta je gore. Ajde. Enter, ajde, merchant. Možda kupimo nešto u shopu. Ako se ne varam, imamo onaj buff da se u suštini merchantu manje cene.
Da, ali sad sam potrošio.
Ne.
Less maksimum model, ja.
Znam. Alternative su bile loše, znaš.
Verujem.
Ako ti kažem da je to bilo najbezazlenije... Marš u pičku.
Kako su ih stavili?
Marš u pičku materinu. A ujusko, znaš ovdje.
Znam, pa vidim, mislim. To je to.
Beže da ovdje. Ajde, ne zbog crva, nego zbog inače. Ne, i dalje su male cene, znaš, pogledaj.
Da, znači stoji to tako.
Ornate dagger, si vidio to?
Jer nije ti rulu dao to zamijenjeno.
Da ovo.
Jer next.
Hairfoot.
Monster have 15% reduce action speed, ovo zadnje. Više Cyclor.
Ne. Pogledaj buffove gore. Ko imaš?
Da, vidim, ali ono.
Vidiš movement speed, vidio?
Pa dobro, ali bio imamo jedan i drugi već ono kao 30-ice.
Nemam. To me se radi. Čekaj, ako imaš, radi buff, znaš?
Da, znam, nego kažem ono da ne bude overkill, jednostavno.
Neće. Neće. I ne možeš da sprintaš kad se ovako brzo krećeš po defaultu, znaš? Više. Samo kad smo iskinuli ono da imaju buff on health, ne? Znaš? Samo kad to nemaju.
Da. Jel to to? Smo gotovi?
Ne, imaš još
Koliko
jedan.
još dva?
Ima još jedan, još jedan. Ali ovaj gađe s onim projektilima, znaš.
Gdje, bre?
Evo ga, bre, zmija jedna. Tu se krije, viš.
Vidite, ja sam tu prošao, nego navrat nije bio pod zemljom. Kaže, još jedan ima.
Ima jedan crkvu i ne sprati oko, ne znam da si
Evo ga, gotovo, ubić.
Gluposti, ne
Jebo
znaš.
mater, brate, bossovi, a i ne znaš da su bossovi, ne vidiš.
Čekaj da vratimo honor.
Honora, to.
Tada.
Ja sam skoro na maksimumu sad. A zašto smo primili onaj debuff?
Dobili smo buff, lobby buff, novi.
Čujem kako izgleda ova mapa. Što imamo sad? Ključ, restore honor, možemo. Da, samo napred vidiš sad.
Raspali su se, znaš.
Fantazija, evo ti da su nam sve ovakve. Da su sve ovakve sobe, brate, radio bi ovo svaki dan.
Ja bi ovo svaki dan radio. Tata visine.
Da! Gdje ode dole, što nisi išao napred?
Ne. Ovo su zamke, a? Pazi, zamke radi 100% više damage. Znaš? Pazi.
Dobar dan.
Zdravo, Nerot.
Hello, sexy man.
Hello, howdy.
Jesi kliknuo na dugme za ekspediciju?
Da.
Hoću samo da dignem 100.000 onaj damage i to je to.
A to ti za bonus skill poene. Koliko si imao ti skill poena, oprosti?
Pa ja sam 2 puta resetovo, tako da.
Znači 10 i vi treba da uradiš za 15 skill poena.
Pa da, to je maksim, da.
Ja ne mogu da, mislim mogu da uradim, ali nema point.
Pa ne moraš, pošto dobiješ 15.
Da, mogu da ti pomognem da, ne mogu preko toga da idem, mogu da uradim čisto što se radi, jel?
Pa ono, misije na Steli Montes nisam ni završio, nisam završio ni trial, to mi nije ni bitno.
Nema uključeo. Koje bre misije ne stavimo, ko će to da radi? Te kancerogene gluposti.
Ma znam.
Gde treba da pokupiš artifa koji pokupi prvi igrač koji se spomne pored njega. Bre, vozi.
Mislim, nije hitno, mislim, ne mora. Ja mislim da treba da ovaj...
Imaš 14 dana, ja mislim, za to.
Ma znam, to može se pređe za 2 dana te misije. Nego ovaj... Kad resetuješ ekspediciju, da ti ne vraća misije, da bi samo najnovije da igraš, to je to. A ne ovako ono isto radim 100 puta je. Jes. Bio sam uzao ove 2 igre pa sam refundao, brate, ne igram mi se ništa, brate.
Koje 2 igre?
Ma, Styx treći deo i Horizon drugi deo.
A Styx onaj ubica mali.
Da.
Preš sam prva 2 dela, ali mi trenutno ni ne treba, imam šta i da igram, šta će mi.
Dobro.
Ne znam ni što sam uzeo. Ajmo se čega da imam. Dobro. Igram i Dotu, igram i ovo i sad će i nova ekspedicija. Mislim, nova sezona, igram i Counter, igram i Elder Scrolls, pičko nogu, stignem jebot.
Otkud ti je? A, Kecman.
Kako to?
Ja došao s kontrast. Ne sam.
Ne ništa, ovdje smo povukli polugu.
Da. Ne.
Sada do gore idemo.
Zapravo da.
Da, gore idemo. I to je kraj.
on ne znam šta da radim sa mačićima, znaš, ako me vole, brate.
Gde na poslu?
Da, sad su u 7. nedelji kao rakete su, brate. Trče, skaču, penju se. Nek svi idu kod mene u krilo i onda se nameste i spavaju.
Ali dobro šta, kad nisi ti tamo imaš ove druge kolege u toj smeni koji vode računa malo, jel da?
Pa preko dana slabo. Kaže da vidio je mačku u veliku daljini da kao nešto lovi, ono očigledno za mene je vezano samo uveče.
Ovo je dosta jako, izgubili smo većinu debuffova, znaš.
Super.
Koja je taktika za ovoga, znaš, da stojiš na ovim žutima? Nego?
Kaži mi, ne sjećam se.
Morat ćeš se
Treba nekom, ove žute cipele sam našao, ja to završio ako neko nije.
Za?
Da, u stvari ne može da računa u piču.
To je odavno. Moraš da nađeš.
Da, probali su. Prešao sam na to. Tražim velike robote i ono dobijem damage. Hajde vam.
Gdje, bro?
Ne znam.
Mislim, uzao sam Call of Duty, sam preorderovao. 4 to čekam. To je ja ove 4 igre, vrati, dosta. Ja juče uzeo, hoću neću refundam, hajde, taj se refundam.
Ne znam, fali 1 poen honora, lebe.
Ne, nešto se tu zaglukao.
Tiš ovih relika, drži. 2 komada. Na random. Unique sam dobio, znaš. Imaš Prime Gold, Mysterious, si vidio? Tadam!
O, evo mi ga drugar. Bastian. Hello. You take load, just make damage.
Eto ti, bilo dobro.
Da, super, čekaj.
Kažem, buffovi su ti ovdje najbitniji za ovaj traum.
Kako ne? A i relike imaš da uložiš.
Bastian, I don't need...
Yes, I do have. Hvala.
Yes. You're welcome, Raider. Zahvaljujem mi se, Raider. Evo, još malo pa ću imam 2 skillu. Pa je navesano 10.000 damage. Hajde vidimo šta ima ovaj problem. A ima i 2 eventa u Doti, onda igram.
Koje event imaš u Doti?
Stalno imaš u Doti evente.
O!
Jebi ga, nijem džabe na prvom mjestu igrao. Nego daju vredne nagrade, što dobiješ free. To u Counteru recimo nije moguće. Možda dobiješ drop, ali ne neke skuplje.
S obzirom da si dobio svim herojima pristup, ja bih rekao da to nije normalno.
Pa ja sam dobio par Arkana i Mortal sve preko tih eventa, znaš. Mislim, možeš i da kupiš, ja sam dobio kroz igru. To je okej.
LoL je to kao imao, međutim sad kako su ga ono Kinezi uzeli, brate, baš je teško dobiti heroje tamo za džabe.
Jebi ga, vidiš da tu vodi Ice Frog, onaj, njemu je Valve dao bukvalno odrašene ruke, on je glavni za Dotu, on je developer.
Zato što su ljudi, brate, prepoznali, čovjek je sam nešto izmislio i to se dopalo ono na globalnom nivou se
Prepustio mu
dopalo
Valve
ljudima.
igru, razumeš?
Pa naravno, brate, šta će se sad pravi da oni razumiju to bolje nego on?
On sam sad vidio ovaj. Dobro, imam već 2 skill poena. Hello, Raider. Koliko za Dotu rade sve u ovom CS2 su katastrofa, brate. Ja se često zapitam da li su igrali Counter nekad.
A zato što su htjeli da ga približe ljudima, ono, više na neki način i tu su se...
Ne znam, brate, kako nema nekog čovjeka kako za Dotu, brate, da to vodi. Mislim, to što sam ja recimo dobio, možeš i da kupiš preko Steam marketa, košta, lupam, Arkana 30-40 €, ja sam dobio free, recimo, kroz event, tako da ti daju i te opcije, znaš, što je okej. Samo igraš. Onda meni je zanimljivo da igram nešto što ima neki progres, nešto rešavaš. Sad znam. Hello, Raiders. Yes. Howdy. To svi rade damage ovo za kilove, čujem pucanje na sve strane. Sve parci, parci. Careful.
Samo se nemoj previše opuštati, imaš ovi što su prijatelji dok ima god ljudi okolo tebe. Čim se izgube ostali, okrene se novi listovi.
Ne da, nek ima Bugara.
Yes.
Bugari. Ice Frog. Nego se ne zna ko je lik uopšte, anoniman je. Čovjek neće da se zna njegov prijatelj život. On vodi Dotu, ja mislim, u 2009. 8. data. On je i dan danas.
Glavni odgovorni.
Mislim se ja dobio bonus damage za one bossovi, za onoga trava, znaš, na bar jednog.
Ozbiljno?
A, to su to unikatni bossovi koji samo tamo
sreću. Pa da.
Tako radi. Hoćeš da uskočiš zajedno sa mnom u Abyss?
Tam gdje sam sekund samo kafu
da završiš kafu, ajde.
Minut.
Ti si level 69?
Najjači level ubica.
Ne zadruža ako bude igra sa mnom.
Ne.
You're singing like Sinatra, man. Yes. Howdy.
Koji je ono pasiv, kecmane, da ti kaže ono, kritika ti je zagarantovan, samo je se smanjuje. modifier. Sećaš toga?
Ne.
Ne mogu sad kako se zove, kaže critical ti je garantovan, samo ne znam da li je to ascendancy, ali što ti više vremena treba da opališ critical, to ti critical multiplier manji. Ako ti je inicijalno 250% crit damage, a critical chance ti tipa 7% i igra pokušava ti rola critical. Kad ti rola critical, onda pogledaj koliko ti puta trebalo, znaš, i procentualno tome ti smanji taj modifier.
Ja mislim da ti pričaš o Lucky Strike-u.
Jel? Tako zove?
Da.
Da vidim. Jel to...
Obići ti mnogo mako.
Dobro.
Ništa sad.
Mislim da je to
Dobro, idem.
ascendancy, da?
Yes.
Da.
Ide ka 15.000, 30.000, ja mislim 30 poena, da. Ma ide to brzo, to smaš.
Samo ne znam da li ti ide, prvo uradiš 5000, pa onda izađeš iz meča, pa uradiš 10, pa izađeš iz meča, ne znam da li ti ne znam, vidiš ko izađeš. Jesi otkucao te poene?
Ja sam prvo.
Pa na koji si rank, jesi još uvijek prvi, ti je prebacio na drugi?
Na drugi damage mi ide. To je treći.
Pa znači da ti računa sve, ishodno tome ti
Sve pomalo.
Da. Ne, mislim da je pre bio bug. Da si morao da radiš jedan po entire, znaš, nisi mogao da preskačeš.
Bastiona, još jednog da ga ubijem, idem napad.
Evo.
Ajde, skači.
Geronimo.
Skoče.
Da.
Iskren da budem, nisam našao da je pretarano teško nešto bilo.
Ne.
Mislim, ima par neprijatelja koji onako imaju neke pederske ability preko čitavog ekrana. Ali... Ne trebalo se kema, nego konkretno ova bise zona.
Da, za nju sam mislio da pričaš, nego prošli put kad je to bilo, ono je bilo strašno, toliko je bilo onih zelenih kocka, brate, što eksplodiraju i radili su baš retardane.
Ne stoji ti iznad glave, razumeš, i čeka da priđeš. Stoji tako jedno dobrih 10-20 sekundi, razumeš. Imamo se kod 10 sekundi.
A daj, brate, nemoj me jebati, jebem ti mamu, pičku, bre.
Kaže Rumun, nije ni bitno, kaže to što imaš one volt slotove. Ja rekao što? Pa kaže imaš dosta ljudi koji neće da resetuju. I onda on s njima trguje. Trguju semenkama, znaš. Ili mu daš komponent.
What the fuck?
Pa da, imaš. Hoćeš.
Thank you.
Pa koliko semenki može da treba jednom čovjeku?
Pa ne znam, to im je kao valuta za trgovinu. Nije stvar o tome koliko vrede ili ne vrede. Nego to nešto sam ti ja rekao, slušaj me sad. Jedna semenka, ko semenka, znaš. 100 semenki ti daje 100 bilo kojih resursa. Pa znaš to?
Thank you.
Da, znam, ali hoću da kažem koliko ti treba do toga, jer opet imaš...
Ja da mogu, ja bi napunio
možeš
pol
ne
inventara.
raditi.
Ja bi pol inventara napunio u semenka. Sve ono što mi služi za resurse, ja bi tipa držao 2000 semenka. To ti je samo u sirovim materijalima, razumeš, duplo toliko.
Stay close, bro, if you want.
Naprimjer, 2000 semenki ti je znači 4000 bilo kojeg resursa u igri. Ali ne mogu toliko, nema ja živaca gdje ja igram onaj Volt jebeni i smanjili su ga inače, znaš. Zašto su
Da dobiješ više toliko, a?
provali su developeri da ljudi to rade. Da uđe, razumeš, u Volt, pokupi sve iz Volta semenki i izađe.
Da, zamisli u Extraction igrici, ono, zamisli uradiš posao i izađeš.
Da, ali to koriste za te transakcije, razumeš. Od trading.
Make bundles here.
Šta je to temi Great Flood? Ko zna? Ti bio svaki čašak?
Ja, koliko vidim, u stvari ne.
Nisi. A zašto nisi? Jer bi ti imao bi opciju s teleportaš napolje, znaš?
Ajde, puši kurac, jebote. Mrlo da lažeš tako. Živo. Čekaj, jebote, gdje mi izlazi? Moramo napolje.
Chaos Orb je bio.
Let's go, we must go out.
Ako nemaš Divine i Chaos Orbu, si dobri za trgovinu, to sam provalio. Uglavnom consumable, one za crafting kupujem s tim. Pa gotovo?
Ima ovdje jedan mali deo za mene i...
Kao da jest. A gdje je izlaz?
Da.
Znaš da obično da izlaz. Si sve uradio. Kako je do sad bilo? Gore.
To. Naga checkpoint zadnji izgleda.
Ajde, brate.
Kad nađeš sve neprijatelji, pobiješ ih, onda ti kao ponudi ono kao merdevine kao da izađeš napad. A viš što? Collarbone. Collarbone? Za crafting?
Hoćeš što neću. Evo, ja sam tebi ostavio, pošto su jedan drugi na dexterity, pa sam mu ostavio tebi te žute, pa vidi.
Čizme uvijek skupljamo, nadi da ću naći uvijek neke čizme da vrede nešto. I... evo ti, koji džubre. Ne. Return to surface. Ne teleport u grad. Što se raspriča ovaj? Imamo onaj štit unikatni koji kaže istom brzinom se krećeš i kad ti štit spušten i kad...
Da, podignuto.
Da.
Da sam sporo mnogo.
Ne usporate ništa. Nemaš debuff. Pa ne znam koliko ti je to zanimljivo.
Jest.
Jeste? Ček da ti ga linkujem pa pogledaj. Ili ovaj, kaže Infinite Parry Range, ali ti ne radiš parry, ti radiš blok, jel tako?
Da.
Evo ti, gledaj ovo. Control beše mi. Party. Što je? Možda ga runeforgeuješ, to znaš. Kad ga runeforgeuješ, poveća mu level za jedno 20-30 level. Naprimjer, ove rukavice su ti runeforgeovane. Rune Master, znači sam ih upgradeovao. Isto tako i armor i patike. Zapravo za patike ne znam šta mi treba da ih upgradeovam.
Ne?
Ne?
Ne mogu da dostanem od ovog svog štita.
Šta? Ali kažem, ovo su ti statistike štita koje je 26 na zdravlje. Možeš da ga upgradeuješ, znaš? Što ga ja upgradem da vidiš.
Kako se linkuje, bre?
Otvoriš chat na enter i onda Ctrl, alt, klik.
A da. Ovo ja koristim, film.
Pa ako ti znači tih 30 strengtha nešto, da.
Aha, nažalost znači.
Ako ti čita build takav, onda tu nešto ti pričam.
Blok mi ovo znači, što veći blok i armor mi znači.
Evo ti gledaj sad. Sad sam ga craftuo. Viš? 25%
To je dalje
blok.
invasion rating, razumeš, znači ni to za mene toliko, ne.
Pa on ima i dalje block chance.
Da, 25.
Da. Kaže, ne znam koliko ti je veliki debuff kad se kretiš okolo sa dignutim štitom.
Nije.
Nije?
Pošto već imam nešto za to. Da mi malo manje smanjuje taj debuff, pa se kreće malo brže.
A i koristiš, pretpostavljam, charge, jel tako?
Da, shield charge isto, ono.
Da nemaš skill game level 10, uzde bude rečeno.
Ja, to sam ti nešto davao, tako da mislim da, ono, nisam igrao te low levele. Mogu da odim da pogledam, ali...
Znaš zašto ih, recimo, gledaj ovo. Naprimjer, ovaj kompanjon kog sam sad zarobio i ima haste auru. Oni su ti jako retki, samo znaš. Ti minijeni. Izgleda imam. To bi ta samo da nabacim taj spell, razumeš, ništa drugo.
Ja sam to čistio u mapu.
Ja bih cijenio ipak opciju da se nekako levelujem, znaš. Je pointa da je ti očistiš.
Znam, slučajno se desilo.
Slučajno se desilo?
Da.
To je kao ono, ups, gospođa, spao sam sa vašim mužem. To slučajno se desilo, to.
Mi smo samo i onda smo se sapleli.
Jeste, oboj smo se sapleli u nezgodnu poziciju i dalje... Dobro, nema veze. Vjerujem mi, pare će da uzem. Imam 5 miliona, a šta će mi? Ne znam ko je rekao kao...
O, gdje, šta će ti, brate, potrebati?
Za, trade šta?
Dođi on. Imaš što da šraj. Imaš ono da roluješ za pare neke stvari.
Šta roluješ za pare? Onda se kockaš.
Pa ne onaj bingo kao da dobiješ na mapi.
Koji bre bingo?
Pa to su zbacili
Imaš da
pred
povučeš,
2-3 sezone.
imaš da povučeš rulet, kaže svaki sledeći spin ti je košta više.
Košta nešto više, da.
Da, ali da li želiš zadnji spin da ti bude milijardu?
Pa ne, ali zato ćeš da obiđeš do ono...
Dokle? Do 100.000 bi možda uzeo, 100-200.000. Kad bi izašao na milijon, samo bi rekao ne, hvala. Gledao sam koji su statovi na tom Beast type monster, znaš. Zato ga nisam napadao, ti si ga bio nagnut. Još nismo ubili sve. Hvala. Izaći više majku ti jebem.
Hoću da uzmem.
To je onaj game cutter, jel?
Da. On ti treba?
Ne. Kupio sam bio 100 komada za jedan divan, znaš?
Ozbiljno?
Da.
Jebote, da, čoveče.
Ja ne znam zašto s tim učiš oko toga. 100 komada sam kupio.
Upravo sad gledam ono što ne bi isto to kupio.
Mislim, zašto? Imaš ljude koji imaju toga više, verovatno igraju te high tar mape. I njemu verovatno odgovara da pretvori sve to, razumeš, u ne znam, Divine 2.
Kako ne.
A meni znači, pošto se trenutno levelujem, znači mi da probam, recimo, skill. Nekad bukvalno uzem i unapredim ga. Ujebate, pa mi health bila 0, znaš.
Ozbiljno?
A, na 0 mi je pao health, sam pretekao. Mislim da me ovaj var bukvalno sprečao da me one shotuju, znaš. Imao sam tipa 1 HP. Op, imam taj, uzmi ga slobodno, uzmi ga, imam ga. Ako ga nemaš, gurni ga u onaj chest. Znam tačno šta je, iz 2-3 puta sam ga dobio. Znaš?
Gdje mi torbice? Gdje mi je to? Drugar će da uzme jedno mač. Što ni Nović, ima i Kere.
Ja, dođi ovdje.
Pa ja ću vjerojatno tu domim, drugo vidjet ćemo, ko će treći. Što vidimo ovdje?
Stiže. A. Vidim. Fist of Kalgur. Wow. Ti si za taj, drugi, jel?
Nisam me ništa uzeo, ti biraš nešto ovdje.
Ne, ovdje ti je ovaj Warbound, viš.
Pa šta će mi to zamijenjeno, uzmi ga ti.
Ali nije to za minjene. To su ti temporary minions, znaš? To ti nije fiksno.
Ma ja kastujem spelove mnogo više, ali sam ove skillove, tako da to neće meni mnogo trajati. Ajde.
Pada kiša?
Da. Pada. Sitno li pada?
Kako pada, sit? No.
Pa sitno, ne?
Kako Blade 2, jebote, nisam stavio Blade 3 na ovo. Bleed 2, jebote imamo, jebote moram Bleedove da zamenim.
Moraš.
I ovdje Bleed 2, ovdje Poison 3. A ne, nisam htio, naravno mislim da sam sjetio Bleed 3 radi nešto drugo.
Kako mu ga pumpa više.
O, čekaj, brate, kada se... Oni ne odlaze. Runi kvarc, ali samo 2 daje.
Na? Si ti promijenio karakter? Ne, ovo je Nenad si izlogu, moguće ovo.
Da.
Šta radi?
Ali neće me prati, nego stoje tu.
A to su temporary minions.
No.
Nisu trajni da te razumiješ, to vratno opcijno ih prizoveš kad je neki fight pitanje. Teško reći da umre. Jer da smo gubili.
Ma da. Nisam vidio ništa što se dešava na to.
Pa uglavnom sam skakao to u mestu i lupove, znaš. Gdje je beš ono za onaj buff? Skroz desno, tako?
O, mislim da je levo, bar.
Je li random? Meni je bilo desno.
A, onda je već. Mislim da meni je bilo ovdje.
Onda pogledaj svaki ćošak. Znam gdje je, tačno je u jednu od tih malih uličica sa strane.
Da.
A nije uličica, to su kao te neke, kao mali ti kanjoni sa strane, šta god je. Znaš da ide na skeptar, imaš onaj skeptar što ti daje, ono za minjene, ne znam kom je to rekao ti. Da imaš po jednog unikatnog monstera kompanjona. Od svakog tipa. Da imamo koji će biti. Fist of Power. O, imam već. Uzmi slobodno. Čekaj. Meni je čak identifikovan, izvoli. Gdje si Beris? Moguće.
Ono kao neće ga ne koristiti prema tome.
A dobro, ali makar da ga otpišeš sa liste tih unikova, ja ga obično gurnem, izvoli. Ja ga obično gurnem u chest samo da mi računa da ga... Stani, jel imaš onaj alkemi, kako se zove? Orb of Alchemy.
Ne, kod sebe.
Ja ću ga doneti, stani. To obično radim. Znaš? Odem po Orb of Alchemy. Ni ja ne nosim, šta će mi kuđevo. I onda buffujem.
Pa ono, koje su šanse da ćeš dobiti da ga iskoristiš?
Pa evo sad. Evo ga, na. Bam. Još jedan čekić. Si ti otišao odavde, Robert?
Da.
Ja rekao da si mi ti paunik pobiše, to sam bio sve ja izgleda.
Ne vas, ne vas.
Pojavila se salmonela. Koga? Salmonela se pojavila.
Federal.
Vidio sam ga. Vidio sam ga i ne znam šta je. Mislim da ne znam šta je. Jesi ti otišao tamo kod bossa?
Našao sam ti pilore.
Evo dolazim onda. Ja sam išao kod ćoškovina. A vidim.
Movement speed, brate, to je to.
Da, važi. In your dreams. In your dreams. Pa ni 5 na sve nije loše, znaš. Ni 5 na sve nije loše. A znam da sam radio jedan od onih trala da ti je rekao kao da možda uzmeš, ne znam, 5% na resist, znaš, na cold, ice, lightning, čuda tamo vamo. Ne, uzeo sam 5 na sve atribute. To ti je bukvalno skill point, znaš. Ako nemaš, bukvalno skill point. A ili imaš šta još na ovoj mapi? Nema, tako?
Gore je izlaz.
Nema, gledam da li možeš spokupiti neko dao. Možeš ako hoćeš da ih pobijemo, to stoji.
A jebem ti familiju, bro, pičku.
Ja sam prošli put jedva pretekao na Buried City-u. 2 vaspa su mi urili, imao sam 30 kp.
Brate, katastrofa, znaš šta mi je zajehalo ovih, brate? Pičko mate, čekaj da se hilu.
Eto si game karta, pizno imam još 80 komada, uzmi. Umore. To sam ja, to uzmi, samo da znam šta je papir. Baci mi jedan svega ti da pogledam ovaj armor.
Hoću.
Nije da ni trbe, nego dobro dođe ovako. Ma ne si ih 8, jao.
Ma nisi ih 8, nego ja to držim kod sebe, pa... Eto ti da, bolje da imaš nego da nemaš.
Welcome to my channel.
Kuina tigra mi dade sad 2 komada, znaš. Sad kad ih imam 8 inventaru.
Pogledaj ti.
Pa samo malo zamotao gore, već smo otišli u drugom pravcu ulici, znaš.
Pa ne, nastavio, pratimo ovu liniju samo, ono, dole, pa ćemo sredinom gore, mislim. Pošto znam da ti voliš da očistiš sve.
Ne, volim da obiđem svaki ćošak, da vidim da li ima neki boss, neka škrinja, razumeš.
Čak i čestove je da tako će.
Već ima, samo nam se to da fiksuju, reče mi ovaj momak iz Hrvatske što je igrao Hunger, već imaš exploit za kretanje, znaš.
Opala. Ono sa mačem koji skaču.
Da. Brže nego od sprintanja.
Da, sve igre koje imaju tu fiziku, tako im taj mač funkcioniše. U svim igrama.
Ček da nabafram ovaj sanduk, viš ga ovdje?
Ne, zato što su meni te stvari završene, onda ne mogu ništa da uradim.
Ne možeš taj sanduk da aktiviraš?
Ja ne mogu.
Što moram ja, a?
Ni oni prošli ni taj, zbog toga nisam vidio da može to njih.
Zato što si kao već otvorio.
Pa da. A kao mnogo su dobri, pa znaš, ne možeš više gledati.
Da kao ne bi... Toliko su dobri?
Pa navodno, jer, brate, pogledaj. I s obom u Alkimiju ja...
Jest, dobijem 4-5 rerova koje odem i prodam. Šta misliš da ću da ih razbijem za onaj kako se zove?
Još šta stjebam pa smater.
Sve jedan orb u Alkimiji da više vredi, tako da ne znam da li su uopšte dobri. Ali ajde kao, mislim, ti imaš, koliko imaš Magic Find?
40%. Ne znam je to malo ili mnogo.
Pa bolje nego 0.
A mislim, ovo mi je karakter s kojim se ravam, znaš, ništa tu nemam posebno, još endgame gear i to.
Imam 11.
O, pa, bolje nego 0. Right back at you.
Pa ne, slažem se, sretnim sam ja sa 11 nego sa krompirom,
Glove, one moment please.
Careful. Hello.
Počeo sam da pravim dijamant. Treba ti crveni, zeleni, plavi. I onda ih skupljam, znaš. Stavim prije što kliknem na ovo. Jesi ti bacio to, jes?
Pa to malo prispalo.
Jest, imam ga. Ne znam što mi ga nije identifikuje, neka mi identifikuje automatski, znaš.
Drugu ruku.
Piše da je hejsta da ovaj, znaš.
Exalted imaš.
Gde?
Ovdje gore.
Jedan.
To.
Skupljam ove čekiće, nemam pojma da li vrede skupljenje, znaš. Ovo je bio bug sa ovim. Nisam mogu da aktiviram, znači onda sam morao da restartujem mapu prošli put kad sam igrao.
Dobro.
Ispad opet unique, znaš.
A ti ode des levo?
A uglavnom mota na desno, koliko ja znam levo to ovdje. Ne znam kakav ti iskustvo imaš.
Let's go.
Ne znam kako s tebi generišao mapa. Ja igrao sam 2-3 puta, 2-3 puta si igrao zaredom. Uvijek mi generiše layout na desno, na gore.
Jebem ti mi to ne.
Pun inventar, šta?
Ne, nego slučajno sam kliknuo na...
To radi najbolje kad ih ima više, znaš. Možete ja...
Dobro.
Ajde probamo. Da bez...
Ja to što prizmu mi fali.
Beše ovde, u trećem aktu dobiješ opciju da
Da šta?
dobiješ 30 na maksimum spirita, ali tako bilo?
Mislim da dobiješ isto spirit, najde.
Ja mislim da ti nije maksimum, na trenutno imaš 60 spirita. Toliko svih da niče, mislim da u trećem aktu dobijaš na ovom interludu, zadnje. Onaj boss, ona ženska, znaš ona što je hunter, što je poludi.
Aha.
Mislim da nju kad pokneš da dobiješ dobiješ spirit gem i dobiješ na maksimum buff, na maksimum količinu. Pa sipao sam vodu, šta je sad? Jesam sipao? Ili koliko imaš, jednom ili dva puta da sipaš vodu?
Jedan put valjda?
Ništa nije uradio. Evo sad ispao exalt.
Ja možda da se lepo sipa.
Jeste, brzo sipam, isto kao što Darko brzo čita, ja tako brzo sipam vodicu.
Moram da usporim ono.
Da, what is trial points 8 divine? Da li je moguće?
Šta radi?
Pa ovdje prodaje ovaj run za 8 pojena, za 8 divine.
Za hram šta? Da ne možeš da radiš trial? Pa to nije loše, ako imaš pametnija posla, igraš mape, razumeš? Imaš viška divine na prilici, nećeš da igraš trale.
8 divine, brate, mnogo je.
Nije skup. Zamisli koliko bi trebao vremena da provedeš da to sranje zapravo pređeš. A?
Znam, ne znam, brate.
Šta ne znam?
Ako nećeš vam, ću ja.
Pa ne znam nešto da mislim o tom vantu.
Ne se ništa, hoću da razumijem.
Neke sotone bilo ovdje.
Imaš i strongbox ovdje.
Znam, odi vam. Neki krokodil ovdje. To je tako. Wow. Damn. Je to bi jedan od ovih bossa na ovoj mapi?
To.
Mislim da jest. Si našao jedan od onih, kako se zove, jednu od onih fontanice?
Ne, našao sam ti ovaj.
Vidim. Čekaj.
Šta se otišao po Exalt?
Ne, nego... Sve,
A
ne,
ovaj, Regal.
Šta? Otišao sam po Regal.
Po Regal, da.
Ne. Ne, ti misliš da ću stvarno potrošim jedan Exalt Orb i jedan Regal, umjesto da samo lupim jedan onaj... Pa zašto ti koristiš inače one, kako zove, one alhemičarske, one zebanci? Kako zovu oni,
Nemam pojma, brate, ja ih uopšte nemam toliko.
Pa ne skupljaš ih. Prepostavljam da ih ne skupljaš ako aktivno, znaš.
Pa naravno da skupljam sve što mi se da skupiti, ali...
Nemaš ih.
Sad sam baš otišao da vidim koliko imam tih.
Orb of Alchemy. Mislim, ne vidim nikakvu namenu, razumeš, ni za šta. Totalno surrender, osim ovako da kliknem da iskraptam nešto. To je to. Koliko imaš?
Imam jedan Divine. Dobro, Alchemy imam više, imam 20. Ali jedan Divine. Ne, čekaj, Prizma.
Šta Prizma?
Quality 20.
Kakav Prizma?
Ja bih više nema da napredim ovo do kraja. O, dobro. Fali mi jedna.
Sto?
Što izbacio prsten?
Pa, pokupi.
Menju revive, pa ovo je za tebe, bre.
Ne, pokupi, stavi ga u škrinju. Imam ga
Ne
bukvalno.
znam da li ga imam, jebom.
A, to je to, samo zato. I? Change shard, ti viš, to ti je to.
Neću uzeti.
Gdje je onaj bazenčić s vodom, onaj zadnji? Nije to to. Već smo predaleko. Stani se.
Ne, ovo je boss.
Predaleko smo. Nije to tako daleko.
Što?
Vratio se nazad, teleport. Evo ga ovdje. To je to. Dobiješ garantovano 2 Exalt. Šta god.
Ništa, čekam te kod bossa.
Ništa radi čega sam trebao se zaustavljam, ajde. Dobro, kad se prvi put leveluješ, sljedeći put nema ni veze. Dobro da ti ovaj moj minion dodaje auru za physical damage. Znaš? Viš šta nije? Ovo ti bio Hammer of God! Jeste se nahjelo, jesi vidio? Bam. I sad ni ovi Bracer imaju 173 do 232 DPS, znaš?
Oho,
Da.
idemo.
Kad ti svaki boss ko gubiš.
Koliko ti maksimum vart?
Pa nije puno, 125. Ja znaš zašto je 125 jer nemam sve komade opreme. I ide ti na...
Ja mislim da ti je i dalje dobar, zato što...
Pa par puta sam pretekao one shotovanje. Mislim da smo ovdje završili. Ja, sve. Oviš odem do nakovnja i polupam iteme koji imaju quality.
Da.
Sim ako nije neki baš ono item type koji hoćeš da ono možda craftuješ, nemam pojma.
Hello.
Sure. Fine. I'll take it.
Aj.
Si mislio da ti možda treba jedan talisman ovako upotrebljen? A? Čekaj. Recimo oko nešto.
Ne.
Ne? Ima life steal i 4 na melee skills. Ne?
Ne.
Ne?
Ne, zato što za ovo jednostavno ne mogu da ga iskoristim.
Nisam mislio za ovo, nemoj da gledaš tako blizu, ispred sebe, razumeš? Kapiram ja šta ti kažeš, ali ono, dobro.
Front blundered fuck. Welcome to my channel. Our review is streambu.com.
Treba da odem na planinu i onda kad završim planinu, onda sam završio sa... Pa, on nije kampanju kao taj interlude, ali dobro.
Jel imaš ovaj jedan gem cutter prism?
Imam još 70 komada.
Treba mi jedan. Daću ti egzot za njega.
Jedan, evo ti jedan. Baš specifično hoćeš jedan. Mogu ti dati i 5 ako hoćeš.
Ne, jedan.
Ali, jel imaš Divine?
Imam jedan Divine.
Ako imaš Divine, možeš uzeti 100 komada za to.
Pa ne trebam 100 komada.
Pa veruj mi...
Da, ali
kupio sam pre 30 sati. Pre 30 sati sam kupio 100 komada. Još nisam potrošio. To ti kažem. Kupiš koliko ti treba i još malo predi.
Znači, napredio sam 3 skilla koja ono baš... Smatram da mi trebaju. Ovaj... Mi nije toliki prioritet. Znači...
Before us, the retaliation, remember. Go on. It wasn't the front at this should be fine. Go on.
Ona dvoje je bilo zabagovano, ona sveštenica i onaj njen rob. Ja sam pred znao da ubijem jedno drugo da stoji, razumeš, ovo stoji kao mrtav, razumeš, i ono bez skale za HP. Da se žešći zabagovan. A Jetija sam temao, znaš, sa onim gemom. A mogu ti reći da je više ovako zabavan za gledanje, zato što nosi onu ledenicu i bije s njom.
Herald of Plague. Evo, kako nemam tu ništa da stavim?
Nemaš, a? I imaš Plague. Možda staviš Plague.
Imam Chaos Mastery na njemu, a Plague koristim na... Bursting Plague, to koristim na ovom, kako se zove?
Ne, kako se to zove?
Na Herald of Blood.
Stani malo. Corrosion, imaš Corrosion i imaš, da, Bursting Plague.
Thank you.
Corrosion nije loš. Pa vratno radiš physical damage, jel tako?
Da.
Pa onda uzmeš Corrosion. Poison skida također i armor.
No čekaj, Life Drain. Ovo što nije loše.
Ti radiš njima life drain.
A?
Ti njima radiš life drain.
Da, kao 12% of maximum life over 4 seconds when supporting skill cool an enemy.
Kako se rekao se zove to?
Life Drain, a ima i Markov Siphon, to je da im skida man. Ali to ne mogu da stavim nigde.
Zato što nemaš dovoljno intelligence, tako ide.
Ne možeš da staviš na bilo gde. Znači Herald of Plague ne može, Infernal Cry ne može, Herald of Blood može, ali to ne želim da
Ne, znaš da imaš limit koliko možeš da staviš gemova, zavisno od toga koliko ste...
Ali ne možeš sve gemove svuda, ne možeš da supportne gemove svuda.
Dobro, ne mogu svi svuda, to znam ja. Bam, ubio sam ga čekićem u glavu. Ne znam, kad sam igrao sa onim samanom u ovoj šumi sam znao isto da izginem. Jep. Ko me vuku za jezik. Što ovo malo golno zove Lightning Storm.
A, spoteri. Ok, idemo ka spoterima.
Gdje je neki pauk?
Hello. You're welcome. Howdy.
Mnogo ovih ima pečurki, moram da bježim iz toga, da znaš.
Malo
Samo
bre.
to bace, ja poginem, znaš. Kurac. Camera of God, let's go. Evo ti imaš duplu runu tu. Šta ti radiš za taj verizim? Ja kupujem za njega, one ako mi veruješ...
A što nisi uzeo, šta radi?
Ima već
jedan.
jedan.
Kaže,
Ima već
class
jedan.
also applies. A gdje ostavljaš?
Armor.
A, ovo je runa, aha.
To je runa.
Imaš ovdje, ne znam si.
Već sam uzeo.
Ne znam, koristim ono dela ima, na primjer.
Da?
Da, preko... Ček, sad ću to pročitam sve. Healing Runes kaže... Lose 10% maksimum runic warda svaki 5 sekundi, heal nearby allies, total of 200% mount ward lost.
To ti je runa šta?
A meni je ward 421. Ne, 40 gem, kao support gem.
Samo da uzmem checkpoint pa ću se vratiti.
Aha, ovo da.
Sljedeća oblast, ali ću samo checkpoint. A, nema checkpoint. Ček, ima?
Možda malo dalje?
Dobro.
Ono na početku, kako nema, brate, odmah pored ulaza.
Waypoint, jest. Onda nast. Već sam prošao pored njega, što je bio tu, nisam ih primetio. Ona će biti rak za ubiti, znaš, ako je ne stanirano, bojim se.
Ma, kakvi bre čovječe, ovdje sve nestaje. Ovi nemaju HP uopšte.
Pa nekad si veći level od njih, zato i nemaju.
Pa, zato ti kažem.
Ovo ti je oblast 62. levela, ti si 70. level koji si.
Ne znam.
79. A. Je li ovo power up onda? Jest.
Super.
Gdje si?
Evo, našao sam Hunter.
A Hunter nije toliko bitan kao Visp, mislim da smo dobili. Evo ga još jedan.
Jesmo, odmah smo dobili ojačanog bossa i to je to.
Ne, ima još jedan Visp, vidiš?
Da. Ali kažem za onoga da smo ga odmah.
Da li ima išta da se buffa od bossova? Ima ovaj.
Jebi ga, ne ide dok ne naiđe na nešto.
To mrtvo, jes?
Da. Opala.
Paukovi. To je bilo u pećini isto tako. Ako tu udare 3-4 komada, a zašto imaju jako dugačke nogice. Vjerojatno mi je hitbox ogroman.
Čekaj bre, ja te ne vidim na mapi, ne mogu da te naći.
Levo.
Evo ga ovdje.
Dešavalo se da me tako iznabade, znaš. Što je meni kratak domet.
Koliko health imaš?
Imam 1300 HP-a, thanks.
No, nemam ja mnogo više.
Nije pitanje tu HP, u pitanju je šta oni mogu da ti urade za kratko vreme.
Da.
Imao sam karaktera sa 2500 HP-a i opet je bilo rezultat sličan ko ne iđe na sličnu grupu neprijatelja. Reset point. Tu. I tu. U ovoj oblasti, kako se ja sjećam, imaš uglavnom samo... A ima val prečice. A recimo, ti boostuješ toga bossa sa ispojima?
Kog bossa?
Pa znaš kod bossa u selu? Nisi ima nikad problema s njom, ni s jednim karakterom, pa onda, ne znaš, zaborio si kao toliko je nebitno da se zaborio.
Pa otprilike...
Ili je kancerogen boss, ono full, pa ono nema šanse da može zaboriti koji je boss. Pa ona drolja što se nabafuje s onim vispovima, razumeš, i onda te uništi.
Aha, moj, ne, nisam imao nikakvu banu, nisam imao sad.
Go inside.
Ne kažem za sad, možda ne za ovog karaktera, ali prvi karakter koji si došao do nje kad si joj prvi put.
Pretprošle sezone mislim da je bilo drugačije, ali zavisi, ne znam, ovo sad igramo govorio sa Shieldom, mogu da kažem da blok završava svoj posao.
Dobro, on ne baca onda samo koplje.
Ne baca?
Ne baca onda samo koplje.
Ali opet ono... Znaš, nisam imao problema da radim damage zato što radim i bleed, radim i poison, tako da je stalno pod damage-om, radim i armor break.
Kill him, wait.
Jesi ljubitelj ovoga lebati? Ko ti baca neki lightning storm spell ovaj?
Ne, po svojim likom ne upotrebljivo mi.
Opet, kažem, ti stvarno, ovaj karakter koristi to, ništa drugo me ne zanima.
Da, pa zato što mi je preskupo onda. Čoče, moram sve da zamenim, razumiješ?
Ne moraš da menjaš, nisam ti rekao da igraš.
Ne moram da menjam. Ne mogu da ga prilagodim, znači...
Nisam ti rekao da igraš sa Warriorom koji koristi štiti i to, nego... Ako si teo da igraš caster, razumiješ?
Pravo ti kažem, razmišljam da napravim isto monka koji ti, ono.
Ja ti nudim onaj pesnice ako hoćeš da biješ redom sad bossove.
Pa to nešto baš razmišljam da idemo u tom pravcu.
S tim što ja mogu da koristim i Quarterstaff i ovaj hammer skillove, to znaš?
Ne, mislim samo koristim hammer, ne?
Ne, imam, koštajem bukvalno 1 point, onaj kako se zove hollow palm tehnik.
Reci mi, ili možda koristiš štit?
Koji deo unarmed nisi razumeo?
Pa nemam pojma.
Koji deo? Mogu ja da koristim što hoću, ali onda nisi unarmed, jel da?
Pa... ne koristiš weapon, da...
I dalje je oružje. Onda mogu da koristiš i onaj, kako se zove, i fokus, i... skeptar i tako to, razumiješ?
Ne, to su ti već ofanzivne stvari.
Ma molim lepo, nisu uopšte ofanzivne. Skeptar i defanzivan.
Sa štitu ne možeš ništa da uradiš.
Ne bez shield charge, jel da? Jel da? Jel da? Jel znaš da ti je requirement za shield charge shield? Ono, samo objašnjavajući.
Ali, brate, znaš li da to ne radi skoro ništa, ono, znaš koje ti ulaganje treba da bi te shield charge postao nešto.
Ne, nisam pričao o ulaganju. Samo recimo da ga staviš kao mobility skill, bez da se oslanjaš na DPS.
Meni shield charge kao radi nešto, ali...
Možeš da igraš kao archer i da staviš shield charge. Razumeš, uzmeš shield koji je najjeftiniji, razumeš, uzmeš unikat koji ne traži nikakve statistike. I ti si archer koji ima shield charge da izađe iz gomila, razumeš, da ih razdera. Apsolutno ne moraš da radiš DPS s tim, što mora da radiš. Ali imaš 2 weapon slota, razumeš, 2 weapon slota imaš. Što da mi stoji prazan weapon slot? Ili niko nikad u ovoj igri ne eksperimentiše, svi su ono strogo fokusirani.
Nije, naravno ne eksperimentišu, zato ljudi kore, ali Blink je mnogo bolje nego to, zbog toga ti kažem.
Blink? Ali Blink traži 30 spirita, da li stvarno hoćeš 30 spirita da potrošiš na Blink?
Izvini, ali hoću.
Nije ni 30.
Izvini, ali hoću,
nije ni
za tu
30,
stvar hoću.
60 je.
Izvini, sam ti ovaj versatil.
Verisim, nekac.
Verisim,
nije, versatil.
Ovaj baš nešto nije pogodio.
Pa ne znam, gađao sam negdje pored njega. Gde je Abis? Smo mi promašili Abis?
Pa možda ga još nismo našli.
Ne, mislim smo ga promašili.
Ja koliko vidim na mapi nigdje nemaš onih koraka. Opa. Čekaj da neki checkpoint. Nemoj ići tamo, samo sad...
Samo da vidim da li ona ovdje. Nije.
I ovdje checkpoint. Ali ni ovdje nema ništa. Evo ga, našao sam.
Abis?
Da, da.
Znaš da mi je rekao Nenad, ako naiđeš na Exile, na mapi koji ima Abyss i odvučeš ga na tu zemlju, znaš, da se digne kao ono undead.
O!
Nisi znao za to, da?
Ne.
Nisam ja znao. Nisi znao šta Nenad radi. Gledam ga, šta radiš Nenad? Pa kao vučem ga vamo, što ga vučeš tu? Pa kao ajde vučemo ga tu, mi ga vučemo tu, ubijemo ga, on padne, posle on naš da ono pije bociju, ne gluposti. Ubijemo ga nekako, brate, on se digao. Kao ono, undead neki, razumeš. Kao lešina neki.
Zašto je njega ne mogu da udarim?
A zato što je nenormalno, vidiš.
A, okej. Stavlj bakler.
Uzmi slobodno, imam takav. Imam takav, slobodno nosi. To odrađeno sve. Imaju vispovi. Pitanje je da li da je buffujemo pred smrti, ako možda je ostaviš da ne umre. Jer ja mogu da je tepujem sa ovim cooling strike-om.
Imaš ovdje...
Znam, slobodno. Mogu da je tepujem sa cooling strike-om na 15-20% HP, znaš. Da li da je odvučemo kod vispova, da je vispovi?
Ma bre, gotovo. Mislim, ne. Jel znaš da su vispovi?
Gore, iznad nje. Samo odi gore, pokupit ćeš vispove.
Ne mogu gore da idem.
Budu gore. Još nisu ovdje.
Jel da bijemo ili ne bijemo?
Pa možeš ti ubiti, nije ona one and done, možeš ti da je respawnuješ, znaš. Ovo mi da je opet respawnamo, nije plan. Veš. To je stotka, to sam teo.
Let's go, let's go.
A meni je ovaj game quality, pitam se. Jest. Hoću da stavim dva minijena, znaš. Ima onaj jedan minion što dade haste i ima u drugo sa physical aura. To mi je neka zamisao. Ali jeti, na ovoj mapi možeš da uđeš negdje u podzemlju da ga našao?
Ja mislim da...
Dobro pitanje postavljeno, da?
Da, ja mislim da... Hoću kažem da je u podzemlju, ali...
Imaš dva moba, imaš dva moba. Imaš jetije i imaš neko isto kao neku karakonđulu. Tako nekog mini bossa, znaš.
Vratili mi pare, refund, stilo mi poruku.
Da dobiješ pare ili dobiješ ono na Steam Wallet?
Na Steam Wallet, pa neću da daju pare. Nije ni Valve load, jevac.
Pa daće ti refund, da kupiš nešto drugo, nije problem.
Pa kupit ću svako, pa da. Jer kad ubaciš jednom, oni znaju ne možeš da povučeš novac, možeš da potrošiš.
Imaš opciju, pravo je Ketman, imaš nekad opciju i ponude ti da ti vrate pare na karticu ako hoćeš, ali duža je procedura.
Pa naravno, i zbog banke, tvoje banke treba ono...
Ima opcije, ali ovo ti je brže ako hoćeš nešto drugo da kupiš, ako baš hoćeš da... Ako si tipa kupio, ne znam, Call of Duty, tipa $70, znaš, ono, premium pari, tako to.
A to nije sa refunda, to su možda i nekoga. Ću igrati. Yes.
Pa neki dan sam igrao...
Mislim, brzo, da li, reci, ajde, reci.
Ništa.
Reci ili?
Ništa.
Reci!
Ništa.
Reci ili ja, sej.
Ništa, odustajem. Gotovo.
Vaj,
Nisam
neki dan
zainteresovan.
si igrao, jes, vaj.
Payday 2!
Ozbiljno?
Da. Updateovali su engine, onaj njihov, stari. Na DX11 radi perfekt. Smanjili su veličinu igre sa 150 GB na 30.
I? Ili ima ljudi?
Pa nisam igrao co-op, jer sam igrao jednu single play, ono da se podsjetim, razumeš, ono, kapiraš stvari. Radi bolje. Primetio sam neki bug sa senkama, ono, kad čučneš, ali to je verovatno zašto je to beta branch tamo na Steamu, znaš. Verovatno treba još to da fiksuje, ali radi. Radi mnogo bolje nego što radi default verzija.
A čekaj, šta je sa trojkom, mislim, ili se nešto dešava?
Kakva trojka, ko to spominješ?
Pa to pitam, ili se
imaš
nešto...
1% community-a, razumeš, koji igra Payday 2, ti, znači imaš 1000 aktivnih igrača za Payday 3, ako i toliko. Imaš 20-30 hiljada igrača za Payday 2. Svaki dan.
Znači, to je to, znači ima ljudi. Mislim, 20.000 je već ono, žestoko ozbiljna cifra.
Malo pre bio u ledenici, već sam ga tukao dok je bio unutar ksanta lede, znaš? Ne znam na koju foru to radi, ali nije bio imun, više bio, nisam mogu da mu targetujem kako treba hitbox, ali vidio sam kad je...
Ne, kažem, da se ovo vodi da je unutra ili napolju, a ovo se vodi da je unutra.
Ne, ovo nije taj boss. To ti nije Yeti. A možeš da odeš gore, da uzmeš checkpoint ili se vratiš. Yeti ti je u zoni koja je između ove... Možda siđeš dole pećinu. To je waypoint. I ovo mi isto dalo 179, 240 DPS na rukavici. To što su ovdje mnogo brži i, da kažemo, bossovi na ovom, na interludu.
Darko, jesi ti igrao Payday?
Odustaje kad sam ga prekinuo, znaš. Ono što da kažem, Dracula je bio hajpovan, znaš, kao Call of Duty XY, ne znam koji, kao bacili su sprint u riklet. Pa možda sprintaš unazad, u levo, u desno. I ja rekao, pa Payday 2 je imao sprint unazad i u stranu još pre 10 godina. Pre 10 godina. Pa Call of Duty to prodaje kao da je to topla voda, razumeš, kao to je sad novo. Ne, to je već ovo staro. Ti nešto zaledje bio. Sve uradio, jesi?
A da sam sve završio. Mislim, ne ovdje kod tebe,
ne.
ono, ali...
Ne, nisi. Nije mi aktivan bikon uopšte, znaš. Si ovo ti uradio bez mene, sad ti pitam to.
Ne.
Objesio neprijatelja okolo.
Ne, ovo imaš taj pritisac sam ih ubio dole, ovo imam ih još ovdje gore, ali ovo bilo nisam. Imao bi često, imao bi dropove.
Pa da, ali nije se otvorilo. Šta je?
Pa vidi.
Ja pretpostavljam da si ti protučao.
Evo, neprijatelj je i dalje ovdje. Vidi. Ovdje tek otvorena sam mapu. A ne bi ti dirao to bre.
Da, ali si izgleda prošao.
Ili bi te zvao. Evo, dole checkpoint.
Da. Mislim da se dole ulazi u pećinu, kod Jetija. A Jeti ti daje, ako se dobro sećam, trofej i onda ti ona da, ti daš trofej, ona ti da knjigu.
Mhm.
Gorila ovdje.
Kad ovo?
Oh, wow. Idemo u ruski rulet. Unique jewel.
It's Midgelieta. Welcome to my channel.
Da, ovo je jedna od onih stvari kad ne želim da budem blizu.
Tu su.
Bacio sam čekit samo prerano, bojim se, znaš.
A, treba mu više vremena, zdrav. Treba mu vremena da ono padne. Ala Zuli ring, možeš.
Pa ne znam šta je. Eto ti taj...
Uvijek kada pesma, a ne treba.
Pa uzmi, imam 70 komada. 70 komada imam.
Vraćam. Osnovno ne vraćam, dao sam ti... onaj.
Eto viš,
ne vraćam je! Čaj se, prisjeva se.
Evo sad je vraćaš.
Čekaj da vidite mogu da stavim.
Nigde, moram u grad. Sad čekaj. Šta ima slabo?
Ništa, bio prva smena. Pa sad malo jel te, relax.
Take it easy.
Pa da.
Da, ne znam baš lyrics.
Relax, take it easy, pa da.
Evo ga, a mi pričamo s njim, ja i Cat smo se raspričali, svašta nešto.
Bun kafuje.
Da, ali smo ti...
Bušimo te rasipam na šetu.
Kako je vreme tamo gore, jeli?
Gdje gore? U Novom Sadu?
Po Novi Sad. Pa ni iz Novog Sada, ali tako?
Vi to zovete gore?
Pa ja to zovem gore. Ali, a što ne bi mogli gore?
A, šta sam ja?
Možda ne bi
ti si na pola puta, brate, ti si neodlučan, ti si nesvrstan.
Ja sam još gore, znaš.
Pa nisi ti ispod Novog Sada, kako?
Nije, ti si najgore, ili?
Ti si pre Rume, jel tako?
Ne, ja sam još gori.
A ti si još gore, aha, to je druga stvar. To je druga stvar.
Ne, stvarno, ja sam još severniji njega. Ako posmatramo stranu sveta i ono, znaš.
A znaš nekako one nesvrstrane, neodlučene.
Kesma, ne tačno već što čip za kupim kad te čujem da tako krckaš.
A, on je stari hrskač.
Čekaj, ti si se vratio u kamp kod onih, jeli?
Da.
Hey! Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait up, hold on, wait a minute. Dobio sam jedan slot za physical attack.
Yes.
Jest.
Yes, I agree to disagree.
Aha.
Howdy.
Howdy A5.
Howdy A5.
To.
Samo ti hrskaj, Kecmane, samo ti hrskaj.
Ja sam mu rekao, samo nek to cep.
Ovaj čuka kremenadle, tamo meso lupa, ko zna što radi.
Nije njegovo povrće pa da ga ono lakše izvodim. Ja sam u kosu samo da uterujemo sad kad
A u
moram
mojoj
da vadim
glavi nije
povrće.
povrće, Kecmane, jebi ga, brate. Tup. Ide gas.
Mjau.
Yeah.
Ovdje zemljotresi neki kod mene, ako mi vjeruješ.
Zemljotres.
Tresu nešto.
Nije, to je od mene, to sam ja.
Kako to ne?
Nemoj brigaš. Ali evo, prekidam se tim.
Ti? Ma evo, dobro je.
Sa lupnjavom.
Koliko dobro radi ovaj life leech?
Pa zavisi od damage koji radiš, znači ja mislim da je okej da te održava.
Pa ne, nego volim da bijem stvari, ono, prsa u prsa, znaš. No, tipa šakom u facu.
Pa zato kažem, mislim da ono...
Stavio sam life leech na ovaj default udarac, trebalo bi da bude dobro.
A, tako, nisi ono uzeo life leech na, ne znam, rukavice i prosto ili to?
Ne, na udarac.
Stigo mi neki Game Sir kontroler, onaj, Game Sir.
Aha. Imam jedan takav.
Neki, novu light sam uzao ovaj. Fenomenalan, brale. I za Android, i za Steam Deck, evo, baš sad ga probavam. Odlično, dobro je.
Ja mislim da i PlayStation 4 da može.
Može 4, ja mislim da može, ali 5 ne može. 5 ne može, može čak i Nintendo Switch.
Za 5 moraš da kupuješ onaj nekak sranje.
Ma nek se jebe.
Na USB.
Ma da.
Koji je preskup, ja ne znam zašto, ali ajde.
Jebi ga, pazi, kontroleri su im odlični, ali imaju taj jebeni drift.
Ma ne, ne, zajebi, PlayStation je mediji, brate, đubre, znači ja ne mogu, namjerno neće da napravi dobro kontroler. Znači, previše brzo im se dešavaju ti driftinzi za te pare. 80-90 evra, brate, za kontroler kao, a stvarno nije bolji, brate, od tih od 3.500.
Ma de bolji, bre. Ovi baš imaju taj anti-drift fazon, razumiješ, na magnete su.
Da, za te magnetske, da. Kažu da to kao ne može se desiti kao drift.
A ja uzeo ovo više zbog emulatora i to, sigurno ću da ga koristim i za deck. Odličan, odličan. Uzeo još neki onaj retro, brate, neka sivo otvorena, sivo zatvorena, kao u fazonu PlayStation 1 kontroler što je nekada bio ta kombinacija sivih boja. Sivo, brown, ne mogu da ti objasnim kako. Slika ću ti ga posle, znaš kako je moćan, brate, baš i dobar, lepo.
Ja imam dva, znači uzeo sam jedan Datafrog, to ti kao PlayStation 4 faza.
Dobro, to znam, Datafrog sam čuo, to znam, oni su standardno OK, skroz. Lele, Hellraiserne seriji. Evo nam ga ovaj killer, brate, iz Hellraisera, koji je izbačen iz tora. Mnogo mi je drago kad vidim to.
Jedino što ja ne znam šta je na ovom Data Frogu, ali to je, znaš, ono, ne znam da li njihova, jel ispo mi je jedno 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 puta.
Koliko?
Pa ispo mi je više nego što bi voleo da priznam.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Pokušao sam da budem iskren, ali znaš ono kada želim.
Tražiš.
Tako da me baterija jebe, može samo na kabel da mi radi, baterija mu nešto, znači možda se negde odlemilo, odkačilo od tih padova, ovako je ceo, ne primećuje se nigde, dobro radi, ali ispado mi je ono baš par puta. Tako da bateriju, ono, ne radi mu baterija. A generalno je ko nov. Igrao sam, šta sam igrao malo s njim, igrao sam ono Elden Ring kad smo igrali. Na njemu malo. I posle toga nemam pojma sam nešto igrao na njemu. Igrao sam možda malo Street Fighter dok nisam uzeo ovaj Leverless. Ali kažem ti ono, ne znam, ono, razmišljao sam kao da li da kinem te pare, mada brate gledam ljudi svi se žale na te kontrole i na bateriju kaže, čak mu se žale, da mu brzo ode baterija.
Ovo ne valja. Ovaj nas puni i to onako ozbiljno, mogu da ti kažem.
Punio se.
Žestoko. A ne mogu da mu nađem ovaj hex toteme, to nas kara samo tako u bulju. Ima dobre ove perkove, ali ha. Ima vid, našao sam još jedan. Samo da ga userem ako mogu. Da me ukenja, da me ne vidi da ga... O ne. Fuck. Au, pičku materinu. Ne valja.
Jel igraš kao krasuje?
Šta li igram?
Kao krasuje.
Ne, još nisam, sad je za samo buđim, jer igram s Vretom i Doktorom, tu sam najbolji. Volim malo da ih kecam onako kad sam nevidljiv, ili da ih jednostavno izludim, strujom. I onda vriskaju svuda po mapi, pa da. Pa jebi ga i uživa malo u cijeloj priči, znaš.
Upravo.
Bro. Svi su se ovdje raštrkali u pičkoj lepoj materini. A to mi se meni ne sviđa.
I believe I can fly.
Ujel ti dobro nam se ova mapa ne zatvorila.
Nelly. Welcome
Ja
to
sam
my
malo gledao
channel.
u ovoj pasivi, tako to.
O,
Mislim da možeš biti AFK 15 minuta otprilike.
ima chest dole. Ja ih ne otvaram zato što imaš ti više od Magic Finda.
Ja mislim da
I
to
onda
radi
se to
zbirno.
spakuje.
Mislim da radi
Pa
zbirno.
da.
Ima neki delay, ali to moj brat nešto radi s internetom. Bojim se da ovaj mrtav prema što je pao Čekić na glavu.
Great Essence of Flame.
Da.
Oh my god,
Dobar.
we are fucked.
Češ da kraftaš neko oružje?
Ne.
Ne! Ili jesi ti kao Nenad, ono, ja artefakte ne pravim, ja ih kupujem.
Ne.
Nego ga baš kraftaš, jel?
Nego imam ovo, sviđa mi se...
Postavljam jednoručni Čekić, prepostavljam.
Da. Nije se htio se zajebam, brate, s onim, znači
Gorušnicu.
ono mora se kupuje, mora, ne,
Ono
nisam,
možeš
onda sam
tek
otišao.
kasnije da uradiš kad imaš
Da.
već neki build i naiđeš eto kao na nešto što ima, što kažeš ti taj reduction i kao ajde.
Moraš, ne možeš drugačije, znači jednostavno...
Da praviš build od
I nisam
početka.
htio se zajebam i onda sam uzeo taj... evo,
Idemo KP, Robert. Bam. Mrt. Sad tu ima šta da se u pećini uradi.
ne znam.
Molim?
179 do 240.
Sad će deda da me prati.
Odlično.
Ovo imaš u onim pećinama gdje je ona kako zove sirena, znaš? Ove nage.
Aha.
Audi.
Oj.
Yes. Ja sam jeo, iskuo kafu,
Bravo.
Yes.
Ja ću sad, začnemo mapu sa snake.
ćevape sam jeo, krompiriće malo tamo.
O,
Ti treba ovo? Ćeš da ga kraftaš na kurac, najmanje mogući roll.
ne,
Najmanji
kažete
mogući
zaista roll je...
8%.
Ovo su strašne stvari.
Gospodine.
Ajmo dole. Ovdje imam gore kao neka
Ovdje.
prostorija.
I šta ti sve ide okolo naokolo? Evo ga ovdje. Mrzim ovo. Znaš da ne možeš da ustaneš, znaš? Utrčao sam bio iza ćoška i spotakao se i onda su počeli da me biju i nisam mogao da se ustane spoda. Spoda nisam mogao da se ustane.
Jo. Klaker, može. Može.
To što si ti sad uradio, znaš. Stao sam među njih i nisam mogao da se pomerim. Thanks. Koliko treba još toga? 3, ja mislim. Gluposti.
Sve malo molim te, ljubavi.
To je to?
A ja mislim. Da pogledam mapu. Da. Ne računam ni quest dok ne odem kod ove ženske da je dam trofej.
Ženske.
Pa Hilda ili kako se već zove. Lovac.
Hello. Hello.
Klakerinja. I koliko je taj...
Pitanje je da li mogu da uzmem... Izvijem kecmane, da mogu Pokemona da kreću.
Od krušku.
Hvala na pomoći.
Ja ću te napustim sad pošto idem da završavam ovo.
Ideš u Has?
Pa da. I šta kažeš, ti si skroz bio u fazonu, nećeš Hunger uopšte, ono, da ga pogledaš dok ne bude lunch ili šta? Pošto sam ga ja nešto malo gledao, šta je znam, ono, dosta pričaju o tom resetu.
Kakav reset?
Neki se žale kao, znaš, ono, ovi što su igrali te...
Pa to sam ja rekao. Nije to žalba.
Tehnikale i ovo, ono, je rekao, brate, zaista ljudi očekuju da ne bude reset, jel zaista moguće da ljudi očekuju da ne bude reseta na tehnikalu, ono?
Ne, igrajte vi s tim što ste naši, a sad čekajte da ja ne kupim igru uopšte, znaš.
No.
Koliko vam prednost treba na drugim igračima? Dosta što znaju za eksploitove, znaš.
Da. Jesam sad kao nešto gledam ti stream, malo po bufferu, malo po bufferu.
A nešto ili mi brat krade internet ili nešto.
A ne krade, koristite, imate zajednički internet, kako krade?
Gleda neke ilegalne radnje. Ilegalne radnje.
Gleda svetsko, burazeru moj. Highlightove, idemo.
Na fon misliš?
Čekaj bre, ili ovo do mog kompjutera?
Nije to do tebe.
A nije do kompjutera, nije.
Tačno mogu da aktiviram 2 minijona, znaš. Jedan daje physical auru, drugi daje haste auru.
The Gaming Kid. Welcome to my channel. Good luck in the game.
Thanks!
https www.youtube.com/VWSPIUKHMQ. Do you think it's worth the Founder S pack rewards ye? No rest for the wicked.
No.
Da, jebote, nemoj se penjati na lipera! Jebem ti mater igru, bre!
Jeste. Fire.
Kaka debilana, druže, umjesto preskoči ograd, on krene se penje na lipera, ove me noka. Mater u pičku igru, brate, bili.
Ne, ljudi, ostavio se zezamo, ali mora da pičem, tako da budite mi pozdravljeni, pa se čujemo kasnije.
Nikola, dođi kasnije se zezamo.
Pozdrav, čao.
Dođi se zdravo.
Šalim se, kecare, čao.
Da,
Ćao.
Thank you. Digo me lik neki. Hajde. Čekaj da imam nešto. Be ready now, man. I call the robots.
True.
Ali ljudi, brate, kako zove roketer, utio sam ga jako. Ali ubio sam ga.
Raketiram.
Jedan roketer je mora biti ubiven.
What is the drunkard saying?
Who, him? No. He's playing our credits. Do you want to consider trying this?
what?
Fists. You see the damage that I stacked by killing bosses from the beginning of the game?
I know Facebreaker from Poe.
Yeah, there you go. It's really strong. And you can get more damage with this based upon your physical.
A nice English, dude.
Legacy Facebreaker in Poe had unarmed DMG.
Yeah, it's unarmed damage. Thanks. Nice English.
Amerykański.
El americano.
Gringo.
Suck a cock. What a bullshit.
Ajde, ugrijala sam teba.
Dobro. Razlozi. Reasons. Razlozi. Pitaj sina šta je te Borena.
Ali se kiša pada, gdje što mislim?
Ajde. Kreć.
Careful, careful. Oops, sorry. Oh, motherfucker. Hello. I wanted, dude. Howdy.
Koya.
Yes.
Welcome to my channel.
Fire. Je li ima nekog u sobi? Hello? Howdy. Evo, rešio sam 30 kill poena, ostalo su još 2 sada.
Koliko ti to bilo? 30.000, 50?
Za 3, 50 za 4 i 100 za 5. A svi to rade koliko vidim na mapi, novi velikoj su. I ubijaju ove narkove.
A vidio ćeš to pre završa, imaš 2 nedelje, to reći bukvalno.
Ma znam. Da odradim bar ova 3 za danas i dosta. Hello. uspem da skupim, da prodam ove delove za 150.000, da uzem nešto iz onih, da uzem ovih tokena 150.
Aha.
Pa me pitaju nešto na onom njihovom...
Tarzan jeziku.
Strašno. Kakav je Englando, evo, koji me pita nešto, ne razumijem nekorc.
Baš Englez?
Ne, brate. Neki.
Ili ovi Englezi Rusi?
Fake Englandos. Nije Cambridge, nije Oxford. Juče kad sam išao s posla ujutru, jebote, Ljubav za mnom, kroz jebote, ode u pičku materu, jedan sam, morao sam da vraćam nazad.
Misliš otišao za tobom na posao?
Da. I sve ide za mnom, trči, razumeš, iza kolijema i to. Ja stao, vraćaju nazad, brate. Ja krenem ono opet za mnom.
A pratite kući?
Voli me.
Vidi da si dobar čovjek.
I da vodim računa i o klincima i o njoj i onda, znaš. Ovdje klinci su sad, brate. Pa osete i oni sami je vide po mami i onda. Sad su opustili skroz. Pa dobro, sad ćeš malo 8. nedelju. Da je ovo dole.
Nice to see you. Clear the fates. Hug like it's your last.
Jebote, pobili smo sve na mapi, jebote, nema ništa ni...
Ništa se ne mrda.
Nagomili smo i samo pucamo u nebo. Ako niko ne kupi jebote one
Koji će?
Arc Motion korove, samo ja to uzimam ovdje u piću.
A možda...
Pa i municiju od toga i tako.
Da, to znam,
Može
nego...
masa, ima mnogo para, pa kupuje municiju, boli kurac, razumeš?
Mislim, pošto će sad reset, možda se niko ne zajebava da skuplja, znaš. U suštini...
Pa možeš da kupuješ municije, koliko hoćeš, ko ima puno para, istim u kurac, ne možeš s parama ništa.
Da.
Imam 30.873, pa dobro, polako. Treba još 2 da se završim, još 12 dana vas. Tako da opuštam. Dođe, Liper, dođi. Sina smo ga razneli, evo.
Bila je kao ciganska magija, ono. Leti u vazduh.
Ako uspijem da skupim onih duzen tokena, znaš što ima nedeljno, kod onog tradera.
A to hoćeš?
Pa jedino je to okej, ili da uzimaš one dodatne slotove. To one blueprintove koji će kurać, sad da grinda za neki blueprint kad će svako igra sad. Ovo je bolje uzimaš ovako, što znam.
Kind of a habit, as back on Earth, this would have been
to je
done to remove the
raketer, ne
layer of
stigne da
dust.
ispali
So
raketu.
it contrasts. This high school line, though not really played on much, it does show how the mentality in schools changed. As it used to be like, oh, maybe we didn't land on the moon, it was fake. The Earth is flat. We're at the property, we then see that Kensburn documentary from the start and get the additional talking head with Murph. Inside, the first thing Cooper does is brush his hand across the table, which is kind of a habit, as back on Earth, this would have been done to remove the layer of dust. So it contrasts the hopelessness of the previous era with this brand new idyllic one. Inside is also what remains of Tars. He's intact, but has been fully drained of his power. Cooper requests a new one and gets to work on fixing him, and sets the humour setting to 60% after Tars pretends to self-destruct. Which is a bit soon, mate, that literally just happened. They then sit on the porch in a way reminiscent of him and Donald, but it's very clear this isn't the life that Cooper wants for himself.
I don't care much for this, pretending we're back where we started. I want to know where we are. Where we're going.
This line is coupled with Cooper watching the new Rangers being built. He was only ever a farmer by necessity, but now that need is gone, so he can stop looking at the ground and look up as he always wanted to. Before he can do that though, he has to see Murph one last time. He goes to her hospital room where she's surrounded by family on her deathbed. Ever since that scene with Getty, she's gone on to find love and create a family, and families of course represent the future, which juxtaposes the single and shut-off person that she used to be. And hey, as a watch guy as well, I did notice that she still got that Hamilton on. That was her dad's watch. But the rest of the family don't really know him, and it's kind of like when you're at a party, family party, and the uncle that you haven't seen since you were one shows up, and you're like, oh, yeah, you alright, mate? He's like, oh, yeah, so we've seen you when you were a kid, and you're like, oh, yeah. I was a kid, wasn't I? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Anyway, I'm off. I'll see you later. That sort of thing. Cooper then explains that he was her ghost, but she says she already knew it was him, and that one day he would return. When Cooper asks how, she simply says,
because
Let's go, boys.
Which is the ultimate payoff of the movie's central theme. There's a million reasons why he shouldn't have made it back, but his love for her transcended them all. Initially, she felt scorned by his exit and even thought that he knowingly left her to die on Earth. However, after realizing he was a ghost, she knew that he was fighting for her and that would bring him hope. I'm tearing up myself a bit here. We also never find out what happened with Tom, so sucks to be him, I guess. She then says that no parent should watch their child die and encourages him to go and find Brand. As Cooper and Taz steal one of the Rangers, we then cross-cut to her on Edmund's planet burying him. She then takes her helmet off, showing that the air is breathable, and walks back to her new colony. Cooper then gets to go and spend the rest of his life on a planet all alone with Anne Hathaway, N.A. I can think of much worse fates for a man than that. Well, that closes out this incredible film, and I hope you've enjoyed us going through the movie. Please drop a like on the video too, and drop a comment with all your thoughts below. If you want to check us out and see what we're up to, well, see pictures of the watch I bought, see pictures of me in this costume, see pictures of me on holiday, see pictures of what I ate this week at a restaurant, then check us out at Heavy Spoilers. I might even like your comment. I'm so generous and so humble as well. Did you know as well that members of the channel also get early access to videos like this every single week, and if you click the join button you get at least one big breakdown a week before anyone else, at least a week. We're trying to stretch it to 2 now, but hopefully that's a lot of value for you guys. It's less than $12 a year, 99 cents a month, and you have to ask yourself, mate, if I got the end of the year and realized I had $12 less in my bank account, but I had all this amazing entertainment every single week, would I be angry about it? I don't know if you would, mate. Depends on how much you like British accents. But yeah, if you want to do that, it helps these videos. It helps me get these costumes and stuff, and just be absolutely fantastic throughout as we do great edits as well. Shout out to the team. It pays for them too. It pays for everything. So huge thank you if you do that, but no bother if not. And if you want something else to watch, we've got a big breakdown on screen right now, right after this. That the way, I've been your host, Paul. As always, you've been the best, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Peace.
Jebote, pun mi inventar, moram prodam nešto. Sad prodamo ničko, evo ću.
Ono što te najmanje treba.
Pa mislim, nemam šta, ono, sad samo pravim damage i to je to. Ne treba mi ništa u principu, samo gledam da... Jevenik. Ajde, može ovo. Da ponesem jedan hatch keyboard. Pičku mater. Evo. Pičku mater, rasprodamo onih ključeva, imam kogovana. Neki tamo s
Pa
nekih...
ne moraš da, a oni ključevi što ti otvori one kao, ma to se ja pobacio sve, jebeš to. Sranje.
Spider, Nomadic. 81.000 imam, treba mi 150, pa može se skupio, gotovo šta. Za 12 dana nije to, ne znam šta. Gledam još šta bi mogao ja da utopijem da mi ne treba. Dobro. Ajmo je ovdje još. Imam 548 granata plus u inventaru imam to.
Ti treba još da ću ti ja moj.
Ma demite.
Mislim da imam 800 komada još.
Kako je to bez... Ej, znaš kako ti je glas zvučao tako bezvoljno za životom?
Pa koji će mi žao? Koji će mi, to što sam teo da uradim, samo radi s tim bombom. Šta da iskupiš?
Pa ja pravim damage samo s ovim, znaš.
Pa to ja radim.
DMG.
Jeste, DMG.
Pa uzem sam 3, trebam još 2 da uzem za 5 skillova progresiti. I to je to, onda sam ja na maksimum, posle ne moram to ni da radim, samo ekspediciju i ono. Tako, jel ovaj treći put je kao...
Da skupiš 5 komada, rekao se dobijemo neki bonus kad uradimo 5, znaš?
Pa kao neki vid nagradi to kontanta.
Ne znam šta je, ali... Ne znam šta je. Nešto su rekli.
Ja mislim da je dosta za danas ovi arci.
Ma jes.
Ma da, pa imam još 2 samo.
Pa ti si lagan, bre.
Kupio sam Horizon drugi deo i kupio sam Styx treći deo i danas sam refundao da mi vrati pare.
Oba?
Šta, pa 2 igre, da.
Aha.
Oba
Horizon drugi deo i Styx treći. Ma ne igra mi se ništa. Koji će mi kurac. Ne žurim, brate. Imam šta i da igram svaku. Igram i Dotu i Arci i Counter i Elder Scrolls i pičku mada ko ćeš nešto igrati, ne mogu. Pa nema veze, neka padneš malo cenat, tamo ne žurim, brate, ne igram se. A interesantno, ovaj Black Meat Wukong uopšte...
Jest.
Na slabom je sejlom, brate. Kinezi žvalavi, brate.
A jebi ga.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yes.
You do very well.
I do, yes. I sad imam dilemu, same svi mačići obožavaju, mada i dalje mi je crni ljubima, mali mrgod. On se mršti mrda ušima, da? Sad svi se penju ko mene, samo mogu da se popra. Koče i legnu, spavaju. A konstantno koji mi liže ruke je sivi. On je sivi debeli, on je najdeblji, on samo jede. Samo čuješ nešto krcka, on tamo drobi granule, vrati. Ja čujem izara, znaš, samo pola sata blej tamo i drobi, vrati. Bori se. Onda završi, pa onda ide na sisu i da je vije ljubu da se sisa. Haos mali glas. Crno-beli voli najviše da se igra, a ovaj crni je mrgod jevi ga. Ako sisu različiti. Lepi u pičku matiju sve.
Lip.
Slatki mačići. Ljuba je lepa mama, idem da pušim.
Yes.
Ajde, ajde.
Yes. Audi, ja.
Ja Slavko, Modern Warfare 4 sam preorderovao, znaš.
A, do jaja.
Juti, pošto hoću da igram, če mi izađe, ali to znam da ću igram. Da isti kurac uzeo. sad ili, prvo što izlazi već je scenar.
Pa realno, pa realno.
To volim i da igram. Mislim, igram sve u igri.
Howdy, Raider.
Kupio sam im juče 2 kile granula. Onaj džak odneo se danas ću da ih počastim sa gulašima, onim u kesti, da prelijem granule, znaš, tako vole.
A pa da, top, top.
Da umekšaju granule, znaš, i onda malima je lakše. Pa Ljuba je razmažna, nju sam razmazio, ona kad vidi granule, znači, pojela bi 10 onih. Ne granule, gulaš, granule izjede, ali ono, znaš, kao, što mora, ne neki uvijek.
Kaže, you disappoint me. Vesker. You disappoint me.
Yes.
Lele, dušice. Nevreme se sprema.
Nisi ljunke varošnike još srne.
Disciplina Vesker, opasno.
Hello, boys. Ajmo malo da turkamo Turke i Ruse, evo te. Malo kanter, malo. Dead match. U danas sam igrao sa Rusima, vrata, su ludi, evo te. Da jedan Rus igra dobro i drugi glup ko kurac, pa ga napušava na ruskom. Nahoj, bljet, pa ga upucao na kraju, znaš, ubio ga. A da ne igra kako igra, mogu da razumem delimično, ne mogu sve na ruskom, znaš. Nahoj, pidaras jebani. Pušava ga non-stop tamo, znaš. Fuck. Čekam reset u kanteru. Ne znam će večeras ili sutra. Ide nova sezona premijer. Su napravili 2 godišnje, znaš, od majora do majora. Kako mi se igra Call of Duty?
Call of
Ne bi
Duty.
verovao ili ja, baš mi se igrao.
A niko ti ne brani da igraš.
Modern Warfare. Ma četvorka, bedač. Čekam da dođe.
Ne znam, ne volim hype, rekao sam je Slaku Jovanović. Obično
ne
kad se
voliš?
nešto, pa kad se nešto duva, znaš, bit će najbolja utakmica godine. Ovo je najbolji doček nove godine ikada. Najbolja frizura koju sam ikad dobio.
Jebi ga baš.
Pa, ne volim hype.
Ne komentarišem to, komentarišem ovdje kako me nabo.
Naredio. Da oprostite na izraz.
Ubacio Milija T virus, čovječ.
Da li može G virus na te zarazi?
Sad mora da tražim vakcinu. Ako me iko spasi odavde. Iz ovog pakla.
A šta ako infekcija progresuje do kraja?
Infekcija nastupa trenutno, imaš onaj nerfuje ti brzinu i sve živo. Moraš da se učiš.
Pa kad na max ode?
Pa
Postaneš
ne znam,
zombi?
već je penalu. Ne.
Znači nema zombi.
Jebem li ti mrtvu mamu četarsku, bre? Jebem ti mate rusku retardiranu pičku, bre. Govno rusko, mršu pizdu materinu, bre. Russian retard. Jebem mrtvu mamu, bre. Sad ću mu reportam na log, bre. Palio činc, bre.
U kanteru?
Da.
Kako nabiš?
Palio spin bot, brate, uzo. Kauti. I
I vrti
spin bot onocka, da, vrti se i daj glave, bre.
Ljubav za neki čovjek.
Ide gasi, ne.
Čime se ljudi bave, a što je najgore, vidiš po glasu da nije klimac, znaš? Karetar drži mi.
Znači nesrećni kučkin sin, da kažem.
Ma neka džukerla, bre.
Mora sad da se ubrizgam. Injekcijom. A ovo je sprej i pičku u materinu.
A sa šta se brizgaš sad?
Ne, ovdje se posipam nekim AIDS sprejem, jel te?
Da.
A imaš i injekcije. To protiv Nemesisa kad igraš, mora se ubadaš.
Please report this retard. Fucking sick imbecile. Go suck dick, man. Don't play with shit. Bem li ti mamu mrtvu usta, bre. Koje te tata izdrko na zavesu. Ti jebem familiju onu defektnu tatarsku, bre. Pičku, bre. Rusku, bre. Bogalji, brate.
Luminor. Welcome to my channel. Helldiver inbound wine delivery 50 liter.
Yes.
That will draw unwanted attention.
Dobio ban, brat. Opa!
Odmah.
Banovo, evo ti, sad ću ti kopiram.
Idem.
Evo na chat. Ušao u spec materiju, ono je ofirano i on valjda ubeđen neće dobio ban. I onda je brate, VATS has detected irregular gameplay. I on još jedno 5-6 bot naloga, brate. Uši valjda da popale čitave govnari, razumeš? Nevjerovatno kako je masa bolesna, znači. On se smeje kao ja imam Downov sindrom kao igram bez čita. Znaš,
To su
će
strašne
da kače.
stvari.
Tebra, kakvi su to imbecili, te razumeš? I što najgore vidim da je momak ima neki 20 koji nije dete neko pa da čituje. Pa kažeš aj dete debilo, razumeš?
Neka konjene, a?
Ma da, bre, magarac. Baš da vidim. Recently play, friends. Recently play, čekaj. Što ne mogu da vidim, ono s tim, znaš, s kim si zadnji igrao, vidiš posle me čuvaš. To, brate, ofiran, onaj spin bot i on tako igrao, brate, 5-6 minuta i onda valjda ga je mnogo ljudi reportalo ovde. Da je dobio ban u sred meča. Valorant je chat. Evo te. Nahuj. Ti imaju okej Rus, ali su manjinavat. Jebi ga, ima ih mnogo, ali većina su retardi, što je interesantno. Znači,
Ne, kontam.
jebi ga, kuju u svim igrama. Okej, ima.
Bits and pieces of oh, I could use this. A pleasure.
Pleasure is all mine.
So, the main reason I wanted to watch this with you guys is because I think the whole killer anxiety topic is very interesting. And I haven't actually made a video about it.